Hi everybody! Welcome to Studio Ghibli inspired one-shot that we'll be playing today. I am your Dungeon Master, Aaron, and we're going to very quickly go through our players today, because we're doing something a little special. We are taking a break from our normal Sword and Chronicles campaign today, and doing a one-shot that, as I mentioned, is inspired by Studio Ghibli films. Actually, before I go to players, let me explain the one-shot that we're doing today. We are playing a one-shot from a anthology of one-shots known as Eyes Unclouded, which I purchased, what, like 6 months ago? I had to race Kenna to buy it.
A while ago, yeah.
Yeah. And we're going to be playing through the one-shot known as, where's my title page? The City, spoilers. It's okay, you can check the title. The City of Lost Time is the name of the one-shot that we will be playing today. However, before we get into it, I want to get into meeting each of our players. So we're going to go ahead and start with Kenna, because you're first up in the order, one of our normal Sword and cast members. Who are you playing today?
What is up, everybody? Today I will be playing Threek with Deek. She's an owl folk time lord. No, I'm kidding. She's not a time lord. She's a time wizard, though. So that's going to be really fun. She looks like a saw-whet owl. If you've ever seen one, they're very small and very cute. They have really big faces.
So this is Uwu the owl character is who you're playing. Also, I wanted to ask, we're playing a Studio Ghibli inspired one-shot. What is your favorite Studio Ghibli film?
Oh, it's Howl's Moving Castle. It was the first one I ever saw.
That's pretty good. That answers my second question, which was, what was the first Studio Ghibli film you ever saw? Why is that one, like, your favorite film?
There's a lot of magic. There's a lot of good, really cute romance moments. Kelsifer is my favorite character in the entire world.
He's a sassy little fire guy. Yeah.
He's very sassy.
All right. Well, thank you so much for joining us today and playing. Adam, why don't you tell us about Kane?
Hey, I'm Adam. Usually I don't sound like this. It's pretty great. But I'm playing Kane today. He is an old soldier who basically got cursed. Very Ashitaka vibes from Princess Mononoke. Yeah, he's an old, well, he's a younger guy, but he's a soldier who has defected now and is still going around with this cursed soul trapped inside of him.
And possibly talking about the inspiration, what is your favorite Studio Ghibli film?
It's not actually the inspiration. My favorite film is also Howl's Moving Castle.
That's a solid choice. That's a safe pick. And yeah, what are your reasons for that one?
So the reason why it's my favorite, it wasn't my first, but the reason it's my favorite is because, like, I had to watch it weirdly for a school assignment, and I just fell in love. I ended up, so like, yeah, my teacher made us watch anime for like English class, and it was like 7th grade. That's she
the dream.
Made us watch Howl's Moving Castle. I was sick for it, so I had to buy the movie, and so I just started watching it. And I was like, this is cool. Like, there's magic. It's a really cool story, and it was like all these things coming together.
Okay,
you know?
That's pretty awesome. What was your first? Was that your first one?
No, so my first one was Spirited Away, because it was on TV, and I was like, I like animated stuff, and I just sat there and watched the whole thing.
All right, well, getting into our third player, Ivy, can you introduce your character for me, please?
Yeah. Hello, I'm Ivy. I am going to be playing Cinder. She's a fire genasi rogue scout. She's small and cute and is based on a sprite. She's always munching on some sort of candy and is super excitable. She's just small and cute and likes flames.
That's adorable. And what is your favorite Studio Ghibli film?
Kiki's Delivery Service, actually. Kiki's
Nice.
Delivery Service is my favorite. It was the first one I saw, and that was when I was a little kid, and it was one of the very first animes I saw. So it's my favorite just because the nostalgia of, wow, this is where I first was introduced to something I very much now love.
It's the one that got to you first. Is that what,
exactly,
like, over later in time inspired your witch aesthetic that you've carried on into your adult life?
No, it's not, but you know. Fine. But that is was my first and my favorite one. I love House Moving Castle as well. I love all of them, but it holds just a special place in my heart.
That's awesome. Our final player, Kay, can you please introduce your character?
Hello, I am playing Patch, the Tabaxi Hunter Ranger. She's a little bit on the quiet side, a little bit on the introverted side, and is really just all about preserving nature as it is supposed to be. And I'm really, really excited to be here and play her.
And since I am now talking like some random spirit that you can't understand in a Ghibli film. This is all on purpose.
Accurate.
This is all on
Accurate.
purpose. What is your favorite Studio Ghibli film?
My favorite is probably Spirited Away.
That's a good one.
Although Kiki's is a close second, so I appreciate Ivy's answer here. It was not the first one I saw, but it was one of the first ones I saw, and I've seen it probably more than any of the others.
It's pretty solid. Do you remember what your first one was?
Yeah, the very first one I saw was actually My Neighbor Totoro. I saw that one when I was like 4. We had it on VHS, and then I liked it so much that my parents bought Kiki and then bought Spirited Away. So Spirited Away was the third one I saw, actually.
Oh, that's super awesome. You know, I really love that we've gotten this one shot together today of people who just like genuinely enjoy the franchise, and we get to really just get into it. Because today we're actually playing a one shot based off of my favorite Studio Ghibli film. City of Lost Time is inspired by, but not plot related to, the film Princess Mononoke. So we're gonna be having a good time with that today. Let's see here. I think
I went.
in terms of top of the show call outs, I think the only thing I need to mention is not the current track you are listening to, because this is a copyright free available Studio Ghibli inspired track, but a lot of the music we'll be using later in the session is provided to us by Wes over at Arcane Anthems. We always like to shout him out at the top of every show because he makes free to use RPG music as long as you credit him. I am a composer to your Patreon, or patron supporter over on his Patreon. Everyone should go check him out. He's wonderful. If you want to know more projects and shows that you can see the rest of our players on, stick around for the end of the episode where we'll be giving shout outs to all of those shows. But we should just get into it, right, guys?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yes.
So
Let's do this.
Let's see here. We are starting off in the morning. You guys have been traveling for 4 days to a village known as Aomori. You, as an adventuring party, were tasked with... You know what? This is a little too high beat. I decided it early on. It's a little too high beat. There we go. You guys were tasked with delivering the ashes of one Mariko Hoshino, a deceased woman who, in her final will and testament, left her ashes to be scattered at the harbor of her birth at Aomori, to be reunited with her relatives first, and then later scattered. As I mentioned, you've been traveling for 4 days towards Aomori, but ended up taking a long rest at the end of yesterday, knowing you would only have about an hour-long hike to Aomori today. You are traveling through the Blue Forest, a temperate forest, where all of the trees have a little bit of a blue tinge color to it, obviously where it gets its name. Who of your group do you think would awaken first? Okay. I'm seeing a Kane is raising his hand. So, Kane, how would you go about getting up? Do you get up with the dawn as a soldier?
Yeah, I was gonna say Kane probably did the last watch of the group, and definitely went to bed earlier than everybody. He's the type of guy to instantly be asleep, and then like not move the entire night, and then the second he knows it's his watch, he bolts up and is like ready to go. And so I think he would probably be sitting by the fire and just kind of stoking it and looking around still, just kind of arms back, just leaning back, like looking at the group and making sure nothing's coming around.
Okay. This morning, the air is a little colder. It's a little bit more humid. You definitely feel like you guys are nearing the coast this morning as you wake up and everything's covered in a fine layer of dew. The sunlight is streaming in through the leaves, and you can see the blue edges of each of the star-shaped leaves of the trees. It's a very peaceful morning. This is some sort of good omen. You feel like today is going to be successful. But very slowly, the rest of you would awaken. and begin your day. Each of you... Does anyone have anything they'd like to do before we set off towards Aomori?
Not
Okay.
really in particular. Just want to keep an eye out for everything. Make sure that, like, everything seems normal.
Okay. Sure. This morning, we would begin with all of you gathering your things, putting out your fire, folding up your camp rolls, getting everything ready, and you can begin your hike towards Aomori. Who is leading the charge towards Aomori? It's a pretty well-distinguished road, but I just want one person to take point. Who wants to take point headed towards Aomori?
I feel like Cinder would run ahead of everybody just because she's excited.
The scout roll comes not from the caution, but from the wanting to see everything because you're excited.
Yeah, exactly. She's like,
Okay.
let's go, let's go, let's go,
Then
let's go.
Cinder,
Go.
can
Hey,
you go
guys,
ahead
go.
and roll me your choice of a survival or a perception check?
Yeah, absolutely. Let me see here. I think I'm gonna do survival.
Okay.
Because that makes a little more sense in my mind. Oh, cool. That is a 12 plus 7, so 19.
Okay, 19. That's the roll we're going to be working with while you guys travel for today, then. So,
Nice.
as
Cool.
you guys travel, it is the perfect temperature, the perfect weather, perfect humidity today. It is a beautiful day in the Blue Forest. It's calm and peaceful. Every once in a while, a nice breeze will gently go across the path in front of you. It smells like a mix between the morning dew and that light, like, sort of musky smell of the forest, that, like, smell of leaves and mulch and bark. Everything is very full of life, even more so than the last few days you've been traveling through the Blue Forest. It is truly a work of nature. But after about almost an hour, you would notice, Cinder, that you are coming to the foot of a very tall mountain. Not one that's impassable, but one that would take easily 2 to 3 days to cross. You do know that this road leads to a tunnel that goes under the mountain, and that's the main way in and out of Aomori, as you guys had seen on maps previously. But this mountain, let me double check the name of it real quick. I apologize. I don't... Oh, here we go. You would know this is Mount Divergence. This is the large mountain that sort of guards Aomori from the rest of the world. And after about 5 more minutes of walking, having come to the base of Mount Divergence, you would see that there is the road continues forward. The road is about 10 feet wide, and there is a small semicircular tunnel that's about 6 to 8 feet tall at places, that goes underneath this mountain and leads down into darkness.
I guess I'll turn to the rest of the party. Guys, I found the thing.
Yes, it looks like you did. All right.
So, we just have to get to the other side, correct?
I mean, that is what tunnels are for, right?
Technically, yes.
Okay.
Is it pitch black in there?
It goes for about 20 feet, but it doesn't seem like there's any torches lit, anything like that. Raise your hand if you have dark vision.
Up to 90 feet.
Okay. So everyone who's not Kane, looking into it, you would see it in shades of black and white. The tunnel is relatively well kept. The road is well traveled. If a little dusty, it doesn't look like any other travelers have come through here anytime recently. Every roughly 50 to 60 feet, there is a torch sconce on the wall, meaning that in times of high travel, it can be lit, but it doesn't look like anyone's lit it recently because no one has traveled to or from Aomori at all, relatively. Like, the dirt under your feet is fresh with your 19 survival check from earlier. There is no sign of even animals crossing through.
I will pull out a torch and light it then,
Okay.
knowing that Kane won't be able to see.
And that provides, what, 60 feet of bright light? Or 30 feet of bright light?
It's 20 feet of bright and 20 feet of dim.
Okay. Yeah, with that, it easily illuminates the rest of the tunnel for Kane, even though it does lead off into darkness. And just standing at the entrance, it doesn't look like the exit is anywhere close by. You cannot see light coming through from the other side.
Kane definitely looks at Patch and just smiles and is like, "Thank you."
Of course. Well, unless you all would rather travel up and around the mountain, which, you know, I wouldn't be against. I think we have one way to go.
Yep.
Whatever's faster, I guess. Who has the urn?
Oh yeah, who's carrying
That's a
That's a good
solid
question.
point.
That's a good
really
question.
solid point. Which of you is carrying Mariko's remains?
I shouldn't. I'll just say that right now.
Okay. I don't mind
definitely
it if no
shouldn't.
one else feels like they're responsible enough.
You have on you this 8-inch tall, about 4-inch wide, white blue porcelain urn that has been bound with a large piece of rope across the top of it that has been very intricately knotted. It looks like this isn't supposed to be opened until the moment that it's supposed to be opened. This isn't a container that you get in and out of because respect.
Yeah.
You know,
Okay.
respect the dead.
I was just weirded out at the idea of somebody just being like, "Is it still okay? Cool."
You gotta let it breathe a little bit.
See,
Yeah.
it's the worst is when you break the candy jar, so you have to kind of share both into this this urn.
Oh my god.
No.
So
Oh,
yeah,
Oh, yeah.
but it would be Patch who has the urn.
Yep. All right. Is anyone particularly afraid of the dark?
Mm-mm.
All right.
No,
No.
I don't like it that much, but
Just making sure before we go. Well, I'll start marching forward, but I'm not gonna run ahead if someone
Okay.
else would rather be in front.
Can I get a marching order real
Patch.
quick for you? It's 10 foot wide, so you guys can go in twos if you'd like.
I'm standing next to Patch
Okay, so
because I'm blind
seems
without
like-
Patch.
Patch and Kane are in the front. Threek and Cinder, are you guys standing side by side, or are you going in a line? What are you guys doing?
Can I stand by you?
And by me, always.
Okay.
And Cinder's gonna reach into your pouch and give you a little candy. Here you go. There you go.
This
Thank you so
very colorful, spherical hard candy. It hurts your teeth to do that, but you do it anyway because it's tasty.
I
don't have-
enjoy a bag of
That's a good
holding that
point.
only produces candy.
I thought about
That's
it.
all it is. It's just a bag of
want
holding
one.
that there's only candy in, and you
Oh.
can't put anything else in.
Okay, so you begin to travel. Are you going at a fast pace, trying to rush your way through a normal pace, or a stealthy pace?
I wouldn't be trying to necessarily go stealthy, as I don't think there's anything
Yeah.
we think we need to hide from.
Mhm.
I also don't know how long the tunnel is, though, and I don't want to run and then exhaust ourselves. So
Correct.
probably
Yeah.
normal.
Okay.
Yeah, I would say normal.
Normal pace. Let me grab the normal travel rules real quick. I apologize for that. Just so I know what pace you guys are popping down at. Let me see here. Because there's all these wonderful rules in the player's handbook. Let me see here. Okay, that you're traveling at roughly 3 miles an hour then, which means that it would take about 10 minutes. After about 10 minutes of walking through darkness, it's not a foreboding darkness, this tunnel. You can feel a breeze going through. You know there is an end to the tunnel. And with the light of Patch's torch, the walls don't feel incredibly claustrophobic, especially because it opens up a little bit more once you get inside. After about 10 minutes, you would begin to see light filtering through some end to the tunnel. It's a little too bright to make out with your eyes, especially because 3 of you use dark vision, which makes you a little bit more light sensitive. But you also begin to hear the sounds of a town. You hear people chattering. You hear the noises of carts, of wind. But you are nearing the exit to the tunnel. It's been maybe a quarter of a mile.
Threet holds her wing above her eyes and is like, ugh, the worst.
Are you okay?
Yeah, it's just it was really dark, and so my eyes got really big, and now it's really bright, and they're still really big.
Yeah,
you-
there's
you
gonna put an arm over your eyes. It's okay, I got you.
Thank you, appreciate that.
Okay.
I'll extinguish the torch as we reach the end of the tunnel.
Sounds good. The 4 of you step out of the tunnel, and the first thing that hits you, because your eyes are a little sensitive from walking in the darkness, first thing that hits you is the smell and the atmosphere. You smell faintly of the ocean, but also of a very beautiful temperate forest, of tea shops, of the faint smell of chocolate, of a fresh breeze, all of these wonderful scents just assaulting your senses at this point. And your eyes adjust, and you are in this beautiful, heavily colored ward of buildings, each easily 3 to 6 stories tall. This urbanized district of colorful signs, and you see blossoming flowers and ivy growing up the sides of these white colored buildings with these large swaths of color as their accents. People walking around in brightly colored clothing and tunics. You see pinks and blues and greens. This looks like any other city you would see, but so much more beautiful. You see lots of pastels and then saturated, vibrant colors that should clash but don't. You are in a very busy urban ward. What are you guys doing?
Cinder's bouncing up and down excitedly as soon as they enter. Can we go? Can we go? Guys, good.
That's a lot.
Go where?
This is a lot. I do agree.
Mhm.
And where do you want to go, Cinder?
Anywhere?
I mean, we have to find the family, right?
True.
Threek kind of pushes her glasses up and she goes, "It seems like we should probably look for some records or something. Of like, do they have that here? We should ask."
That's a good plan. I like it.
Mm.
Patch, are you all right? I know you don't like being in cities.
I'll be okay.
Okay.
You want a candy? Will it help?
Yes.
She'll reach into her pouch and take one and then another and give them to you.
Okay, I'll take the candy.
It might
Patch is
help your nerves.
Patch is mostly just doing a lot of scanning of all of the hustle and bustle. Very like, no one gets you close.
Very cat-like.
Okay. Well, I think that's a good plan.
Should we look? Aaron, can we like make a check to see if there's like a city center near here? Like, you know what I mean?
Absolutely.
Like
At
a town hall or
100% you can do that. Go ahead and how do you want to go about it? Do you want to just be looking around for something? Do you want to try and ask people? Do you want to try and say use your knowledge of city planning, anyone who's from a particularly urban area? How do you want to go about doing this? Whoever wants to take point, go ahead and tell me how you want to do this.
So, according to the buildings of the cities that I see around me, does it look like there might be a building that looks like a city hall? Do I think that I might be able to find that some? Here?
Go ahead and roll just a straight intelligence check.
Okay. Because if I think there might be, I would like to fly up into the air and see if I can see it.
There you go. Okay.
I rolled I don't know what my modifiers are for this. I rolled a 16.
Okay.
Plus 4.
Using your knowledge of just how cities are generally laid out, especially like older cities, a lot of them are very chaotic. You see alleyways weaving in and out of places. But you do see these trends of larger roads all kind of leading towards one central direction. And flapping up with your wings maybe 10 feet in the air to see over the crowds of people, you'd see at the very end of a long road, there is a 3-story white plaster building with a pagoda roofs sitting at the very center of whatever this ward is. And that looks like it's got a very strong wooden door with iron plating and cross beams. This is probably a relatively important building, you would be safe to assume.
I think I see a relatively important building that way.
Is that what you assume?
That's what I assume.
Oh, okay.
All right, I'll follow you.
Oh, I'm not leading.
Well,
You go that way.
You're the only one that knows where the
You're
building
the
is.
one that
The
knows
rest
where
of
it
the
is.
the rest of them at this point, seeing over the crowds and through the carts would be too much. You're taking it purely on faith that Threek saw a building.
Okay. Okay, follow me. And Three is going to flap her wings, and she's going to fly up over the crowd towards the building so that they can follow her.
Okay.
Cool.
As you guys are traveling, you see that the people of this city seem relatively easygoing. As they see like Threek gliding over sections of the city, you see a couple of children just start like clapping as they see this owl going over. You see as you pass by, there are several tea shops, like more than any town needs amount of tea shops. And the denizens will be sipping their tea and waving to Threek as she goes by, each of you following behind. This city seems relatively diverse in the peoples that are there. You see a few tabaxi, you see a few gnomes, a few halflings, a Goliath at one point, a few humans, a scattering of elves. You guys are not out of place here. Cinder does get the occasional odd look, because just Genasi are just not very common anywhere. But nothing that is hostile, all just like curious.
The little odd looks are always met with a little frantic wave.
Kay, I see a hand up.
Is it possible to get a cup of tea to go?
100%. Yeah. You can very easily. Most of these tea shops, by the way, are outdoor tea shops. So it'll just be like a small shop set into a wall where there's someone at like a counter, and you see there's several kettles in the back going with this variety of dried teas along one wall, and they make your mixture fresh. Go ahead and knock off, because this is a really nice tea, go ahead and knock off a silver for that.
Can I buy one for everyone?
Yes, go ahead and knock off 4 silver. And because you've been traveling, I'm assuming you would know their tea preferences, how they prefer their tea prepared, whether they like it a little bit more like musky or sweet, or however they would like their teas.
Citrus,
Yeah.
please.
But this,
That's extremely sweet.
yeah.
I don't say Cinder's fine with anything as long as it's sweet.
Oh, you guys,
Extra honey in those too.
you guys didn't know a lot about Aomori coming here, besides its very close ties with nature. But it seems this city has a massive tea culture. Cinder and Threek, because the two of you are such obsessed with sweets. Let me pull this open real quick. You would see that there are several people walking around with these small paper bags of something that smells deliciously sweet. If you would like to ask anyone or go further into it, but you see this like snack that probably 1 in every 10 people is walking around with.
Threet, like, is just like flying above the crowd, right?
Yeah.
And like an owl sees a mouse, like zooms in on the paper bag and just dives toward the first person she sees with the paper bag. And as she lands, she's just gonna waddle up and she's gonna be like, "What do you have?"
The first person you would see. Let me roll to see which person.
Oh
you
my
would see.
god, I'm so excited.
Okay. The first person you see is this older gnomish woman. Probably like.
So eye level.
Yeah, eye level with you. She has this gray hair that's been pulled up behind her very regally in this very nice bun. She has kind eyes and a green robe on as she's walking around just picking at this snack. Yes, I'm sorry, what?
What do you have there? What's that?
Oh, child, are you new to town?
Yes.
Oh, this is our town's local specialty snack. These are Dear Child sweets. And she kind of holds it out, and you look at it, and it is this roasted sweet potato chip that has been topped with sweet syrup and sesame seeds. These are a specialty because it's a traditional food to feed the deer down at Dear Child Point.
Oh.
But we
Wait.
also still eat it. It's delicious.
Oh, okay, yeah, because I thought I saw you eating it, and
Yeah.
it smells really good. Where can I get some?
And she raises like a shaky, gnarled finger down the road, and there are, very similarly to the tea shops, there are a decent amount of inbuilt shops that are making this very specialty snack. It seems like there is a huge market for this snack because Aomori is one of those towns where the weather is always nice. People are always outside, which means they're always drinking tea. They're always eating this snack. You could easily pick up a few if you'd like.
Excellent. Threek turns to her and she goes, "Thank you very much. You've been very kind." And
You've
just
been very
flies.
respectful. Oh, she says as you flap off. This like excited little. You feel like this. Not a lot of things excite these people, even though they're very calm. So that was like a pleasant little surprise as you flapped away. Yeah. If you want to pick up some Dear Child sweets, you absolutely may.
I will pick up 2 bags.
2 bags. Okay, that'll run you 6 copper total.
Okay.
And they'll make change. So just whatever you have, don't worry about it.
That's cheaper than the tea.
Then the tea, yeah, it's because the sweet
Damn.
potatoes are a lot cheaper than specialty tea.
This is true.
Oh.
Tee-hee-hee.
Can I get a passive perception check real quick?
From?
I want to know what each of your passive perceptions are.
Oh.
15.
15?
13. Wait.
10,
10.
10, 10, 15. Cinder?
17.
17. Cinder and Patch. You would notice at the end of one of the longer roads, you'd begin to see people shuffling and moving. And then you see someone begin to sprint your direction. And you see 1, 2, 3, 4. Crowds of people are beginning to sprint your way. Then you notice behind them that there is what looks like a stampeding herd of boars and wolves, each running down streets, very obviously upsetting the local alleyways. You see that this is probably a quarter mile from you, and it's only from your keen eyes can you see it. At one point, a wolf is sprinting, jumps, lands on a citizen, and you don't see that citizen as it covers it with their body. Fear begins to spread through the crowds around you as you see easily 5, 10, 15 wolves, nearly the same amount of boars. They're approaching. What are you guys doing? That's one of the wolves. That's one of the wolves. Patch, roll initiative. You're fighting a wolf. It's on you.
There's a wolf on you, Patch.
No, that was
the
amazing.
best timing
That was the best
seen.
timing.
He's in a mood.
Just runs up, climbs, and then just leaves.
What are
You
you
shook
guys
my whole
doing as they approach? At this point, by the way, only Patch and Cinder would have noticed because it's still a quarter mile away. People are running towards you. It has not hit the crowd. Most of the people around you have not noticed.
All right. Quick check, because we've been together for a while. Do I know if anyone has like any thaumaturgy type magic where they can shout, or does no one have that?
That's a question for your
I do
fellow
not.
players. Does anyone have any
Yeah.
thaumaturgy style
No.
magics?
I don't
I
know.
have Mage Hand, Message, and Minor Illusion.
All right, then I am going to.
I will say the minor illusion spell will allow you to make a relatively loud disembodied noise of your choice. It won't shout anything, but that is a sound option that you have available. That's something you would be aware of.
Okay. Is there like a table or something?
Oh, easily.
Big nearby.
There are tens of tables.
Okay. I'm gonna get up onto the nearest big table I can see
What are you doing?
and shout as loud as I can. Everyone find cover! And point towards the crowd that's coming towards us.
Okay, are you doing this in a way to invoke fear or to plead with these people?
It's more just to like make the people who don't know what's going on see what's going on.
Can you just
I'm not like trying to scare anyone.
Okay. Then can you just roll me a general persuasion check just to see how many of these people's eyes you can catch? Can you roll it with advantage? Because if they look over that way, they will see what you're pointing at.
Okay.
I'm looking.
Everyone
With
find cover.
advantage,
Yeah.
that's a 9 minus 1.
So you see about 5 or 6 people, including this older gnomish woman, all look at you. Oh. And then there's a couple that look over and just start running. Most people have not left yet. But
Great.
people
Can we see
have
it now?
made aware. The rest of the party at this point would see this approaching oncoming wave. They're coming in close. You have maybe another 30 seconds before this wave of animals hits where you guys are at.
Yeah.
I'm gonna turn, look at them, and just go. We're doing this, right?
Yep. Let's go.
Yeah, I'm gonna draw my longsword.
Threek's gonna
looks
cast mage armor.
Okay. Yeah, if anyone
Which
wants to
looks
prep
like
anything,
an-
do it now. You're casting Mage Armor 3. Kane, you're pulling out your weapons. Is there anything you want to activate?
I have nothing. To
Okay,
active.
uh,
Actually, you guys see as he pulls this. It's a longsword, but for flavoring, it looks kind of like an odachi. I can't pronounce it correctly, which is
That's
the fun
fine.
part. An odachi, which
Oh,
is
yep.
no,
Yep.
yeah. So he pulls it out, and then as he does, you guys see about 10 feet from him another version kind of vibrating in, like he's moving between the two spots somehow. I'm
Okay.
gonna activate my echo, is what I'm saying.
Absolutely.
Pull 2
Cinder,
daggers.
you're gonna pull 2 daggers. Okay,
Yeah.
cool.
She's like,
Let's see here. Patch, is there anything you want to do?
I'll just ready my bow, and as soon as they get in range, I'll cast Hunter's Mark on the first one.
You can do that before they get there. Now that everyone has prepared their things, I'm going to have the wolves on one initiative count and the boars on another initiative count. Letting you know, for this fight, because of the low HP of the monsters, because these look like non-magical boars and wolves, splash over damage will be a thing. So if you do enough damage to kill one of them and how closely they're packed, that damage will carry over to another one.
Okay.
Cool.
Just letting you know. So let's go ahead. Everybody, please roll me initiative.
Guys, we
Right.
did it.
Oh my
I told
God.
you guys, charisma's not my strength here.
Guys, we D and D'd.
Oh, wow. Initiative is a good time to roll a 1, I guess.
It's a great time to
Oh.
roll one. What are you
My
talking
dice
about?
got lucky
I
today.
got a 7.
I also got a 7.
Let's see here. Oh, boars have
I
terrible
bet your dex is higher than mine.
Okay, let's see
Yeah.
here. 3, what'd you get? 7?
7.
Okay. Let's see here. Kane, what'd you get?
14.
Ooh, Kane, nice. All right, let's see here. Cinder, what'd you get?
15.
15?
Nice.
All right. And I heard another 7. What's your dex mod?
+4.
+4. You definitely go before 3.
Shit.
Let's see here. So that's gonna be Patch. So at the top of initiative, Cinder. This wave of animals is maybe 30 feet from you at this point. At this point is the moment that at initiative count 20, which is the layer action initiative, that's the moment where everyone who is in the square notices and begins to run away. Currently, there are only 3 or 4 civilians between you and this wave of beasts that you can see now behind them. A lot of trampled bodies. There are citizens that have been caught up in this wake. So
Oh.
what are you doing? You're first up, top of initiative.
Okay, so how far is the first one from me?
30 feet. They are a solid
Okay,
line
cool.
of a mix of wolves and boars.
Okay, cool. So I want to kind of run past the other civilians, like go, just keep going. Kind of gesturing them to kind of keep running while I run towards the first.
Go ahead and make me just a general charisma check to see how
General
well you can
charisma?
motivate these people.
Yeah, okay. General charisma. I only have a +1, but that's nat 20.
Nice. All right. Yeah. You see these people. I'll let them use their reactions to move another 10 feet because of you being on their ass about it. So they're getting out of there a little quicker. So what are you wanting to do on your turn?
On my turn, I want to, whichever one is first step as soon as I take my movement, and attack the first one in front of me.
Okay. Yeah, you're going to run your 30 feet forward, barreling towards this wave of creatures that are moving forward. Your choice, boars or wolves. What do you want to attack first?
Let me attack the first wolf I see first.
Okay, the first wolf. All right, let's see here. Go ahead and make your attack rolls.
Perfect. I am holding 2 daggers. So that's a 6 on the first one. So I don't think. Well, that's an 11.
An
That's a
11. An 11 will hit.
Oh, okay.
Wait, you said. Wait. Sorry. Did you say
That one.
boars or wolves?
Wolves.
Okay, 11 will not hit. Unfortunately, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Hey,
alright,
you
but
guys know the
second
AC of a
one-
boar now, though.
Yeah, because the second one is a 16.
That definitely hits. Go ahead and roll
Okay,
your damage.
cool. Okay, it's not gonna be much damage, but that's okay.
Yeah, this.
Oh,
I don't think there's anything that would give you sneak attack here, unfortunately.
Yeah, no, I didn't think
Yeah.
so. So that's just a 6 on the damage to that first one.
Okay.
As I've focused more of my energy on trying to get the rest of the civilians out, I just
100%.
turn and swipe.
Yeah, you turn. You're running forward, and it's like a tsunami of hair and fur and tusks and teeth, and you just start taking your daggers and digging them in. You feel the second thrust catch the skin of one of the creatures and just tear. It doesn't go down, unfortunately, but you've done damage, and every bit of damage matters. Let's see
Perfect.
here. Next person up is going to be Kane. You and your Echo are 30 feet away from these creatures. What are you doing?
So you see as Kane's Echo follows close to Cinder, and you watch as Kane pulls his sword back, and then all of a sudden in a split second he appears where the Echo was.
Oh,
And I'm
nice.
gonna use, my bonus action to teleport to it. You just see him already ready to strike.
Yep.
He didn't
Yeah.
prep anything. He was just ready to go.
As you watch this Echo, this pose of Kane first pulling out his sword, it suddenly flashes as Kane's sword is coming forward, and they swap places. The shadow appearing next to you, Threek and Patch, as it is now also in the same motion of Kane having thrust his sword forward. Are you going to use your movement to get up to the wave of things, or are you waiting for them to hit you, to come at you?
How close am I to Cinder at this
I'll
point?
say you made your Echo 10 feet from you, so you're 20 feet from Cinder now that you've teleported.
Okay, and I just used. Ooh, actually, yeah, I can only move 15 more feet because I used 15 feet of movement to do that.
So if you
yeah, I'll run
want to,
up.
yeah, if you want to ready your action to get attacks once they've entered your range, you can absolutely do that as well.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna run the 15 feet, so I'm within 5 feet of Cinder,
Okay.
and then ready.
Okay.
Have a ready to action. So if they get whatever gets close to me, I can attack.
Okay. And you'll have both of your attacks for that because it's a full ready to action. Okay, let's see here. Speaking of, it's the wolves' turn, and they don't seem to care much about you. So they are going to continue forward. You're going to get your ready to action, which you're using your reaction to do.
Yeah.
And then they're going to try and pass Cinder, so that's going to activate opportunity attack from Cinder if you'd like it. But both of you
Yes,
can make
please.
your attacks. Kane, you get 2 full attacks because you held your action.
Where did 20 go? Goodness.
But yeah, that is the wolves.
Opportunity of attack.
Oh, and he's two-handing the longsword. Just so you
Sounds
know.
good. Thank you.
That's just a 12 on the opportunity attack.
Okay, 12 for
I'm nat-
wolves is not going to hit. I'm sorry.
I kind of figured. No, that's
Nat
okay.
20
Okay. Nice.
and a 17.
17. Okay, so roll your damage for the first one and then roll your damage for the second one and tell me them separately.
Okay, so I'm gonna just do the 17 first.
Okay, 17
and then do
first. Okay.
So the first one is a 6 for damage, and
Okay.
then the nat 20 is a 18 for damage.
Is an 18. Okay, so it's going to be... Okay, so you see Kane in this moment. Cinder, you're having this moment where this is a wave of animals you've never seen act like this, and this is throwing you off your game, and you're trying to just make wild strikes, and that they're not really hitting as they're running past you. But as these herds of wolves are coming forward, this pack of wolves, Kane readies himself and does one solid swipe with his longsword that bisects 2 wolves with one hit as it just through them. And you see a portion of wolf go flying to be trampled by the crowd. Let's see here. So that's going to be 26 total. Yeah, it's good. It's good. It's good.
This
Okay.
is why he's the soldier.
But they're going to move their full movements. There only is 13 wolves left at this point. They're going to move forward. Got to roll some attacks on those civilians. Let me see here.
Joy.
And they have advantage because of pack tactics.
Ah.
Oh, yeah. That hits. That hits. That hits. Okay,
Our
so
tea shop owners.
one of the
So-
civilians managed to leave the effective range of where they could travel because they used their reaction, but the other 3 that were still there, hop 1, 2, 3, gone. Yes, what's up, 3?
Are the wolves actively hurting people? Or
They are
does it look
actively hunting people.
like... Oh, okay, great. Good to
Yeah,
know.
they are
I don't do that
they are
anymore.
hopping on the back of people. You see the one in front of you is this larger human man who is running. He seems a little bit like heavier in the weight, so he's having a little hard time running. And you see this moment, 3, where you make eye contact with him as a wolf just pounces onto his back, fangs into his neck and shoulders, and takes him down.
I note that wolf.
Yeah, good to know you note that wolf.
Oh, hey, Aaron. I
Yeah?
meant to say on my turn, I would have moved the echo 10 feet because it has to be within 30 feet.
Okay, sounds good. You would have moved that with you. Sounds good.
Yeah.
That's totally fine. Thank you for keeping on
I
us.
just realized it.
Patch, you are up.
Okay, am I still on the table?
You are still standing on a table, unless you would have hopped down in the few seconds you had. Or would
I
you
like
prefer to
the
be up on the
vantage
table?
point.
Okay.
I'll keep it. How far away is the swarm?
The wolves have outrun the boars a little bit and are around you. You up on your table are not being trampled by them, but they are in melee distance of you, which as an archer will put you at disadvantage. Oh, actually, you know what? You're raised above the crowd. Fuck it, you're not at disadvantage.
Okay.
Absolutely not. You're on the table. We'll say from your vantage point on the table, you won't be at disadvantage. The boars are still 30 feet back, but the wolves have caught up at this point and are around you.
Were the boars also attacking people, or is it
Yes.
just the wolves?
There is a couple of boars who are walking around with like scraps of clothing around their tusks where they've gored people with their tusks. It's violent.
Great. All right.
These are the worst animals ever!
I mean,
Studio
this is based
violent.
off Princess Mononoke, though. You remember the time he
Yeah.
fired an arrow that took off a dude's arm?
I mean,
Yes.
Or when he took off a dude's head.
Yeah,
We actually
exactly.
watched that a while ago, yeah.
He took off a dude's head, and then the other samurai just stopped and looked at him.
Yeah, I was like,
And that's a
Okay.
scene in one of these movies.
Yeah, this is violent.
Just stopped and went,
It's beautiful and pastel colors. Everything. Oh, blood.
mhm.
And last question:
not
are any of the wolves around me at all injured, or they all?
There
look
is
fine so
one
far?
that you saw when Kane bisected 2 of them. The tip of his sword dug into the shoulder of one, and that's also the one that killed the guy in front of 3.
Okay, I'm gonna start with that one.
Okay, so that's the hunter's marked one?
Yeah, so
Okay.
I've got that one, Hunter's Mark. I am going to go ahead and use my sharpshooter, so it
Okay.
like ignore cover and that sort of stuff,
Yep.
as well as the whole plus and minus. And lastly, I have, what is it called? I have the Colossus Slayer part of being a
Oh,
hunter.
yep, so it's already injured, so you had that extra D8. Yeah, nice. All right.
Okay. Let's see if I can hit. I
You're
hit
gonna
2
deal
dice.
so much damage if you hit this thing.
That's the thing. I get a plus 11, but then it's
Minus
minus 5
5,
because of
so it's a
sharpshooter,
plus 6 to
plus
hit.
6.
Yeah.
16 plus 6 is 22 to hit.
Can you just roll all the damage for me, please?
Yes. Okay.
So
So I
that's
get a
The D8 from the
D8 for
Colossus
the
Slayer.
bow.
Yeah,
Mhm.
the D6 from the necrotic damage of the no, sorry, not necrotic damage, it's just weapon damage from the hunter's mark.
Yep.
And then you're using a longbow,
I am. It's a D8.
and it's a +2 longbow, right?
Yeah, it is.
What's the name of your +2 longbow?
the shooting star?
There we go. Okay, cool. For anyone who's not aware, Kay, when making their character, told me that they were going to be boring and take a +2 longbow, and I said, you're not allowed to be boring. You have to give me a name and backstory for the bow, if you're just taking a +2 bow. So thank you for coming up with a name. I appreciate that.
I love that.
Yeah.
So that means there's a backstory?
The
Definitely.
backstory is I found it in the woods. I think a nature spirit gave it to me, but I have no proof.
That's valid. That's valid.
We gonna find out today! We gonna find out today!
no.
So
No,
how much is your
damage.
total damage with the +10 from sharpshooter?
I rolled really bad actually on damage. So 8 plus 6, 14 plus 10 is 24. points for
24.
the first
You
hit.
rolled very badly. 3. You're still making eye contact with this wolf when an arrow zips through one ear and out the other, directly into the skull of another wolf, as also 2 wolves have been taken down by Patch. That was
Yes.
a really good job.
I
And
get a
that's the
second
second
shot.
Yeah.
I do get a second shot. I
Uh,
won't get the Colossus Slayer again because I only get to do it once per turn. Does Hunter's Mark? How does it work with the Horde stuff? Do I still get to
I'll
have
say it
Hunter's
gets.
Mark
I'll.
up?
You know what? You have Hunter's Mark against the Horde, is what I'll say.
Okay.
So the
Okay.
horde of wolves as a creature, which means it won't affect boars, but the wolves it'll affect. I'll treat it like swarm mechanics in terms of cursing a swarm.
That's what I was wondering. Okay, I'll send my second one. I'll also do sharpshooter. That's another 16.
That's gonna hit.
So another 24. No Colossus, but Hunter's Mark, and that 9 plus 6, 15 plus 10, 25.
So
That's my
2
bad,
arrows, 4 wolves. Actually, yeah, 4 wolves dropped at this point. It seems like almost half the wolves at this point have been dropped. But you still got a decent amount to go. Also, Kay, is this like vengeance for me taking Great Weapon Master in your campaign? Is why you take Sharpshooter here? Is this how this works? Oh, no, this is great. I love this. This is awesome. Let's see here. 3, you are up. Wolves are all around you. Curiously, they seem to be mostly ignoring you. They are not making attacks against you.
Because I'm small.
Maybe.
Threek like looks over at Patch and pouts, and she's like, "Hey, I was." And she is going to. Are there any wolves in like a line?
You are at the line of wolves. So if you
Or
turn to
boars.
if you turn to the left, there's a line of like 10 wolves.
Dope. She's going
And
to.
by the way, I should have clarified this earlier. I don't think
Yeah.
we need it because we're not playing on a grid. But in the Thousand Leaves district, which is where you're currently at, the streets are 20 feet wide and cobblestone. So you have plenty of room to maneuver around.
Okay.
So yeah, you could probably hit in a line like 6 to 7 wolves out of the 10 because they're not perfectly lined up.
Dope. Threet is going to ruffle her feathers. She's gonna hop up in the air about 10 feet.
Okay, that is going to opportunity attack from the wolves.
Oh, never mind. She's gonna stay her
Okay.
ass on the ground, and she's gonna ruffle her feathers, and she's just gonna let out like an owl screech and lightning bolt.
Yo, okay, cool. I'm just gonna roll 3 dex saves because I don't want to roll for all of the wolves, and that'll based off how many of them succeed. I'm pretty sure you're gonna auto kill them anyway, but roll your 8d6. That's mostly failures. Mostly failures.
1, 2, 3, 4,
I'm pretty sure the damage is gonna kill the wolves anyway, though.
It's 8, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where'd they all go? I can't read that one. 7, 8, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Okay. That's 6. 12. 18. 22. 27. 20. 31. 33. 30. 37.
So you all like turn around as you hear this screech, and Threek has their small wings extended, and they flap once silently, but that screech continues on as these arcs of lightning appear out of the tops of their feathers as their crown goes full angry owl mode, and you see this beam of lightning shoot out of the front of them, eviscerating half of the remaining wolves. There are maybe 5 wolves left as these wolves that Threek has hit just turn to ash with the amount of lightning that has hit them.
Bad.
So, good to know. Good to know. Let's see here. So, with that, next person up is the boars, because the boars are back. Let's see here. So, boars are.
Aaron, you should feel bad.
Let's see here. You have both used your reactions already, so you cannot gain opportunity attacks, and they, I believe. Let me see if any of them are going to attack you at this point in time. Let me see. Okay. So, most of them are going to continue past you guys, moving their full movement speed, heading 80 feet. Threet and Patch, both of you get opportunity attacks against the boars as they overtake the wolves because they're using their full action to dash.
Cool.
And the boars, by the way, have not really been harmed yet. So there is still 15 of them running around. Yes, 3.
I just want to make sure, because I have the feat Warcaster.
You can, as a reaction, cast another spell if you'd like to lightning bolt again or something similar.
Okay, it doesn't need to be a cantrip.
No, it can be a leveled spell as long as it has a casting time of 1 action.
Okay, I will cast Chromatic Orb.
Okay, sounds good. Are you taking your opportunity attack as well, Patch?
Yeah, I'll just pull a dagger out from my belt and stab one that's near me.
I'll let you make a ranged attack if you'd like.
Oh, really?
Yeah, I'll let you make a ranged attack.
Cool, then I will do that instead.
Because of the
Can I do
weird mechanics of how you're
sharpshooter on it?
standing on a table, I'll let you do it just because this is weird, and also it's not a campaign, so I don't have to be consistent, and I can do whatever the fuck I want.
That's fun. Wait, okay. Can I do sharpshooter? Is
Sure,
that
go
allowed?
for it. Go for it.
Okay, cool. That's a nat 1.
Oh, no. Okay, so I have, I don't know if I've introduced this to you guys yet, but I do have a homebrew rule at my table when it comes to nat 1s on attack rolls regarding a fumble table. So could you please roll me 2d6?
Yep.
Oh no.
10.
10? That's relatively high. Okay, let's see here.
4 and 6.
So, this is actually, you rolled the best possible outcome on this. As you are releasing your arrow, you feel about halfway through that shot that you're just gonna fuck it up. So immediately your tail hands you another arrow as I'm going to allow you to make a second attack. As your failure turns to inspiration. Not everything is bad on the fumble table. Sometimes you get cool shit. Threek, did you roll damage for your chromatic orb? I'm just gonna. Oh wait, what was your attack roll? I apologize.
15.
Okay, roll damage then.
I did.
Okay, what was your damage?
19 fire damage.
Good to know. Let's see here, Patch. Go ahead and roll to hit on your new attack.
That's a 13 to hit. That might not hit.
That'll hit the boars. Go ahead and roll your damage.
So boars don't have hunter's mark, so that's just
It's just
12
the
plus sharpshooter,
yeah.
22.
Okay, 22. Damn. So between the two of you, there is this simultaneous release as this, like, the two attacks meet in the middle as this arrow fires, striking through two boars as the chromatic orb, what you said, fire damage?
Yeah.
Sears its way through two different boars. The entire alleyway now smelling like pork. And the two attacks meet in the middle. This one poor boar getting hit by a firebolt on one side and an arrow on the other. Just full hedgehog tumble rolls forward. Also dead. That is 5 boars dead between the two of you. That's good to know. So, but there were 3 boars that were going to take attacks on Kane and on Cinder. So Cinder, you're gonna get one of the attacks coming at you. Let's see here. Let me pull up its stat sheet. There it is. It's going to try and tusk attack you. That's a 4 to hit. Oh no, it rolled a nat 1, so it has to roll on the fumble table.
I was gonna say that does not hit anyways.
Yeah, that's a nat 1. Let me roll for this poor boar. Let's see here. You may make an attack against it as it fucks up. You may make a full weapon attack against this boar.
A full weapon attack?
A full, you get to make your weapon attack. Whatever bonuses it gets, just make a weapon attack against it. Doesn't require a reaction. This is a gap in its defense as it's trying to tusk you.
Its head goes down and you're just like, thump.
Let's see here. And then the 2 that are going at Kane. Kane, that is going to be a 22 and a 10 to hit.
22 hits.
Okay. I'd never know if anyone has any abilities. That's max damage on that, so you're going to take 7 points of piercing or slashing damage as one tusk just cuts across your ankle. It's nothing to somebody as trained as you are, but it is damage, and you do feel a little bit of warmth going down your leg as there's blood going through it. What is the damage you roll, or the attack that you rolled, Pat or Cinder?
So I rolled a 19 to
okay.
hit.
That definitely hits full damage.
And then there's 6 damage to it.
Okay.
So I just want to kind of stab it in the head as it comes running up and tries to do its little tusk thing. I just
puncture it.
Like that.
You do get sneak attack. Roll because you didn't use it on your turn. It's the first time you hit a round, not just.
You're right.
So,
I do.
There you go. I'll give you that.
I'm not in the little. All right. Cool. So So let's see, that was 6 originally, so
Also,
that's 10.
this is me speaking to anyone in the audience. If there's ever a ruling that I make that you don't agree with, it's my game. So I just realized the
so-
sneak attack will be something that other DMs will disagree with me on. Ivy, what's the damage total?
20.
20. So you stab into the top of this boar, and it like you see this moment of it doesn't know that its neck has been severed yet inside, so it's just full sprinting as it topples into another boar, its tusk slashing into that one as the damage rolls over. Good to
Pull
know.
a dagger. Like flail a little bit.
Yeah, that's okay. That's the boar's turn. Let's see here. So I believe we go back up to top of initiative. Cinder, you're back up. You just killed.
Immediately go again.
Currently, oh, by the way, even the ones that attacked you continued to run 30 feet. So there is no current animal within, or sorry, 40 feet. So there's no current animal within melee of you at the moment.
That's fine, because I have Firebolt.
Valid.
So how far away from me are they?
The wolves are 30 feet. The boars are, some of the boars are 80 feet. Some of the boars are 40 feet.
The ones who are 80 feet are the ones I'm going to try to hit as they're
Okay,
the farthest. and I
that's
don't want
the
them getting
far
any farther.
majority of them. There's like, I think at this point, they
Cool.
killed 5 that were passing by. You've killed 1, and of the 3, so there would be 5 minus 3 is going to be, or 5 plus 3 is 8, 15 minus, there's going to be 7 boars that are currently
Cool.
80
I
feet away
want
from you.
to, as I look up after downing these 2 that are in front of me with this dagger, I want to be like, oh, they're getting away, and kind of just turn around and firebolt as she just kind of removes the glove real quick
Mhm.
from one hand and kind of just flicks. You're like, no, wait.
That one.
Wait.
Roll your attack roll.
Okay.
Just silvery ball just
I
flips
love her so much. I
This
love
is
this
great.
character.
A soot ball just goes to the air and catches flame.
Wait, Toma, stop. Okay, so that is going to be 18. That's a 14
18?
plus 4.
Okay, so you go ahead and roll damage. It's, I believe at level 8 it's 2d10 fire damage.
It is.
Yeah.
All right, let me roll on D&D Beyond here. All right, so that is 12 damage.
12 damage. So yeah, you,
Yeah.
wait, and then there's this wisp of like ashy coal smoke from your hand that does that thing that candle wicks will do, where when exposed to a flame, where you see the trail of fire just spark off of your hand, weaving its way through the air, and you hit one of the boars directly in the hind quarters, blowing off its legs, and it just goes down, and it dies.
Jesus.
So it was like, cool.
I would like-
she just like a little.
I'm normally not one to share
Gross.
knowledge with the players, but I just need to let everyone know that the boar's HP, the horde, is currently nice. Just letting you guys know. 69. It's the funny number. Next person up will be Kane. The closest animals to you are the wolves that are 30 feet away from you currently, of which there are 5 left.
Question real quick.
Yes,
So I have the Great Weapon Master feat.
you do.
Does the longsword count if I'm doing two-handed?
If you're two-handing it, yes, because it's specifically two-handed weapons, I believe. Let me double check that.
I think it.
Let
I
me-
just wanted to make sure.
Let me double check that, but if not, we can remedy that quickly, and I'll let you switch out your weapon, because that's, I'll let you do. Let's see
Because you're a
here.
cool DM and you're really nice and we totally didn't bribe you earlier.
You did bribe me, though. What are you talking about? There's
Wait,
$50
what
in my
did you
account.
bribe him with?
Okay, so it specifically says heavy weapons, so versatile weapons wouldn't count. If you want to switch out your longsword with a greatsword, I'd let you
Yeah,
do
could
it.
I do that? Is
Yes.
that cool?
Okay, the
All
base
right,
damage for that is going to be 2d6, letting you know.
I'm just grabbing your greatsword real quick. But yeah. So from my echo, because it's 10 feet away from them,
mhm.
or 5 feet away from them,
Mhm.
or no, sorry, 50 feet away from them. How close could I move my echo to the horde that's moved past them?
The horde that's moved past them. Okay, so there's 3 waves of horde essentially right now.
The boars that are the farthest.
The farthest, that's 80 feet away. What's the how far can
I
you
can
move
move
your
it
echo?
30 feet.
Okay, if you can move your echo 30 feet, it's currently 15 feet from you, 45 feet forward. It would be 35 feet away from the farthest line of boars.
Okay. So, you guys see as like, Kane's echo start like you see like the version of him just like shoot over to right behind them. So it's like 5 feet away from them. And then all of a sudden you see his cane like goes back into a fighting stance and appears right where his echo is. Because it doesn't matter the distance, it's just gonna disappear at the end of the turn. And he like runs the extra 5 feet, and I'm gonna do a 2 strikes of my great weapon master.
Sounds good. Go ahead and roll your attack rolls with the -5 added to your bonus.
Great. So that's just I believe it's just a +1, right?
Yep.
Yeah. Rolling my 2 attacks. That's my voice today, guys.
That's an entire mood.
That was 2 18s.
Okay.
Well, it's 2 17s, but 18.
Roll your damage to see how many of the far line of boars you would kill.
Great, and it's 2d6s plus 3. So the first one is 17 for the first swing.
Okay. The damage?
That's with the great weapon.
Yeah, go ahead and
master.
add them all together
Okay.
because it's all the same damage type and you're hitting the horde. Go for it.
Oh, like, do you want me to just do total damage?
Yeah,
then?
just give me the total damage.
Total damage is 40.
40?
I rolled for my second one. I rolled a 6 and a 4.
So,
Plus
there
3
is no longer a far line of boars. Kane teleports in using his echo, that pose holding of him running, and then suddenly he appears in that pose, running forward with his greatsword. He takes it, single swing, half the boars of that line gone. Second swing, other half gone. There is no longer a line of boars 80 feet away. As you have
I helped.
As you have removed them. The only boars remaining are the ones that are at the 40-yard mark, or 40-foot mark. Next person up is going to be the wolves. Let's see here. I'm going to... Okay, I think the wolves at this point are a little power hungry, so they're going to go for Threek and Patch, who are there. They're going to get advantage on the attacks because pack tactics. Yes. Yeah, no, this is just what you hit them with, like, damage. This is how this works. Let's see here. Threek does a 22 hit. I'm assuming it does, but I always want to double check because you're a wizard and those have trixies.
That's a good
You've
point.
made
Trixies,
armor,
hobbitsies.
you've shields.
You have mage
I have-
armor.
It would, but Threek is gonna turn towards the person, towards the wolf. It's a wolf, right? And she's just gonna go whoo, and she's gonna cast Chrono Shift. So please re-roll that and use the new one.
Okay. That is going to turn that into a 12. Does that hit?
No.
So this chronologist owl folk looks up at this hulking wolf, because comparatively this wolf is a medium-sized creature. It's much larger than you, and it is bearing down almost like a wildcat, like pouncing down, full fangs open, and there's a whoo. And as you do so, there's this small moment where time seems to freeze around that wolf, and you sidestep it as it lands on the ground and continues running. You're gonna get an opportunity attack on that wolf if you'd like.
Yeah.
Oh wait, actually, you use your reaction to cast Chrono Shift, so you will not get an opportunity attack.
Yeah.
That's true.
I apologize for that one.
okay.
However, there's also going to be the ones that attack Patch.
Come at
That's
me.
not gonna hit. The second one to attack Patch, and by the way, I'm giving you half cover because you're up on the table.
Okay.
That one's going to definitely hit. Let's see here.
All right.
Patch, can you make me a strength saving throw, please?
I can. I'm not happy about it. I can. That's a 13.
Okay, you manage to resist as this one wolf reaches up onto your table, sinks its fangs into your ankle, dealing you 8 points of piercing damage, and tries to pull you down, but you resist and its fangs rip out. You're bleeding from your ankle, but
Ow.
But you did not get pulled into the crowd of wolves, which is a
Man,
good
what's
thing.
with you and trying to take our ankles out, man?
Dude,
First I get hit in the ankle
these
with the
are ankle
tusk.
biters.
Now, these are ankle biters, man.
Let's see here, and then one last attack at Threek is going. That's I'm glad that was advantage because I got really depressed when I saw that one there. Okay, that's not gonna hit you though. That's a 9 to hit. So that's the wolves' turn. Most of them continuing to run forward. However, Patch, Cinder, you would both get attacks of opportunity as they leave your melee. They're running towards Kane right now.
Okay. Sounds good.
So you can go ahead and make your attacks of opportunity.
All right.
How far are they from us? They're in melee range? Or about to leave it, I should say.
They are... Well, so this is as they're leaving your range, so you don't actually know how far they'll travel.
Okay. Oh, okay, cool.
Mine's not gonna hit. I rolled really low.
Okay, what was the total?
9.
9, okay, yeah. I just want to always double check.
Yeah.
I'm gonna...
It's because I took sharpshooter and then I regretted it.
Got greedy with the damage.
I did.
I'm gonna try to use Firebolt on this one again since I've still got my glove off and could...
Okay, go ahead and it is technically in your melee, so you will have disadvantage on that attack roll because ranged
That's
attacks
fine.
in melee are made at disadvantage.
So that's 14 for the first one. I don't know what the second one's gonna be. That would have been 23, but so 14.
Okay, 14 hits. Go ahead and roll
Oh,
damage.
damn. I thought that missed. Okay. All right. That is 10 damage. So just 10. Well, 8 on one and 2 on the other.
Just 10. So as one goes by, you manage to scorch it with fire, but unfortunately it's not enough to bring it down. Also, I noticed a thing in the chat. Can one of you volunteer to roll me a d6? Okay. Cool. 3. Roll me a d6.
I would do it. 5.
5? In the
I'm
party, I would say you all have... There is a total of 5 regular health potions among the party.
Oh, fantastic.
Because it was a question that was asked, you guys are an established 8th level adventuring party. You would have potions, so I'm going to say you have 5 regular health potions. Split among however you would split it. Just letting you guys know because it was asked in our chat for all the watchers who are wondering why I suddenly brought up health potions. Other than that, so that was your opportunity attack. Patch, you missed. So that was the wolf's turn. Patch, redeem yourself. It's your turn.
Awesome. Okay. There are wolves, I realize, next to me, but how far ahead are the farthest wolves?
The farthest wolves at this point will have, because they will have taken their turn, they moved 60 feet and you were even with them, so they're 60 feet in front of you. They will have just be getting up to Kane at this point. Kane is standing there waiting with his echo that is now just fading at the end of his turn. And he's
Mariko's like way back where I was.
Oh, did you switch spots? I totally missed that. I apologize.
That's how that worked. Is whenever I do the teleport, I switch spots with.
Thank you for calling me on that.
So it's way back where it was. So I'm just
that.
standing there alone.
Okay.
All right.
So.
Okay.
Yeah, go
Kane's
for it.
got those ones. It's fine. I'll fire at the wolves that are closer in and around us, and
those are the wolves at this point. Like,
oh, that's all that's left?
Yeah, there are 5 wolves and 3 boars left. The boars are around you guys, but the wolves are headed towards Kane.
All right, I gotta go from because my hunter's mark's on them.
Yep.
Okay. Do any of them look hurt, or are they all good?
All of them will at some point have taken at least 1 point of damage running through this crowd. I'll give you your Colossus Slayer.
Thank you. I should have taken Hordebreaker. I didn't know.
Bold of you to assume this will be the only combat.
No, that's fair. Okay, I will take Sharpshooter because apparently I'm greedy.
Okay, go for it. I was greedy as hell with Felfreen and Great Weapon Master, right? Go for it.
Oh, okay. That's a natural 15 plus 11 minus 5. 21 to hit.
21 definitely hits. Go ahead and roll damage.
Okay, all that damage. That's a 1 on one of those. That's 10, 20 points of damage for the first arrow.
You see one arrow that you fire heads through the hindquarters and out the shoulder of one of the wolves, sticking into the side of another one, not bringing the second one down, but it does kill one of them.
Okay.
That's for you to know.
All right, I'll take my second shot.
Yep.
That one's gonna be a dirty 20 to hit.
Hits. Roll damage.
Ooh. Fantastic. 2, 4, 6, 12, 22 points of damage.
22 points of damage. Easily enough, you porcupine. The one that you went to kill earlier only had 1 hit point left. So with that, you porcupine through. You said 20 points of damage.
22.
22. Okay, that is enough to get another one to kill that one, kill another one, and get a third one down to 1 HP. Is what you've done there. So at this point, I believe there's only 2 wolves left. Okay.
All right, that's that. And then I am gonna shout just to the group at the end of my turn. Try to keep one animal alive. I want to talk to them.
Okay. Okay.
That's it.
You are all aware that as a ranger, that Patch can speak with animals when using the correct rituals and magics.
Yes.
Okay. Next up is Threek. Threek. Currently around you, there are 3 boars, one of which looks very injured. And then farther ahead, there are 2 wolves, one of which is very injured.
Threet is going to be like a boar or a wolf.
Is anyone
Doesn't
throwing out an
matter.
answer? Is anyone throwing
Doesn't
out an
matter.
answer? Okay. Patch goes, doesn't matter.
Okay. Who do I think? Okay. On the boar, Threet is going to put her feathers up in a sort of triangle motion,
Mhm.
and she's going to close her eyes and cast momentary stasis. And I
Okay.
need the. Did I say boar?
Yes, boar.
I meant wolf.
Okay. The wolves are the ones that are farther in front of you, but I think, what's the range on that spell?
60 feet.
Oh yeah, you definitely got him in range. Yeah. What save do you need the wolves to make?
Constitution.
Constitution. How many of them does it target?
I can magically force a large or smaller creature.
Okay, so
just
one creature. Okay. Constitution. That's super cocked. Let's see here. Okay. Con save for the wolf is going to be a 13.
Nope.
Okay. You want to describe how your spell takes effect because it's not one I'm familiar with?
Sure. So they are encased in a field of magical energy until the end of my next turn, or until they take any damage. And while they are encased, they are incapacitated and have a speed of 0. So it looks like, you know how heat waves rise off a really hot car?
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looks like they're trapped in.
There's this field of this distortion in the air around it, and this wolf is mid-air, 1 foot touching the ground, moving so extremely slowly that it cannot move forward and is incapacitated. And that's your turn 3?
Yes.
Okay, the 3 boars are going to run past you at this point. Cinder, Patch, and Threek. If you have not already used your reaction since your last turn, you will get an opportunity attack at this point in time.
Okay.
I just went, so I have a new reaction. Fantastic.
Okay.
Chromatic orb.
Sounds good. Roll your
Just
hits.
another arrow. for me.
I'll let you know right now, just to make it easy. Boars going by have an AC of 11, so if you roll an 11 or higher, you hit.
Oh, I rolled an 18.
Okay, that
I
definitely.
definitely hit.
Okay.
I rolled an 11.
Hey, you hit. Everybody roll damage.
And I rolled max damage on that, so even though I don't have Hunter's
damn.
Mark, that's 24 points.
Okay. 3, what'd you roll on your damage?
Oh my god, 15.
Okay, and Cinder, what'd you roll?
Can I use my sneak attack if I use my dagger?
Unfortunately not,
Or did I already
because
use it?
you hit it on
Oh,
your
right, I
turn.
did.
Yeah.
That's right. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
So that's just going to be 5, 6, 7 points of damage.
So at this moment, 3 boars run past this line of adventurers, and each of you, in one fluid, solid motion, aim your attacks, releasing them at the same time. Dagger slides in between the ribs of a boar at the same time as another one is struck by a chaotic bolt of energy, and a third one is skewered through the head and pinned to the ground by an arrow as the last 3 boars done.
Woo!
Guys,
There
we're
are
really scary.
there are 2 wolves remaining. They are 40 feet ahead of the 3 of you, and it is Cinder's turn.
Let's see. There's how many in front now?
There are 2
There's
wolves
how-
left. One looks
2
very
wolves.
injured. One is mostly fine. They are about 40 feet from you, and they are entering Kane's melee right now.
Okay, and Thea has one of them like in stasis, correct?
Yeah, the
Does that hold?
injured
Okay.
one, the one with like 1 hit point, is the one in stasis.
Okay, so I'm gonna, since Thea seems to have that one, and I had heard earlier to keep one alive, I will try to go for the one that is not.
Okay, I will say I'm gonna mechanically, because we're using guesstimations, I will say this is enough in Kane's melee and is looking directly at Kane that you would be able to get sneak attack from this if you were to hit.
Cool. Okay.
If you hit with a weapon attack, obviously, not if like the
Yes.
firebolt or anything.
I want to put one dagger away and pull my rapier instead and sneak up on it.
Okay.
Let's see if I keep putting my d20 back in my like thing, not remembering I have all these other dice in this as well. That's a 19 flat plus.
Okay,
5,
that hits.
so-
Go ahead and roll your damage.
It's 1d8 plus 2 on a normal damage. So that is 6, and then my d6 is 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17 points of damage.
So Kane, you're standing there, and at the beginning of your turn, there were waves of enemies coming at you, and you slayed through one massive line of enemies as you slaughtered many boar. And you turn around, and you see there is just dead animals completely behind you, and right at the moment that you are going to go to strike one boar, it slumps and just slides slowly to a stop right at your feet, as behind it there is Cinder with a rapier having stabbed it through the back.
She's going like this.
We're going to leave initiative. How long does your chronal
Till
shift
their turn.
last? The time spell.
I believe it's to the end of their turn.
To the end of your next turn?
Or to the start.
Okay, then actually, you are muted, Kens, but also...
To the end of my next turn.
Okay, well then
Well-
actually I will keep us in initiative, because Kane, you would know the duration of the spell because you've adventured together. Are you going to attempt to do anything to keep it tied up, incapacitate it further, anything like that?
So I was next in the turn order.
You were
right?
next in turn order after Cinder.
So what I was gonna do, basically regardless, because I expected them, because like
They're
Kane
badasses.
trusts. Kane's like, they're badasses. They know what they're doing.
Mhm.
So I feel like he definitely cut through the line of boars and was already putting his blade away at this point, hearing the we need one, and he like turns back and they're all dead except for the one that's stasis, and he is going to go into a full grapple with this thing and like wrap himself around it. So when it comes out of
Okay.
stasis,
Go ahead
he is going to
and
be in a full
roll
like,
it at... I'm not even going to make you... Oh, okay, I'm going to make you roll just so that we have a DC to set. Roll at advantage with this roll because it obviously can't resist, but once it breaks the spell, then I'll know the DC it needs to hit to try and escape.
for a athletics check, right?
Yeah, athletics check. I know you're good at
Cinder.
those.
Cinder's
That's
just
why I
standing in the back.
Yeah.
Just.
And
Very
once
excitable.
you grapple it, that's when I'll roll its
19.
athletics. And 19? Okay. I'm going to roll its
I didn't roll
athletics.
that high.
If it fails, you're just going to be able to keep it grappled for as long as necessary because it's a very weak creature. Let me see
I
here.
didn't roll
Okay,
that high.
so we're going to leave initiative. At that moment, when we leave initiative and everything kind of slows down in this moment, that's going to be where you're going to feel your feel your spell fail and finish. And at that moment, Kane, you have this wolf. Essentially, you're seated back, and you have it under the head, under the first set of claws, with one of your legs wrapped around its back set of feet.
Nice.
And it's struggling. It is not hard for you to keep it contained. What are the rest of you doing?
All right.
Shielding or like putting my weapons away. Can I pet it?
No,
No.
no.
I'm
Don't
gonna.
fight.
The dead ones.
I'm going to sort of calmly walk towards the wolf where Kane has it grappled and try to like. I realize that it's like angry. How does it look? Does it look like it's cursed or anything, or is it just like a normal
Roll
wolf that's
me
gone
your
feral?
choice of a nature or arcana check.
Definitely nature.
Okay.
22.
22. Looking at this creature, as it's struggling, it looks like a wild wolf. Like it's not being influenced by any sort of external presence. It looks ferally angry in that this is something you would see back when you were hunting of it feels like its territory has been encroached upon is something you're getting because you rolled very high for this and you specifically have a very high insight with animals. It very much looks protective, looks feral, looks angry. And it is just trying to cause as much destruction and pain as it can. It is lashing out.
All right.
Did I see another
Okay.
hand in that time?
Kenna, I
Okay.
thought.
Okay.
Threet is going to go and try to kind of identify where the human bodies are. And
There's
she's
quite a few.
yeah. Oh, there's a lot.
There's next move.
There's a lot.
Visibly distant enough from the corpses of animals that are all around, there are at least 7 human casualties.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Threet is just going to continue to kind of stand wherever she's at and just kind of look at the direction of where the animals came and just keep watching that way just in case any more come.
Okay. All right. And was anyone else doing anything while Patch is looking at this creature? Obviously, Kane, you're holding the wolf. So, Cinder, are you doing anything in this time?
Since I was told no, I cannot go pet the wolf.
Okay.
I
mean, you can always try.
I was told no by the rest of my party. I will.
I definitely
refrain.
feel like it's snipping at Kane's face. He's like having to pull his face back. He's like, no.
Yeah,
Like-
Yeah, it's
Stop.
definitely doing that
Said we
thing
could
where
pet
you
the
hear
dead
the like cracking of teeth against each other as it's constant like nipping at you because you've got it under the throat, but you can't quite muzzle it in this grapple.
Yeah.
I feel like
Yeah,
Kane's
that's
just
what
like
I meant.
stop.
Yeah.
Since
I've
there
had more
are
than one.
these bodies that we saw, these people that died, I think Cinder is going to, after being told no, realize the gravity of the situation as she looks down the alleyway and would like to start walking down it. And if there's anybody who eyes are still open, she's going to start closing them.
Yeah, you see as you begin to walk up and down Threek, you watching as Cinder moves up and down to kind of give respects to these fallen people. There is like soft crying noises as citizens have begun to kind of move back into the square, seeing what's happened. People beginning to do similar things where they're closing eyes, laying limbs to rest, getting cloth carriers to move them to whatever sort of mortuary exists in this city. Others begin to clean up whatever the corpses of these animals are. Can everyone who's here, if Kane and Patch would like to do it, you're going to have to roll at disadvantage because you're currently in the middle of something. Can each of you roll me an insight check?
Insight, actually.
Oh,
And look,
wow.
my insight. Okay, so that is a 13. It's just 12 plus 1.
22.
Oh, I'm glad you are the smart one because
I rolled a
Cinder-
19.
Cinder is not smart.
9.
9? Okay. Patch?
Yeah.
Not
10.
worth mentioning? Okay. Everyone else, it's a very somber, very sad mood. Threek, as you're kind of sitting there, owl eyes wide, kind of observing everything, you get the feeling this is something that is very confusing for all the villagers. No one knows what has happened, why this is happening. This is not something that has ever happened before. This is a new experience for them. Do with that information what you will, but know that this is not a regular occurrence. People are confused and scared and hurt. Do with that what you will. So, at that point, Patch, were you wanting to do anything else with this wolf?
Yeah, I wanted to cast Speak with Animals
Okay.
and try to talk to
Are
it.
you ritual casting or just straight casting it?
Just straight. I don't think I can ritual cast.
You are a
it.
ranger. I always forget. For some reason,
Yeah, I'm not a druid.
Yeah. Let's see here. So, speak with animals, casting time, duration 10 minutes. You can comprehend and verbally communicate with beasts. They're limited. Okay. It is as you take the moment to cast the spell, touching your head, mouth, and then throat, deepening your connection with nature. The growling and snarling of this beast does not come out in words because it's limited by its intelligence, but you get these imprints of emotions and thoughts and feelings, and it is screaming outwards. It's almost deafening to hear it in something that you can understand versus the snarling it was doing to Kane. You hear it calling out about betrayers, trespassers, about the disrespect towards nature, about building over homes. This feels like a displaced animal.
Yeah.
It's very much getting a sense of this is an animal that is angry at the urbanization of the city for whatever reason. And it's not just that it's lost its home, but you can't get a clear meaning out of it from this creature because it doesn't have the intelligence to give you a clear meaning. But it is angry at something more than just losing a home. It has lost something very valuable, very, very intrinsically connected to it, is the feeling that you're getting.
Okay. I, in whatever way that feels right, want to just try to calm this creature.
Okay.
And convey that I'm not here to hurt it. We didn't want to kill them. We would like to help.
Okay.
But that we didn't allow them to continue to murder people either.
I'm going to tell you right out at the chance that right out at the start, there is a chance it's going to be a DC 20 animal handling check that you're going to make a disadvantage because it is actively hostile towards you. So this is not going to be an easy check to make. If you'd like to request the assistance of your friends in any way, of anything they might be able to do, I don't know if anyone has any abilities that'll bump
I don't know if any of you guys are even good at animal handling or anything.
If
like
anyone else
that.
has proficiency in animal handling, they'll assist you and they can make it a straight roll. If anyone has anything that'll bump up skill checks, anything like that, any help that you would like to offer.
I only have proficiency in
I don't
nature.
think anyone else in the group can do
Okay,
anything like
so this
that.
is going to be a DC 20 check
insight.
at disadvantage, and I apologize, but this is a very difficult check.
I'm
Okay,
just
I
good
have-
at insight. I don't know if that applies here.
Roll me an insight check to see if you can assist Pat.
I have proficiency in nature.
Me too.
You can roll me a nature check to see if you can help. This is not how much you're helping. This is whether or not you have the ability to help in this situation.
Okay,
Just
cool.
a straight insight check.
Just straight insight, straight nature, depending on your proficiencies.
Okay, that's a 14.
Okay.
I rolled a 19 for nature.
Okay.
So I rolled a 11.
Okay. With the knowledge of your friends and Kane having this strong and sturdy grapple of this creature, the other two kind of quietly mentioning things that they notice as you're trying to come in and calm this thing, I will say that will negate the disadvantage on this roll. It's still going to be a DC 20 check.
Okay, I have a +5, so I gotta roll at least a 15.
Yep.
Come on, you got this.
Box of Doom.
Got this.
That's so cocked. Okay. That was almost very good. It was almost a 20, and it's not. That was an 8 + 5 is 13.
13. You are not able to endear yourself to this creature or cause it to believe you don't harm it. But with a 13, you are able to coax it out of being actively trying to kill each of you. You were able to pick up some boar meat at some point, and it very cautiously allows you to feed it, but you feel like if Kane lets it go, it will not be sticking around and will probably run away from here. It's now more seeking to escape than it is to harm at the moment with a 13.
That's fine with me. I would then tell Kane, let him go. He's not gonna hurt you.
I'd let him go.
Okay, as you let him go, it's like letting loose a coiled spring where he bursts out of your arms and sprints away, parting the crowd as the crowd then fills back in looking after him within, yes, 3.
Can I make a note of where it's going?
Yes, you can. You would know. Let's see here. Let me check my map real quick. It's not a physical map, but so I have to read it. I have to read my map. Let's see here. Okay, it is headed toward. I'm not going to make you roll a check for this because of your ability to fly, your ability to see. It's also not being stealthy. It's running down a long paved road towards a section more to the south, closer to the ocean, where you see tall trees and hills. And there's a low stone wall around it that you can see from even here. You don't know what that location is, but it looks significant to the city.
Oh, like there's people there?
It looks like this might be some sort of public park or nature preserve or some kind that it's headed towards.
Interesting.
Okay.
I don't know if we should be. Threek's gonna turn to her group. I don't know if we should be worried about this, but I think there's a park that way, and that's where it's going.
It's going to
I don't know if
whatever's
it's a
left
park.
of its home, I think.
Oh. Yeah, it looked
So-
pretty mad.
I don't know what happened here, but the people of this city have taken over parts of nature nearby, and these creatures are unhappy with that.
Should
Well-
we ask one of the standby? Maybe about recent developments?
I mean, we can, but they seemed pretty confused about this whole thing. I don't think anybody really knows why this happened. At least, well, at least it's not a regular occurrence from what I can see.
Maybe we should just continue with our mission.
Oh yeah, we were going to the town hall. Cinder had completely forgotten. Just,
I
like,
got us things to
completely.
share. And Threek holds up the sweet potato chips, and she hands Cinder a bag, and she hands
There-
Kane a bag.
Combat took less than a minute. They're still warm. They're still good.
Ooh.
They're a little crunched because Threek was had quickly shoved them in the side satchel. But they're functional. I don't know how hungry each of you are because this alleyway does still smell heavily of recently slaughtered animals, of flesh, of gore, of
Sweet.
what happens to animals after they unfortunately pass away, the release of bodily functions.
Kane 100% gets the bag and just goes, "Thank you," and then just puts it in his bag.
Yeah. To be
Because he's
eaten later.
definitely covered in blood right now. Because he just fucking.
Oh yeah.
killed-
The first hit where you bisected those wolves, it was like a fine mist.
And then it
Perfume a la
fucking-
wolf.
and then teleported and literally bisected an entire thing of boars.
Yeah.
He definitely has blood all over him, and he's
Yeah.
just like, "Thanks." It's in his
You will
bag.
see at this point, some of the villagers have brought out buckets of water with suds in it and rags that are beginning to clean small children who are covered in dirt and blood, older people who can't clean themselves. If you would like to take 20-30 minutes to clean yourselves up so you're not covered in gore, you can even step off into a side alleyway so you're not still directly in that area.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also,
I'd
at this point, they would have brought a cart and they've begun loading corpses onto the humans have all been removed to take to a mortuary. The animal corpses onto the back of this wagon to be discarded or dealt with.
While they're moving things, can Cinder look over? Is there anything noteworthy about the corpses of any of the animals?
Roll nature check.
Cool. What is my nature? Real quick. Oh yeah, it's a +7. Okay.
That's pretty solid.
I was like, oh yeah, cool. So it's 17 + 7.
That the 24. These look like totally normal, everyday wilderness animals. These don't look special in any way. They don't look like they've been marked. They don't look like they're particularly sentient. They are normal animals.
Cool.
That
I
have
just
been
wanted to make sure.
killed. But are you guys all taking the time to clean up?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Does
Within,
anyone look particularly hurt, by the way, in our group?
I think Kane took 7 points of damage total.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
That's fine,
think most of you got hit because they were actually ignoring you for most of that combat. They were focusing on more the weak ones that they could kill. You know what I mean? That's one of the reasons why they decided to attack Threek as they went by eventually.
Rude.
Well, you're small. But
You
you're
are a
cute.
small creature. They didn't know you could hit them with the wrath of nature.
Cinder will put her gloves back on. and
Yeah,
go and
Cinder,
clean up.
you slide them on. There's a fine layer of ash that you have to remove before you put them on.
Oh yeah. She's like.
Yeah. So have you decided where you guys are heading next? You're headed towards the town hall, is what you had said? Or are you guys
think-
headed? Yeah.
I think we're still headed forward, although I'm very interested in that park and I don't want to leave town without checking this out more.
Agree.
Yeah,
That's
but
fair.
we can perhaps ask questions about the city and whatnot there as well.
I would also like to maybe see if they have any local legends or books. Specifically books. I like books.
Okay.
All
Oh
right.
no.
I'm so sorry I froze. I like books is what I was getting
We
at. I'd
heard-
like to see some books.
We heard.
We got the books. We got
We got
we
the
like
books.
books.
Got it.
We actually
Okay.
got you, from our perspective, you said, we like books, and then you went like this, and then you froze.
It was really cute.
It's actually
Okay,
really
great.
good.
Oh, he's full, like, Groot level energy. I am Groot?
We like books.
We like books.
I like books.
Easily enough, after spending about a half an hour cleaning yourselves up, I'll say between combat, travel, it's getting closer to the noon section of the day now. Because you did have to travel a decent trek here. You had to clean yourself up, had to move things around. Getting closer to noon, you can head towards City Hall, which was not on the road that the creatures came from. So it's not impeded. There are people beginning to go back about their normal days. You see that this is indeed a city hall. There is a small sign outside that looks like it's carved out of reconstituted bamboo. It's very pretty, a lime green color on the edges that says Aomori City Hall.
Aha.
So,
Good
asking
job.
around very quickly, there is a singular large tower structure where administration directs visitors. This area is, Threek would ask about this. This area is in fact connected to the city archives if you wanted to go look through things like that. But are you wanting to ask around? Are you wanting to... Essentially, what route of knowledge looking for are you doing here?
I think Kane personally would ask the person directing them, like, as you said, like there was. Like,
There's an administrator at the desk. It's a younger woman, dark hair, pulled back, very professionally, similar to that gnomish woman that you saw earlier.
I think Kane would ask where that the I forget the family's last name are located.
Hoshino.
Okay.
Hoshino.
Shino.
You walk up, Kane, and let's go ahead and RP the scene out real quick, actually.
Okay.
You walk up to this younger woman, and she's got a pair of spectacles. This is a half-elven woman. And she looks up at you. Yes, how can I help you?
Hello. We're at I don't talk a lot. I was hoping to find information on what's the name again? Sorry.
Hoshino.
The Hoshino family. My friends and I were tasked.
Oh, as you say that, her face lights up. Oh, are you also here looking for the hero of the city? Oh, tell Izzy I said bless you, please. Tell Izzy I said bless you.
Sorry.
That was great.
That was awesome.
You're
Bless
the
you.
hero.
She calls to like somebody else in the administrative tower.
That's very kind of you. No, I am not looking for the hero of the city, unless that is the Hoshino family.
How tall is this desk?
Yes, actually. Let me pull up my notes.
Yeah, wait, how tall is this desk? Or, like,
This
half the
desk is
party-
like 4 feet tall, so Threek cannot look over it. Threek, it's that thing where you're like a kid at an office where you just like, you can see the bowl of candies on the edge, but you can't reach it.
You see like two little wing tips come up and she goes, hello, and then sinks back down.
There's also
Hello. Well, yes, actually, our town hero celebrated, and she actually points to the edge of the administrative office where there is a small like statue reliquary that is up there. Several years ago, Hibiki Hoshino, she actually saved the village from a great evil. She's kind of a local legend, a bit of a celebrity. Are you looking for her? You look like adventurers yourselves.
We're looking for the family. Unfortunately, we have to deliver something.
She lives alone. If you, how familiar are you with town?
Not at all.
Oh, let me give you, and you see she kind of like takes this moment of like adjusting herself, like very much tourism board kind of person. Well,
Oh, and Kane is 100% like military style,
just like full
just
straight
like
back, arms
full
behind.
straight backs, like
Yeah.
trying to be as fancy as he possibly can and as like orderly.
Well, you've just
Patch
come
on.
from our Thousand Leaves district. It's our residential and urban district where you can see a variety of tea shops, or I see you've already found yourself some sweets. Also, if you wanted to see one of the locations that is very well known here, you could head to Deerchild Point, which is just down the way. And she gestures in the direction of that forest area.
Three pipes up and goes, "Hey, that's where that wolf went."
Oh no! You said a wolf went that way.
Oh yeah, you missed a whole. Well, anyway.
You see, she snaps her fingers twice, and you see a younger man in this like leather-plated armor run up. Looks like some sort of guard. She very quickly whispers to him, and he like widens his eyes and just like takes off. I apologize. I needed to make the city guard aware that there was a wolf at Deerchild Point. We don't want them to disturb any of the Sika deer. They're our city symbol.
Oh. Okay.
But if you were to head to Deerchild Point, there's always, if you're staying in town for a long time, there's Mount Divergence. Hikes up there can easily last a few hours. But you specifically were seeking the Hoshino family. And you see she turns and begins to like flip open these very dry parchment style books. Hibiki is a bit of a local legend, but she does live by herself here in the Thousand Leaves district. If you were to, she looks back down, head 3 blocks that way, 4 over, and take a right on the alleyway. You should come to a small building where she lives.
And you said that she is a local legend. What evil did she defeat?
Years ago, the DM picks up his notes. Years ago, there was an Ino Sasao that came through town and rampaged through the village. She wounded the creature and made it flee.
There was a what, Aaron?
Local legend, massive, like, huge size boar. Like, bigger than a car boar. With, coming out of its fur, which she would describe as being prickly like a hedgehog's. Its hair, like its spines being actively dangerous. I would say, let me see here. I would say that she's going to spend the next 7 minutes recounting to you the tales of Hibiki Hoshino and her defeat of this great evil. It's not one of those things where she's like a tourism person and is telling you, which is what her job is. She is legitimately excited by this story, and other people who are citizens who are walking around stop to listen because they also enjoy this story so much.
Threek is enthralled by the story.
Yeah.
I think Kane is definitely doing he's still doing like the military stance, but is completely not there.
Zoned out?
Yeah.
Because he's like, I've heard so many military stories about victories and battle, and like they're all the same at the end of the day.
Mm-hmm.
Impatiently rocking back and forth on their feet, just like, okay, okay. All right, cool. Let's go.
And by the way, you would be able to confirm that this is the same last name as the woman who you were sent here to take her urn for. You would be able to say this is the same last name as Mariko.
Okay.
Well, thank you for your information and your story.
Mm-hmm.
Both were appreciated. I believe we will be on our way, correct?
I apologize. I've just noticed and she like gestures the area where your patch would be on your armor.
Yep.
Actually, Doc Garrison, I don't recognize the name.
It's a garrison to the east.
To the east? And you see like legitimate confusion, which you would know is a little weird because it's a really well-known army. Really well-known. Like family household name. Like essentially if you were to walk up to a random American and say the words Navy SEALs and them not understand what you're talking about.
Oh.
Like,
Oh, that's a problem.
just letting you know.
And he just kind of smiles and goes, it's not well known.
Oh, all right then. Well, if you're going to meet with Hibiki, she takes her tea every evening at 2 on the clock, so you should hurry that way.
It's not evening, it's afternoon. What are you talking?
The DM's
No.
dumbass is what I'm
No,
saying.
you're not.
The DM
It's
is
just
stupid.
very funny because it was like evening and I'm thinking like 7 p.m. and you're like 2 and I'm like, this damn. Like,
Don't you know that the sun's on a different schedule here and it sunsets at
Yeah,
3:45?
come on.
Yeah, to fucking
set
get
at
used
3
to it.
o'clock.
This is my home world. It's actually not. This again, if anyone who wasn't here at the beginning of the stream doesn't know, we're currently playing The City of Lost Time, a module inspired by Studio Ghibli, made by Kat Krueger. I'm gonna I should drop. You know, it occurred to me I didn't drop this earlier. I'm gonna go ahead and drop this now because again, the DM's a little bit of a dumbass. If you would like to purchase this one shot, we are not affiliated with anyone who made the one shot, but it was very well made, and I have not regretted my purchase since purchasing it. I'm dropping the link in the chat right now if anyone wants to pick it up because it's very, very good.
And the art is very cute.
The art is
Art
adorable.
is good. So good.
But
Okay.
if you guys would like, you can
As-
start headed towards Hibiko's home.
as they start to walk away, once they get like outside, Kane's immediately stopping all of them.
Yeah.
Before we leave, Cinder slides a little piece of candy across the desk. Thank you.
Oh, thank you so much. And she takes it, the little like blue sphere, opens it up and pops it in her mouth, and she sits there and there's a little like shoulder wiggle as she gets back to doing her administrative duties. People in this village seem legitimately happy.
Thank you. And then Cinder like flounces out, running after the rest of the party.
So cute.
And Kane's gonna stop all of them after they get outside. She didn't recognize the Akshidok garrison.
That was a bit concerning.
Everybody knows the Akshidok garrison.
I
Everybody.
wonder what else people here don't know.
And he's
I mean, that tunnel didn't look like it had been used in a long time.
yeah, but everybody knows the Akshidok garrison.
When was this garrison founded?
Hey, Jim, when was
On your patch, 40 years ago.
40 years ago, specifically, it says it right there.
Yes, 3.
Can Threek just take a minute outside? Does she feel any ambient arcane?
Specifically regarding your field of study, go ahead and roll me an Arcana check with advantage.
I mean, specifically regarding time.
regarding chronology, your field of
Weird.
study.
Yeah, that.
Yeah,
Most
roll
important
that
type of
Arcana
magic.
check at advantage.
Was
The
there a
most
statue
important type of
outside? Is that what she had said? Was there a statue outside?
There was
as
the
well?
statue was inside of the building.
Okay,
It
I
was a
wanted to see
little
if it was
like it was a
outside.
little like reliquary.
All right, I
Get
just
it.
wanted to see that.
18 plus 7.
Ooh.
25.
25, I guess.
You take a moment and just begin to not cast a spell, but lay out your senses, looking for time magic. This city does have an ambient magic to it. It's full of nature and life and things that you're not very familiar with, but it's almost like take my analogy for a second. Go with me on this journey. Imagine you're a bronze sculptor, right? And
Mhm.
you are in a shop that sells steel sculptures. It is not the material you work with, but it's the same look, the same design. That's how I would describe this nature magic that does in some way involve some sort of chronological magic. You don't work with this kind of magic. This isn't your material, but it's making things very similar to what you do.
So
Basically,
there
it's like
seems
mega
like
blocks.
some sort of interference.
There seems like some sort of nature-based chronology-based magic here.
It's basically like mega blocks to Legos.
Yeah, Mega Blocks to
They're the
Legos.
same-
Yeah.
They're the same thing, but different.
Like,
Yeah.
shut up, your mother gave you mega blocks instead of like. Oh, no. Threek kind of comes out of her zone moment and she adjusts her glasses and she goes, actually, now that you mention it, there does seem to be a little bit of a thing going on here.
A thing?
Yeah,
What
it's
is that?
it's like a timey-wimey thing.
I have no idea what that means.
You're saying words that don't apply to us.
Oh.
Time is not happening regularly here, is what I'm getting at.
Oh.
Do you think they're stuck in the past in some way then?
I don't know about that. It's kind of hard for me to tell. Not. It's nature magic, which I'm okay with, but I'm not like really okay with. But I just know because it's time that it's not right. It's not it's not wrong. It's not regular. According to us.
You just said 4 different things in one statement.
As nature magic, I'm not particularly good with Arcana, but is there a way for me to
Roll,
see if I
knowing this
understand?
knowledge of Arcana, roll a nature check. Also,
Okay.
I will allow Cinder to make this roll as well as you're proficient in nature.
Yes.
Yeah.
Cool.
Kane
Shit,
hits
I'm
stuff.
magic.
Kane is good at
Kane
hitting
hits
stuff.
stuff. Kane hits stuff, and there's
Oh,
apparently a shadow spirit locked to his body.
Mm,
That's all he knows.
16?
16?
He woke up as Danny
19.
Phantom.
Two of you don't know any particulars because obviously you've never encountered anything like this. This is weird. But you do know that if someone is describing powerful natural magic, it comes from one of two places. A spirit or a location. So if something magical is happening, it either has to do with a spirit or a location or both. That is something you can definitely narrow down to between the 3 of your expertise in both nature and arcana. I'll give that to you.
Cool.
Okay. Well, we've got this famous warrior who apparently wounded a very powerful spirit creature of some kind, and we've got this and we've got this dear child point that seems to have been taken over
And has
as
really
some
good
sort
chips.
of-
They're really good. They're really good.
Yes.
You have.
that has-
I don't know
I mean,
what
like, half
Threek
the way
is
through the
holding up
bag.
right now because Threek has definitely eaten all of their chips.
I'm
It's
halfway
an
through
empty
my
bag.
chips.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm halfway through mine.
Did Freak steal the bag back from me?
No, I think you still
Might
have
have.
your bag. Oh, shit.
She gave me
Is that a
some.
hand check?
No.
Okay.
No.
I think I'm the only one without any at the moment, but that's fine.
I haven't eaten any of them. They're still in my bag.
My tea got lost during the battle. I bought us all tea and then it disappeared.
Actually, as you're all standing there kind of speaking, you see the woman who was speaking at the reception desk quickly come out. Oh, I forgot to mention, if you do end up heading to Deerchild Point, remember that harming the deer in any way is illegal. Just hunting or harming the deer is illegal. Just wanted to remind you because you're new to town. Most other people are aware of the law, but I wanted to make sure.
Why?
There are
excuse
protected
me.
species here in the city.
Why?
Because they're our mascot. They are the symbol of the city.
This might sound like a strange question.
Why?
But recently, I was, and you all know Kane well enough. He's terrible at lying, but he's attempting right now so hard. Recently I got hurt. What year is it?
Because this this world does not have a time set calendar, because obviously I haven't put that much time into it.
Oh, yeah.
She looks at you confusedly and says a date.
Mhm.
That date is 60 years in the past.
Gotcha.
Ding ding ding. Okay.
And that's where we're gonna go ahead and take our break. Because I have to use the loo so bad. So bad.
Everybody take a potty break.
So we're gonna go
Get some
ahead.
water.
We're gonna take a quick break. Let's see. We're at the 30-minute mark. We'll be back in. I think 10 minutes is more than enough for us to all take a break. So we'll be back at the 40-minute mark. Be back here in 10 minutes.
Get up and stretch.
Get up and stretch. Get water. Use the loo. Get a snack. All right. Thank you everyone so much for coming and seeing us. We've had consistent viewers and it's been great. Thank you everyone who's been complimenting us in the chat. We'll see you in a bit.
Yes.
Bye everybody.
See you soon. 10 minutes.
See you next week.
Hi, everybody. Welcome back to this week's one-shot. It's not this week's episode of anything, because we are doing a Studio Ghibli-inspired one-shot known as A City of Lost Time in the Clouded Eyes, Eyes Unclouded module package that I purchased on DM's Guild quite a bit ago. I dropped a link earlier. I'll do that again in a bit if anyone wants to purchase this module. We're not affiliated with them in any way, but I want to shout out the things that we use on the stream. And we have our 4 players who introduce themselves at the top of the show. We have Threek, the Owlfolk Chronologist. We have Kane, the Human Echo Knight. We have Cinder, the Fire Genasi Scout. And we have Patch, the Tabaxi Hunter. And I have lost music, so that's wonderful. But also, I think that's everything. We just need to recap where they're at. Currently, it's back. Yes. Our adventurers are in the town of Aomori, an isolated town where they are trying to find the relatives of one Mariko Hoshino. To deliver her remains to them as part of her final will and testament. The party made it to town this morning and managed to make their way into town, purchase some teas, purchase some snacks, sorry, I just noticed the chat. We scared some members of the chat, apparently. Coming back. But during that time, there was a horde of boars and wolves that came through town, killing pedestrians, terrorizing, destroying things. The party quickly dispatched of them. I think it was only 3 rounds of combat to kill 30 creatures. The party then cleaned themselves up, made their way to Town Hall, where they found out that Mariko Hoshino, same last name as the woman they're supposed to be delivering the ashes to her relatives, is a local hero who defeated a massive boar spirit years ago. Several years ago, probably in I think they said 7 years ago. And
So 67 years ago.
So they, after hearing that story, they were trying to decide where they're going next. Between the 2 people proficient in nature and our chronologist, they were able to discover that there is some sort of magic at work here on the town. And that that this town currently is 60 years in the past. From there, that's where we pick off. The receptionist has just stepped back inside after warning you that it is illegal to kill the Sika deer that are in Deerchild Point. What are you guys doing?
Do you think we should go have tea with this person, or do you think we should go to this deer point and check it out?
What time is it now?
It's still about noon.
Okay.
I thought it was like 1 and...
That's why I was like, are we like pressed for time where we can't do both? Or
You have a couple hours before the woman said that Hibiko normally takes her tea where she'll accept visitors or guests.
Yeah, 2 in the evening.
evening. Yes.
Hey, time is jacked up here, okay?
I know. That's why I said
It's
2 in the
fine.
evening.
If we have time to do both, if we think we can make it to before tea, we could probably do that first, and then
I'm gonna go have tea and then go find some deer.
either way, I don't know which one will work better. But...
Well, if we have about 2 hours, what else are we gonna do in that time waiting for tea?
Find some deer?
Eat more snacks.
Read some books.
I will say, the hike is probably easily an hour there to get to Deerchild Point.
Okay, that adds to that.
That-
Let's go see if we can meet early, maybe. Just because
Maybe find her before
family
tea.
issue.
Yeah,
Maybe
perhaps.
if we bring her tea?
Ah,
I'm gonna be honest. I don't really want to eat anything here
Why?
because if we leave and it instantly turns 60 years old,
Cinder mid eating a chip.
But if it is already in our bodies, then it is already being dissolved by our stomach acids.
yes, but if you're dissolving some, never mind.
You know
Finish his
what?
eating chip.
I have you know me, I have some magic that can help if someone's poisoned. Perhaps this will come in handy.
Eats another chip. Cinder's just in the background of this conversation.
I have lesser restoration. Okay. I would say eat minimal food, but if it's, going to be rude to not, I don't know.
Yeah,
I don't know people.
That's true.
That's what I would do.
We don't want to mess up their customs.
Question. When we fought the boars and the wolves, did they come from inside the... Like, as far as I could guess.
It would seem
Did they
that
come from this side of the mountain?
they came from, the ocean-facing side of Mount Divergence, which is the side that the town is on. You wouldn't be able to tell exact points of origin because from your perspective, they just kind of were in the middle of the city by the time they got to you.
Mm-hmm.
If you were to take a couple hours to, like, ask around, investigate, you might be able to find exactly where they came from. But at the current time, they were just in the city.
Who named the mountain Mount Divergence?
Some long ago sage that is not relevant to the current plot.
Okay.
I do
Figure
think
I'll save
that
you time there.
we maybe should have questioned the fact that the tunnel only took us about 10 minutes to walk through, considering it did go underneath the extremely large mountain.
So we
But-
walked fast.
I guess there's some sort of magic.
So, to clarify,
Right.
Mount Divergence is actually not that big. It's more of a large hill than anything else. It just cuts off travel. You could hike to the top of it in 4 to 6 hours. Going directly under it, the way the tunnel does actually seem to track with what you know. It's only like... the tunnel itself doesn't go under the center of the mountain. It goes under
I
a
see.
subsection of it that's about 1/4 of a mile long.
I retract my statement.
There you go. I just figured I'd let you know that to save you some time.
Okay. Well, why don't we go see if we can talk to this person early or something. I don't know. Cinder, I think you're the best with talking to people. How do you feel about taking the lead here?
I can certainly try. So I guess we go and find her house then? Or where
Did
she might
Did
be
you say
staying?
something about...
3 blocks.
Yeah.
3 blocks that way.
All right.
Kane just...
We're going to follow the directions we were given.
Yes.
So, roll initiative. No, I'm kidding.
Roll initiative. Oh, no.
You guys travel. It takes about 5-10 minutes to walk the directions you're told, and with Threek's relatively good sense of direction and city layouts, everyone else's ability to, especially with, I believe Patch has the Wanderer ability, so perfectly knows any location they've been. You backtrack a little on streets. You actually walk past that main road where the boars and wolves were, and at this point, all of the bodies are gone, and several shop workers are in front of their shops on their hands and knees scrubbing the brickwork and cobblestone to get some of the stains of the blood out of the floor. At this point in time.
Gross.
It's part of a city returning back to its normal life.
Still
Yeah.
gross.
It is gross. It is gross, but
Does anything seem strange about how the people are acting other than like trying to get cleaned up? Like, does it seem
I'll say
odd?
this with earlier Threek made a really, really good insight check against the rest of the town. And Threek had shared this information already. They are acting as normal people would. They are scared. They don't understand what's happening. So they're just trying to get back a sense of normalcy.
Gotcha.
When we walk, can I find a random stranger on the street?
Sure.
Can be anybody. And just, this might sound like a strange question. What year is it?
So the first guy you meet is this half-orc gentleman that seems to be half-orc crossed with Goliath because he's about 9 feet tall. And you go up to him, ask the year, and he goes, well, if you were actually... I believe that's a bit of a philosophical question when it comes to
Oh my god.
what year is it. We all really live in different years in our lives. But if you were to ask, say, the current geopolitical climate calendar, and he answers the year that was given to you by the receptionist.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, you can have studious half-orcs and Goliaths.
Amen.
I saw you guys.
Oh yeah.
Oh no, amen. I love
It's
that.
just I was not ready for the from this standpoint. I just
Threek walks up and taps on his ankle and goes, "Now, what do you mean by philosophical?"
Oh, it's always good to see young ones interested in philosophy. Well, if I were to mention, when it comes down to each individual person's arc of growth across their lives, they say there are several births. So if I were to say, in the 23rd year of my life, that is to say, physically I am not, but I believe myself to have been reborn after I received enlightenment several years ago. He goes on for another 4 minutes of just rambling about personal arcs in their own lives.
Interesting theory.
While this rambling is happening, as Threek is just like entranced, I just want to kind of like nudge Kane and give him a look of like,
I didn't.
what? Just
I
utter like,
don't.
why?
And Kane definitely does like a lean close and just does like I just wanted to see if like the year thing was consistent for everybody, but I don't.
Yeah.
I don't know.
At this point during the conversation, they have migrated. Threet and this man have migrated over to one of the side shops, and he's buying 2 things of the Dear Child sweets and hands one to Threet, and is munching and just mentioning this philosophy.
Oh my god. This is the worst reality of the fact Threet is gonna be on a sugar rush forever.
You know, you learn his name is Atsushi Daiko, and he's a bit of a philosopher here in town. If you
My new best friend.
just letting you know if you wanna write that down.
Done.
Okay.
during this conversation, can Cinder go and buy more sweets?
Sure. Mark off.
No.
Go ahead and mark off 3 copper per, however many you want to
Cool.
get. They're not
Cinder
gonna run
runs
out
over there.
anytime soon.
No, Cinder runs over and grabs more. So this time she rolls it up and closes it and puts it in her bag.
Okay, good to know. Are you remembering that the Sika deer like to eat them?
Yes.
Okay, good to know.
Threet is going to look up at him and she's going to say, "Thank you so much for educating me on your theories of philosophies of time.
I
That was
did
very
not expect
interesting."
someone as young as you to be very resourceful. I see you are an owl folk. I was not meaning you were young in your stature, but you seem relatively young when it comes to fields of arcane study. Maybe a bit of a prodigy.
Oh, thank you. Yeah, I think so.
Now, I myself am not a magical user of any kind. I simply like to really dig into the philosophy of the world and of nature. When it comes to, of course, how we treat our fellow man, or, of course, owl folk, or Goliath, or of any kind, he just keeps going. He keeps going.
Kane definitely does the lean again. What's happening right now?
I don't.
Cinder's like, we gotta go. So
Is this flirting? I don't know if it's flirting.
I don't think so.
Cinder, after buying her sweets and putting them in her bag, will run up to the man. Thank you. You've been very knowledgeable. And give him a candy and kind of like nudge Steve just a little. Like, here you go.
You see,
Oh,
thank you for the sweets. I see your friends are trying to shepherd you out of here. I apologize. I am quite long-winded. If you ever wish to speak to me again, I am the lead archivist. If you go down to Town Hall and you want to access the town archives in any way, I'd be happy to help you. And you see, he takes the little sweet and he like cracks it on a tusk into 2 pieces and pops it in his mouth and starts to walk away.
yes, I will
Thank
find
you.
you again.
I just like the Cinder both.
Threet is just looking at Cinder and she goes, "That was so interesting. Do you know what he said? He said blah blah." And she's just gonna keep yammering about what he said the whole way.
Cinder's gonna listen very intently because this is something her friend is very excited about. She may not understand it, but she's like, right, yep,
Okay. Yeah, you guys walk for about 10 minutes, I'm assuming heading towards Hibiko's home.
Mm-hmm.
And this is the only structure thus far that you've seen in the Thousand Leaves ward that is not 3 stories or more. You find this nicely yarded, single-story, traditional Aomori home with the slatted rooms and the small gardens outside, the sliding screen door on the front. Is there? You see occasionally there are people who like stop on the sidewalk and are like eating their own Dear Child sweets. Very much people who are just like hoping to catch a glimpse of the local legend as they're walking around, but nobody who's approaching the front door or looking like they're wanting to meet with her in any way. It's kind of like how anytime you go to like LA, there's going to be people in Beverly Hills just at celebrities' homes. You guys not aware of that
People do
culture?
that?
That's a thing. There's entire
Yeah,
tours
it's
around
very
going outside of
weird.
celebrities' homes.
It's very much a thing.
It's fucked up. Yeah, I don't take part in that.
That's why celebrities lie about where they live.
Yep.
I was gonna say, I'd be so freaked out. I'd be like, why are you outside my house?
Fun
Yeah,
fact:
that's
did
why
you know
I love
Nicolas
it.
Cage, specifically for this reason, the first floor of his old home was 100% glass, and he would just wave at people as they went by.
Oh my god.
Yeah.
I would be that extra, not gonna lie.
But yeah, you guys have made
Honestly,
it
that's
to
hilarious.
the home that you have been given directions to, and it seems like this is the place based off of the locale and people here.
Before we enter, I had a thought.
Mm-hmm.
This Mariko, whose will we are needing to fulfill, has left this place and has not seen anyone in some nearly 70 years.
Mm-hmm.
This place is
Mhm.
some 60 years backwards in time.
Mm-hmm.
And this fight with this boar was 7 years ago.
Mm-hmm.
What do you want to bet that this woman left because of that? Because that would have
I
been
would
nearly
say
70
it's a
years ago.
very good theory.
The timelines line up a little too coincidentally, I must admit.
Okay, just making sure that I'm not the only one on this.
No, no.
Well, you were, but now we're all on that page, so you're good now.
Okay.
Oh, something I forgot to mention about this home. I forgot to mention is actually a little important. The front half is a very traditionalist home. The back half is much more stunning, and I forgot to mention it, and that is my fault. I would like to retcon this slightly. The back half of this home is built into a massive tree that spreads its branches up
Oh.
and around the surrounding buildings. I, for some reason, skipped that when I was reading through the description, and I apologize.
Good to know.
Wow.
Okay.
Little rinky dink home, except for the tree that it's
Except for the
connected to.
giant tree. And from the front yard, you can see down in the distance the distant marina, and the city park way in the distance. Your child point.
But there's like a clear visual.
Yeah, you can see it through the buildings, like down this main street. She has a very primo locale for her home.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, knowing that, we'll need to kind of tread carefully, and I don't know who would be the type to know much about the changes in time here and who wouldn't. So there's a chance that this person already knows about all of that.
So, just to clarify, you basically said that linking like her death to leaving this place, in a sense, is that what you're trying to say?
I'm saying I think the reason that she left was because of the big fight with the boar spirit.
Oh, okay.
Because that
makes more
timeline
sense.
would have matched up.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
brain
I don't
didn't
know why
work.
she died, but she would have left here around the same time as that fight, and it would make sense to have her.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
My brain stopped working for a hot second there.
Which means that this Hibiki may very well be like a sibling or something. I don't actually know yet. We just know that they have the same last name, but it could... Are they
Could be like a sister.
sisters? I don't actually know, but potentially something like that.
Ooh, I
I
guess
guess we could have asked if they had any siblings.
Could be a
Yeah.
wife.
Yeah, it could be
Oh.
last name by marriage, could be last name by siblings, it could be more distantly related, like cousins or something.
They did
but-
say relative when they gave us the thing, though. So.
Yeah.
But,
But I think all we've really got is the last name, so.
true.
So I guess
Hey.
we shouldn't mention that Moriko's dead before we give her the.
Right.
Okay.
Yeah, I think we'll let Cinder handle the delicates here, but just take things cautiously as you see fit.
Okay.
You got it.
The rest of us, we are a group that is generally terrible at speaking to people, and you seem to be the best out of the bunch.
I don't know how
I don't know what
Cinder
you
ended
need.
up like this.
I think
I
you're
just
the
had a
only one
great
with a
conversation.
positive stat in
I just had a
charisma.
great conversation. I have a positive stat in charisma. Kane just doesn't know how to lie to people. His
Oh.
charisma is pure intimidation.
Cinder's small and does not look intimidating.
I
though.
have a
She's just like,
negative in every charisma stat.
Oh.
Again, I'm just your intimidation, which is my +4.
Oh, that's fair.
I look like I'm gonna kill somebody, so that's
If you
fine.
guys both are willing to take over, that's fine. I will
Resting murder face.
only speak when necessary.
Just holding a knife always like
As
this.
always.
Hey, your sister's dead.
Have you guys
How do you
decided,
feel about that?
who will be
Cinder looks
approaching the
opposite
home
of
first?
intimidating.
Yeah, sorry, we got a little off track.
Totally
Cinder looks
fine.
the
I
opposite
was
of
dealing with some audio
intimidating,
issues.
so-
Oh, you're good.
Okay.
I
I
guess
think
I'm gonna
Cinder's
follow.
taking point with help from Kane.
Okay.
Yep.
Yeah.
Cinder, how are you approaching this? How are you going about this?
Let's see. Is there a gate or anything? Like, is this fenced off or is it just like the door?
There's a open yard leading to the door.
kinda
Hero of the
like-
city doesn't look like they need a whole lot of protection.
Yeah, it doesn't. No, I don't think so. So there's gonna smooth like her shirt, her skirt, make herself look a little more presentable. Pat her hair, even though it's super floofy, so it just fluffs back up. And walks up to the front door and knocks, and then waits patiently.
I'm sorry, I'm not taking visitors right now. You hear from inside the house.
She kind of like looks the rest of the party like, we were just wanting to speak with you about something.
What
So
is
there's,
it?
like-
If it's not important, you can come back in an hour.
It's kind of important.
Say something about the other name. Say the
Oh
name.
right. It's in regards to what was the name?
Mariko.
Mariko. It's in regards to Mariko.
As you get halfway through Mariko, the door slams open. And standing there is a woman in her early 30s. Dark hair that's kind of like messily allowed to like spill over her shoulders. Long length, like down center of the chest length hair. She has very light features, light scars across sides of her face that look like older small wounds that just scarred over because they weren't healed properly. She has brown eyes and tight lips, and she's got her brow furrowed. Why do you know that name?
How much taller than me is she?
How tall are you?
I'm 5 foot flat.
She is like 3 inches taller than you.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. My hair on its own sticks up, but like 5 foot. She asked us to come and see you.
She like
Which is not
looks at
necessarily a
you
lie.
for like looking at each of you in the eyes, kind of taking in your presence, and looks back towards the town, or towards the townsfolk. Who there's like a couple of people who are just like chowing on food, taking drinks, looking at you guys, because that's just the culture of the town. Come on, and she like nods her head towards the room. Very curt, very terse.
Thank you.
And like waits for you all to walk in before slamming the sliding door closed.
Nice door.
Thank you. She like gestures to a larger seating mat in the center of the room where there's a small table where it looks like she might have been enjoying tea because there's a small kettle out. Sit.
We do so. Sit.
Sit down.
Why do you know that name?
They asked us to come and see you. Forgive me, I don't know the relationship between you two, other than the similar last name.
Make a persuasion check.
Okay, cool. What's my persuasion? That's a 12 base. I don't know what my persuasion. That's a +1, so 13.
If you don't know the relation, then why'd you come?
Just drink the rest of the group. We were hired to, and so we're fulfilling a job.
We were told to find relatives, I think, right?
Yes.
Yes.
Kenna
What,
puts the
did my
feet-
husband manage to fail in taking care of her?
This is awkward.
Who's your
I don't-
husband?
Why are you here?
And can I look at the rest of the group and just kind of give like the kind of like what we should tell.
Maybe,
kind of
maybe.
point.
She mentioned the
Um,
time.
I'm sorry to inform you, but your again, we don't know relation. Your relative has passed, and they asked us to bring the ashes here.
You see this, like... this is too happy.
Oh shit.
It's too happy.
Hey, somebody you know died.
Hey, they're dead now. It's all good, right?
Ooh, damn it. That name is... There's a song on here I want to click, but it's too... for this scene. But the name makes sense, but I'll tell you the name of the song later. You see just sheet white. And this, like, wavering. And there's a wordless, like, look around. As if the first level is... What's the joke? This isn't funny. Is the first look that you get. The second look is you can't be serious, and the third look is where are the ashes?
I'm gonna reach into my bag and dig out the urn and like set it.
This woman, like, all strength leaves her body as she steps forward and just immediately crumples to one knee and kind of shuffles forward and just wordlessly takes this urn and holds it against her chest and just begins to sob on her floor.
Cinder's gonna kind of reach forward a little bit. Just she's not super friendly with this individual because they're not friends. She doesn't know. Just kind of gently pat her shoulder, just in a comforting way.
She shrugs away from you immediately. Go. You did your job. Go away.
Sorry, I don't know what she was to you, but I'm sorry.
We're done here. Yes, Adam.
This is gonna be a terrible question. But
Oh
I
my
have
god.
to ask it. Are we supposed to get money from her?
You were already
or-
paid. You were paid up front. You were paid up
Okay.
front. You were paid by the estate. You were paid up front.
I feel real bad for asking, but I was like, wait a minute.
I know
Is
we do
this-
right.
Can anyone
like,
who would
oh no.
like to roll me an insight check?
I would like to.
Yeah, I would like to.
Anyone
Um,
can. Go for it. This is one of those
I would
things
like
where
to.
everyone can take part.
Because she stroked me off. and I-
Individually, you
there's
might
like-
each learn things.
Ooh, that's 19.
I got a 13.
13, 19.
No.
Okay, what'd you get?
I
was
got
the
a
roll?
5.
5? Okay. 1?
11.
Oh, 11. Okay.
That's what I went.
Patch. This is really sad, but this is probably like a cousin or somebody who died. You're not sure. Kane. This is someone very close to them that passed away.
Okay.
Threek. Someone very, like, immediate family. Cinder. The sorrow and positioning of this person and the things that you hear them whisper under their breath as they're sobbing, holding this urn. One, you immediately feel a tinge of regret. That is the look on their face. It's just full regret and sorrow. They are holding this urn in a way that a mother would hold a child. And that's something you would know. Are you choosing to leave the home?
I do kind of have something I want to say, but I've been hoping someone else would say it.
Okay,
So I'm like hesitating.
Go for it.
go for it. Do your thing.
Okay, I don't know like who died, but I just want to be like this person wanted their ashes scattered in the ocean here.
In the harbor. In the harbor.
They lived, yes, they lived a very long life.
How does a 7-year-old live a long life?
Oh, she was like seven, 70-ish?
Get out of my house.
Do you think we're lying?
I don't much care, to be honest. Please leave. If not, and she, like, one hand starts going for, you see now a bow that's up against one wall. I'll be forced to make you leave. As she's just full, like, angry rage tears now at this point are just pouring down her face. Cinder, Threek, those rage tears are not pointed at you. She is lashing out right now.
Oh, absolutely no.
Adam, what's going on?
Adam just realized what I meant when I said what I said.
Yep.
Yeah.
I just everything
just
I brain
clicked.
blast. I brain blasted super hard there.
I'm
so
assuming
I know,
you each step out of the home.
I guess. I was hoping to let her know more and make her feel better, but no.
Yeah, she's an angry, grieving mother right now, and I don't know that she's going to listen to you at the current time with the persuasion checks that people rolled.
Before they leave, before like Cinder steps out, if you have questions later, we should still be around. I just so you know, and step out.
Yeah, she doesn't respond. She's just
That's fine.
back
I don't
to
expect a response.
sitting on her knees on the ground, sobbing.
Yeah, I don't expect a response. It's just to let her know that if she has questions later, she can ask them.
All right.
So you're all outside of this home now.
That didn't go very well.
Go well.
No.
Yeah.
Aaron, clarification.
Yes.
The woman's ashes that we brought were 87 years old, right?
Somewhere along those lines, yeah.
Solid.
Yeah.
As they walk out and they're kind of decompressing with that, Kane just is. You guys can clearly see Kane is just. Huh.
What are you thinking about?
Well, the woman's ashes that we brought.
Yeah.
Mhm.
She was around 87.
Something like that.
Yeah.
The
She's
woman
old.
in there just said that her daughter was 7.
Yeah.
It's been 87 years.
Ish.
Yeah.
Ish.
It's
It's
Ish.
the DM may or may not be playing hard and fast with timelines. It's been a decent amount of time.
It's been 80-ish years.
Yeah, it's been enough time where
For
what
that
Kane
child.
is implying would line up, where this child left this town before whatever timey-wimey shit is going on right now.
Yeah.
It doesn't. She left. The timey stuff happened,
Yeah.
and that's
Oh.
why it's been so long.
Yeah.
I don't have a very good understanding of time. That's not really something I'm good at. But I don't think they know
Oh no.
any of that.
I think if they knew, they wouldn't live like this. They seem to be a bit frozen, or at least really, really slowed down. You know, did the really nice book lady at the place at the hall tell us how Hibiki beat the Saso?
She launched into a 7-minute story, so I'm
would
sure we heard
have
it.
had a very heroic story about the town guard being defeated and this monster completely unhurt, and with a single arrow, Hibiki fired this arrow, driving it deep into the creature's body, and then it was forced to flee before it was killed by the great warrior Hibiki Hoshino. Or Hoshino.
It was killed?
It was not killed. It said I had to leave before it was killed.
It was
Where did it
wounded.
It was wounded, correct. You don't know currently. No one in the story has mentioned where it left to.
We should
But
go
I
to the
guess
park.
At park. Yeah.
Agree. Oh, we've come to do what we were meant to, so to the park.
Okay, let me
Now we
pull
get to
out
see
my
the things they
notes
want to do.
For Dear Child Point.
Based on magic stuff, obviously boars of that size don't just naturally exist. Would Threek kind of figure out, like,
It's
probably
very
magic.
it's very easy to find out that is a monster of some kind, probably a spirit of some kind. Give me just a moment. I'm changing my notes real quick to flip over to the new section.
I'm being 100 here. My math mind is going insane right now.
Why is your math, why is your math mind?
Kane's is not, but mine is.
But why is yours?
Oh, I can. Do you want me to say it?
Go for it.
I'm trying to figure out how many years pass per year, or how little of a year passes per year outside.
Oh,
Yeah, maybe you guys could do some more investigation to find out how the timey-wimey stuff works.
I feel like it's pretty, like, okay, the dates have been kind of hard and fast because, like, it's like 80 years, but then it's 60 years. But
It was
like,
80 is a much closer thing. Ignore what I said about 60. Just say 80.
Oh, it's 80. Okay.
Cool.
A day per week. Like, if we spend a day here, it's a week on the other side, kind of a thing. Like,
Oh
roughly.
my god, are we gonna go back and it could just be crap.
I've only
I
been
don't know
here
if it's like
for
an
a day.
averaging thing or if it's like a when you pass through the tunnel thing, but like, roughly. Anyway, yeah, let's go ahead to the deer point.
Okay.
I mean,
Nice.
obviously, it's an area of effect considering how it hasn't affected anything outside of the mountain.
Correct. But this is
Yeah.
it's safe to presume that this is the boar's domain.
Let's go to the deer point.
You
deer
guys
point.
can spend the next hour headed towards the deer point. I'll save all of the stuff with traveling to Hibiki's home, doing everything there. That's going to take about an hour, so it's going to be about 1:30, 2 o'clock in the afternoon at this point. You guys can... In the... Okay. You're going to take the hour to get there. It's going to be 3-ish p.m., 3:30-ish p.m.
Okay.
And you get to Dear Child Point. So, let me pull out... I pulled out the main piece I need.
Why you looking at me on that one there?
I'm looking at you always, because you're the apple of my eye.
Oh, I didn't do anything.
Hey, what's up? So, these wide paved roads lead a little bit outside of the main section of the city. You definitely leave the Thousand Leaves, leave the Thousand Leaves, district, and you head to this low stone wall that there is a wrought iron gate, and you see that on one side of this gate on the interior there is a like nesting of roots that looks like it's naturally grown, but it's definitely one of those things where it's like people moved the roots to make a specific shape while it was growing, kind of thing, like that art style of shaping plants. And directly inside the gate there is an empty paper container, and then inside of the gate, directly past that, anyone who wants to take the time to look, you can see shapes moving in and out. This seems to be a heavily populated forest, whatever you're seeing.
Yeah, okay.
A lot of
Also,
stuff in
this
there.
forest forms mostly a peninsula going out into the ocean. And it's almost like a little annex of the city that has just been kept as a nature preserve and doesn't really have any connections to the outer wilderness outside of the city.
Fenced
Weird
in.
that the wolf would go here.
Weird that this is here. This feels, I mean, not to it feels like a extravagant cage.
That's a good way to put it. Yeah.
Like it's big and it's roomy and it's fine, but they're like on this peninsula surrounded by the city.
And they're not letting any other creatures in and around here either. Like that woman said she was going to have them hunt down the remaining wolf.
I don't like it.
As you guys are speaking, you let's see here. Cinder, you have the highest passive perception here. You would notice this first. A small, maybe 4-foot tall deer is bounding towards the fence, and it looks like it's running away from something. And then from off behind you guys, you hear, "Hey, wait!" And this younger looking halfling begins to run forward. Large, like red bulbous nose with like hair that's been like French braided back, wearing green tunic over some brown pants with a leather belt. No, you need to stay in the forest, as they run forward. And this deer, the wall itself is low, but it's not low enough to where the deer can hop over it, and is just up against the wall. I wonder what's got you guys so spooked. This halfling person, they have like softer cheekbones and a dimple chin. They open the iron gate and go in and begin to like say calming words to this deer, beginning to pet across its head, calming it. It seems like it's familiar with this person. Oh, I'm sorry that you guys had to see that.
Are you the caretaker?
Yeah. I'm Tsubame. I'm the main caretaker here at Dear Child Point.
That they've been spooked?
Yeah. She takes a moment and looks at you guys. Stop her eyes, or their eyes stopping at the patch on Kane's armor, staring at the daggers on Cinder's waist, looking at the bow on Patch's back. Oh, you guys are adventurers of some kind.
Sorry, I'm sure we must look intimidating with all the weaponry.
No,
apologies.
Nothing too bad. We get poachers who look much scarier than you guys coming through here all
Oh
the time.
no, we're not poachers.
Oh,
No,
I apologize. I wasn't implying that you were. I was simply stating that there are scarier people sometimes.
I'm sure that you have to be very diligent.
You see, she reaches into a pouch and pulls out a handful of the Dear Child sweets that look a little dried and a little crushed. Like, oh, this is something that she carries around, like, or that they carry around just to this is she/they pronouns, so I'm hopping between them. To give to these deer. They've been spooked all day today. I haven't ventured further into the forest to see yet, but I'm worried there might be a poacher or two in there right now.
Kind of look like side glance the rest of my party.
Like, I had to fight off a wolf earlier that was trying to make its way in, but there wasn't.
Oh.
There wasn't. I sent it back the right. Don't worry, I didn't kill it. I had to send it back the right way. I think the poor thing was confused. It was so injured. Yes, Kay.
Is this a type of deer that I'm familiar with?
Not particularly. It is a deer, but just passive nature. This is do you know there are many regional variants to a lot of places, and this seems to be one of the reasons that people would protect these so much is because this might be a unique to them regional variant.
Okay.
And that's one of the reasons they want to protect these deer so well, and why it's like a sacred animal in this town.
Gotcha.
Yeah, but I don't know. You guys wouldn't mind taking a look for me, would you?
Don't think we would mind. We were going to head in anyways. I don't think it would be a too big of a problem.
Okay.
Kind of looking at the rest of my party for confirmation of this is something we want to do, right?
I did.
Oh, okay.
I did have a question, if you don't mind, of course.
What's wrong?
We'd heard. I think there's a phone alarm. Hi guys.
There's a phone.
Okay.
Ooh, I hiccuped. It's okay.
I don't know if you guys know this, but there's crystals in this world.
The sending stone.
It's a sending stone. Sorry.
It's actually
no.
Kane's mother is on the other end. Why haven't you been calling me?
Kane just hangs up the sending stone. And is like, I'll
deal with that later. Yeah.
No.
Temporal anomaly, Mom.
Mom, do temporal anomaly.
Yeah.
I was
Her
with
voice
friends.
comes through, and she's going. Oh, yeah.
I'm with my friend, Mom.
But he so we had heard about an incident with a giant boar.
Same as with the receptionist, though not nearly as like energetic. As soon as you start bringing that up, Tsubame looks like very excited at the story because it's very obviously the local legend, like the one that everyone knows. Yeah, that was 6-7 years back. Yeah, I was actually there that day. That was really impressive. Yeah, what about it?
So that was 6 or 7 years ago.
Yeah.
The hero, I forget their name.
Oh, Hibiki, Hoshino.
Hibiki. Did Hibiki have like a family or anything at the time?
You see this like little grin. Oh, well, we don't talk about it that much, but that's a bit of gossip. I see. I have a little bit. So while I highly respect everything Hibiki has done for the town, I do know a little something that about Hibiki that not a lot of people know. And you see, they kind of like lean in. Hibiki used to be a poacher. I actually caught her several times trying to poach the deer, and her husband got wind of this probably 8-9 years ago. They just had this little girl, and decided he skipped town because he didn't want to deal with if she got caught. She ended up giving up poaching, and I had a long discussion with her, and we came to an understanding. But then a couple years later, the whole thing with the Inanasao, yeah, it was a really impressive day. Like, she likes to downplay her involvement, but that arrow really decided that fight.
Okay.
Has this boar ever returned?
No, it went off to. Well, I'm pretty sure it went off to a section of the woods that has been since built over, so it must have left or been killed at some point. But we haven't seen it in 7 years. We do get the occasional adventurer showing up looking for it, and they either leave town or don't show up again. So there's rumors that it's still somewhere out in the mountain or maybe in some hidden forest area. But no. Yeah, what's up?
Can I just have a second to say I like how every player here
Just
who's
went,
well, every player who's like a Ghibli movie like lover just went, that's the answer right
Yeah,
there.
there it is.
You
You
just
found it.
answered the whole fucking riddle.
Hey, I wonder
We
what movie
discovered
this was
it.
based off of. I
Yeah.
wonder what movie. Princess Mononoke. You
Dang.
say their biggest villain was a giant boar? What?
But no, it was the line of like, I just love watching all of our reactions at the line of,
Was
yeah,
the
we
boar
built
the villain?
over, and we all went,
The
well,
boar was not the
you got
villain. I'm gonna be
fucked
honest.
There
My
you
stance on
go.
Mononoke, the boar was not the villain.
Yeah.
We can
Great.
discuss
No,
the philosophy of
no,
Mononoke in the 2-hour
Yeah.
segment after
Who
this.
was the villain of Princess Mononoke?
Oh,
Tell
it
me
was
that.
the humans. Humans the worst. Humans
Yeah.
suck.
I don't think that
Alright.
needs to be a 2-hour segment. That's like a 2-second segment. It
Done.
was
We're
you.
done. That was it.
Okay.
Okay.
Everybody's in agreement.
All right.
The
I don't know
area
how to fix
built
this,
over.
but we know what the problem is.
You said the area was built over?
Yeah, that would have been about where the Thousand Leaves district is now.
Oh, this is cool. Interesting.
Let's see here. I'm gonna roll for something real quick. I didn't decide what season we're in, and that affects a couple of things here.
Oh,
Let's see here. We got a D4, 4 seasons. Starting at 1 is summer, and then going forward chronologically.
Okay. Cool.
That is a 3, so that is winter, which means
God
the sun
damn
sets relatively early here.
Great.
Yeah, I know. 2 in the evening.
That's
2
why
in the
it's 2 in the
evening.
evening.
We know
Yeah.
that.
Oh.
It's 2 in the evening.
At this point, with this conversation having gone, it was about 3:30 when you arrived, so it's getting to be about 4, almost like a little past 4, and you can see the sun is slowly starting to dip. I just wanted to have a reference for what time it was.
Cool.
Sure.
I mean, I did tell you guys that sunset was at 3:45.
You did. You
Yeah,
did.
you were close. Yeah, you were right.
You were right.
Okay.
But no, it must have been gotten rid of.
Excuse
Must
me.
have.
Yes?
Do you remember you said the arrow really decided the fight?
Oh, yeah. Most of our weapons bounced off of the creature, but Hibiki's such a good shot that when she lined it up, she managed to just get it right in the front leg, and that really tanked its mobility, and it had to run away before it got caught by the rest of the guard.
Do you recall anything else being special about the bow in particularly?
No,
In
I think it's still the one
particular?
she uses today.
All right. Can I try to remember back to when we saw her grab the bow earlier?
Roll an Arcana check.
Cool.
Can someone help me?
Nope, this is your thought. You've not mentioned this to the rest of the group. This is you
Describe
reminiscing.
it. I can help you.
If I fail, I'll probably say something out loud. Yep, that's a 5.
You have no idea. You have no clue. You have 0. Your bow is magic, but you pretty sure a Fey Lord gifted it to you. So
Yeah. I'll hang on to that thought, and when we're not talking to this person, I might voice something out loud.
okay. But no, if I remember correctly, she carved the bow herself. It's not. If adventurers like you guys are often looking for magic items and stuff, no, she's not like that.
Gotcha.
I think it was, to be honest, her years poaching in this forest that really helped her train to fight a boar.
Makes sense.
Well,
Yeah.
you wanted us to go see what's spooking these deer and stuff.
I would appreciate it. Be warned if you're going in. No littering, no upsetting the deer if you don't have to. Keep an eye out for the Kodama. They're really friendly nature spirits. Please leave them be if you see them. There should be, I think last we counted, we saw almost a dozen of them in the forest last. That's just general park rules. There is no lighting in there, so once it hits, you have maybe another 45 minutes of light before it's going to be dark, though that shouldn't be an issue for most of you. Thank you.
It's supposed to be.
You're welcome.
Put my hand on Kane's shoulder and go, we have torches. All right.
If you hit the
We also
ocean,
have
you've gone too
quick
far.
Oh, okay.
Never
Alright.
mind. Let's go.
Let's go.
Okay.
At least far enough to be able to speak without being
You
heard.
guys literally only have to go like 20 feet before you see that they have, at this point, taken the deer and they've actually let it out of the park and are leading it to, you see a building down the way that you think might be some sort of like ranger station or something similar. In passive insights, they're probably taking it to make sure the thing isn't injured in any way.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
So
So bad.
yeah.
So bad.
Yep.
So very bad.
Yep.
Okay. I don't know how to undo a city. How else do we fix this besides returning it back to the way it should be? We can't destroy cobblestone and buildings.
I guess we never asked if the arrow was removed from the board.
I doubt.
My guess is we have to assuage the spirit somehow. But I just know things about time.
I think when they fought the spirit, that's what caused time to mess up. Because her daughter left before that spirit ever showed up. Then she killed the boar.
Well, she injured it.
Well, that's what I meant.
But
And then they built
Which
the
also,
city.
what they said, Aaron, could I assume for the fact of the matter that like being like a soldier, I would know if you wounded something in the leg, it probably couldn't run away easy.
Yeah, you can assume that. You can definitely assume that. There is a fact that I forgot to mention. This is a little important. Can all of you roll me just a general perception check? Because it's something that wouldn't have been a big deal because it's still a little bit away, but it's something that people would have been talking about. So I don't think it would have affected your guys' conversation till now. As a 5? 3, what'd you get?
18.
Patch, what'd you get?
Dirty 20.
Okay.
also a dirty
Cinder,
20.
what'd you get? Thank you. I'm
It's too
sorry. I'm
dark
still
for me.
learning.
You're fine. No, also a dirty 20.
Everyone who's
It's too
not
dark for me already.
Kane, everyone who's not Kane, at this point, these are things that you would have heard whispers about because people are prepping for it, but it's not something that is a huge deal. The 100th anniversary of the town is coming up in about 3 days.
Oh my god.
In about
What? why? Good God.
That is DM failure to provide information, and that is my fault.
Okay. While you're stepped
cool.
away, I, amongst all these things, want to make sure everyone else has heard that information.
I was sitting here. I don't know if you heard the
What?
rustling of pages, but I was like, wait, there's a major fact I'm forgetting. What is this fact I'm forgetting as they're putting things together? That's a big fact.
And then
Told you that it was the 100-year.
Yeah, it was actually Kane who mentioned it. It was definitely Kane's conversation that brought it up.
definitely.
Kane hasn't heard it.
I know, that was the
Kane's like,
joke.
I have no idea how I got that
Kane's
information.
like-
I just assumed.
That philosophy guy mentioned something.
Ah,
Oh,
that
good.
makes sense.
I was zoned out.
Threek, I have a question. I wasn't particularly paying attention, but all this talk about this bow, did you notice any magical essence coming off that bow? I certainly didn't.
Passive Arcana, completely non-magical.
I don't necessarily remember. I'd have to take a closer look at it. Maybe a good indication something is magical sometimes is if it has runes on it.
Nope.
Or if it glows.
Didn't do that.
Or if it stinks.
A little bit, but that was mostly like rotting wood.
Okay, yeah. I'd have to like
I get the
look
feeling
at
that
it.
perhaps she's just an incredibly good shot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm just wondering if the spirit is also upset because the arrow that was shot into its leg was never removed.
Probs.
It never healed, so he's still injured.
That could
Yeah,
very
that's
well
true.
be it. Could also very well be the fact that its home was built on top of.
I think that is part of it, yeah.
I also find it strange that she lives in a tree, whereas everybody else lives in buildings.
I mean, she lives in a building in a tree.
In a
But-
tree.
But still, it's strange.
It's
you know
almost
what I
like
mean?
a house tree.
Was that like a tree house?
Like a tree house.
Was that the only one in the city?
Looking
Like
back
that.
at the city now, it wouldn't have been something you would see a whole lot of in the Thousand Leaves district, but there are other houses that are built into very large trees. Remember when I mentioned earlier that Aomori is very intertwined with the nature around it?
Yeah, that
It's
makes
one of
sense.
those things of, this is not the only one like that. There's a few. It's not common, but there's a few.
Okay.
But there's like none in the Thousand Leaves district.
I mean, there's like one or two others, but it's a very expensive district to live in. It's not like a mystical thing. You don't see like any arcane reasons why it would be like that. It's it's probably really expensive to live in a tree in the middle of like downtown LA.
Does it seem question? So when you look at the city, the older parts of the city compared to the newer parts of the city, does it seem like it gets more and more away from intertwining with nature and more
Very
into,
much,
like, an
yes. Closest to the coast is most of the nature. Like even Dear Child Point is a peninsula, whereas the closer you get inland, the more it's urbanized, the more it's cobblestone, the more it's things like that.
Yeah.
I think the city has gotten away from its original spirit. Aha!
That's adorable.
Cinder 100% echoes you. Aha! Not understanding at all what you're getting at yet.
What are you? Did I miss something?
No, I was just commenting on the spirituality of the city versus the spirituality of the spirit and how they're not so much connected anymore, which is why it might be so mad. I don't know. I'm not it.
All right.
We should search this wood, though, right?
Oh, yeah. And Threek is going to flap her wings, and with her amazing dark vision, she's going to start looking around.
Threek, actually, as you flap your wings and start looking around, you're the only one who's about to make me an active perception check. So can you roll me an active perception check? Because everyone's about to hear something, but I want to see if any of you see it.
For the 15.
Okay. Threek, as you take off to the air, all of you hear a in the distance. And as you do so, looking around Threek, you see that this is the exact moment the sun has hit the horizon. And you turn and you look and you see a flash of something on the mountainside, on Mount Divergence, directly over where the tunnel would have been, facing the Thousand Leaves district. You see a massive ravine has just cracked its way across the mountain, You see large plumes of dust and smoke being thrown in the air. And you, because that was a 15, catch sight of something. Roll me one more perception check to see how good of a glance you get, because this you've already guaranteed a glance. This is to see how good that glance is.
Okay. 16.
You see a humanoid figure, 30, 40 feet tall. The skin looks like spinning galaxies, and there are massive tendrils coming out of its shoulders before it turns and vanishes into the trees.
Threek, what did you see?
You didn't see that?
I literally just heard a noise.
What?
I'm a
We
little
just heard
preoccupied
something.
getting a torch out for Kane.
I mean,
Kane, can you roll me a d6?
What?
I got a 6.
Dope. Good to know. Thank you.
That
I'm
I
sorry,
hate-
what? Do you need the candy?
I hate that, to be honest.
Wait,
I
what
also
happened?
hate
I had to roll a d6, and I don't know why.
Hate
One Threek's
that.
just going, there's like,
uh,
what? Do you need the candy?
Yeah, and she's gonna like.
I would like to
you
clarify, you
know-
all heard the cracking noise, only Threek saw
Yes,
the reveal.
That's why.
Okay.
That's why Cinder's like, what? What's wrong? Do you need the candy? Gives the candy.
There's a thousand spinning galaxies humanoid 40 feet tall over there.
Great.
And it went poof. Gone.
It just went poof.
I don't think this has anything to do with time.
This
I
is
like
why
the.
I can't give you shit.
That was it's so How did you not it's so big.
It's kind of preoccupied looking for deer.
Would you like to lead us in this direction so we can get a better look?
No.
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 You said it went poof.
It's
Just
gone. Like disappeared, gone.
Oh.
Yeah. Yep. I mean, I'll lead. Like, we can go that direction if you want. I don't want to, but we can go. But wow.
Threek so much.
Wow.
Just wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
You sure you don't want to look for the deer?
I mean,
you know,
3.
Yes.
You're smarter than that.
Who says? Okay.
you all the time.
You are pretty smart.
Lead
This
us.
Okay.
How do you do that with your feathers? It confuses me every time. You push them back around your shoulder, and I don't.
Learn to
They're
ruffle
long.
them.
They're long. It's kind of like how I can do this.
Fair
and she
warning.
throws her head in a 180.
It'll take you on the same hour of travel to get back to the Thousand Leaves district. Are you going to take that hour?
Well, okay.
Can I ask a quick
Let's-
question?
What's up,
Let's
Ken?
lay out our options.
So we heard the noise
Mhm.
come back from that direction, correct?
Yes. And 3, by the way, once 3 has pointed it out, you cannot see the creature, but it's very obvious the plumes of dust and smoke coming off the side of the mountain. And
Okay.
it looks like it's in the direction of the Thousand Leaves district.
Does it? Because I know we're on like a peninsula. Is there anything like around us in the sense of like? Because I know there's this forest over here. They said there was.
It leads, there's like the wharf section of the city is on one side of you, Thousand Leaves is on the other.
Well, no, I meant like spirits,
Oh,
the deer.
roll me a
anything
perception
around
check.
us. Perception, I believe, is +0, so 16.
You take a moment to glance around as the rest of your friends are kind of starting to shuffle forward back in the direction. And even though it's getting dark, it's still dusk, so there's still light out. You turn and you see something that doesn't quite match the lighting of everything else in the forest. And you look and there's a figure maybe 4 inches tall, about this big. This, I don't know if it'll show up on camera. Here, let me see if I can change mine.
It's a chawinga.
It's not a
It's a
chawinga.
They're
It
basically
basically is a chewinga.
They're basically
It's a-
chewingas.
But it's
They're
a small
basically chewingas.
nature spirit that is kind of like waddling on the ground and looking around. As that happens, you would see this barbed wooden hand reach out of a nearby bush and scoop it up and disappear back into the bush
With the thing?
with the thing.
Can I rush the bush and try to like pull
Go
it
for
open
it.
and see?
I'm gonna
Oh,
roll.
yeah,
I'm gonna give you a surprise round, and everyone else is gonna roll initiative.
Am I
I'm
attacking
sorry,
the
what?
bush, or am I...
Just acting in initiative, like
Okay.
we're not necessarily combat. But we're acting in initiative to determine order of events.
Okay.
Okay, so everyone, please roll me initiative.
Oh
I
my
can't
God.
Okay.
kill it.
But regardless, you, because of your immediate action, are going to get a surprise round.
What a bad time to roll a 20, guys.
I got a 14 for my initiative.
What's your
Not
dex
bad.
mod?
Mine?
Yeah.
+2.
Okay. Let's see here. So, is anyone else rolling initiative?
And what was the
Yes.
D6 for?
You'll see
I
later.
got 11.
It's fucking me up.
Rolled a 26.
Patch got 11.
I got 7. Okay, I rolled 5 plus 2.
Cinder got. You said 7?
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see.
Yeah,
Well, you're
let's
top
do
of
it.
initiative last time, bottom of initiative this time. That's not that bad.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Kane also with the 14, and then Threek with that. You said 21. Okay.
26.
26. How do you have a 26 initiative?
That's a really good. My initiative is. Hang
I
on.
think it's because of time stuff.
That probably makes sense.
No.
Time stuff.
You're a time
It's-
wizard.
We'll figure that out
It's
eventually.
my-
Regardless,
it's
you'd
my-
still be at top of initiative.
It's my cloak
Oh, okay.
and my other
Wrong
thing.
one. Okay. All right. Kane, you are first one to notice this. It's 20 feet to the bush. You're sprinting there.
Oh yeah.
Okay. Are you drawing your weapon as you're running?
Yeah, I'll pull out the weapon, but I'm just gonna pull the bush apart.
You open the bush, and I'll say it's a bonus action to properly get to see in. And you see behind this bush, there is this gnarled, medium-sized humanoid creature formed of these rotting vines with eyes that are pits of darkness. This immediate stench of rotten vegetation wafting through the air. This sickening, like, ooze of plant matter coming off of its face. And you see, right at that moment, the spirit that it just ate.
No, not my little buddy.
You have an action. What are you doing?
The
I
baby.
am going to destroy this thing.
Yep.
Okay.
Great. Weapon master for my 2 attacks.
Go ahead and make the attack rolls.
Yu-Gi-Oh! Heart of
Yu-Gi-Oh!
So that is with great weapon master a 15 and
Okay.
a 14.
Both hit.
Solid. And those are I don't use great swords a lot, so I have to look at what it's 2d6.
Okay.
So 2d6.
So a
plus
total of
2.
46 plus 20 plus 2 times your strength.
That was you said a lot of numbers too fast, Aaron.
Okay, roll 46.
I got this. Don't
Okay,
worry.
you got this.
I have to do it a certain way.
Okay. You got this. Yeah, I wasn't. I was like, oh, they're gonna leave Dear Child Point, and the main plot thing isn't gonna happen. But then Adam was like, I want to look around. I went,
Well, because I was like, there's something here.
Oh,
I
yeah.
know.
But there's also a major emergency of and this. It just happened to line up with sunset was happening right when you guys got here because a party might choose to come here first or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
35 points of damage.
35 points of damage. Holy shit.
'Cause I get the plus 10 for each swing. So.
Yeah. So you
Oh my God.
see this thing and immediately overhand, boom, boom, directly into it, and you hear the splintering of wood as this creature hisses, just full at you as you gouge into its body with your blade. Starting at the top of initiative, Threek, you're up.
Ah!
Threek, You don't see this creature currently. You see that out of nowhere, Kane has turned and started sprinting with a sword and is now beating something behind a bush viciously.
What?
You don't know if it's a deer, if it's a nature spirit. You don't know what he's destroying.
What is it?
Can I
And
answer?
You get one sentence. Go for it.
Saw a little spirit get eaten by whatever this is.
ew. And she's going to. Can I see it? I don't think I can see it.
You don't have line of sight. You can move forward and get line of sight on it.
Sure. I'm gonna waddle forward.
Okay. Walk, 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 walk.
That's gross.
It is pretty disgusting. It's this awful, just desiccated. You would almost think it was a corpse if it wasn't made out of trees.
Ugh. Orb.
Orb, chromatic orb. Okay, roll a
Fire
hit.
orb.
Fire. Roll the hit.
Fire orb. Ooh, not great. 12?
12. That does not hit, unfortunately. You, as you're like looking at the disgusted creature, you let off your orb, and it, as the creature at you, as it narrowly avoids this orb. Anything else in your turn?
Threek screeches back and flies up 10 feet in the
Sounds good. 10 feet in the air. We've lost a Kenna, unfortunately. Oh, no, she's back.
Oh,
There we go.
she flies up 10 feet in the air.
Cool. Kane, you're back up.
Am I really?
Well, you had a surprise round, and then we started actual initiative.
I know. I forgot. I was like, what's happening?
Well, that's what happens when Patch and Cinder are down at 7-Eleven.
Yeah, because they're getting Slurpees.
Yeah, exactly.
You know I love my sweets.
I don't know, Aaron. I don't know if you know this, but I'm gonna rinse and also
Repeat. Yeah, that sounds like a plan.
Hell yeah.
And so I'm great weaponing mastery with both of these. Neither of them hit. I can tell you.
What's
that.
the total? What's the total?
It's a 3 and a 6
Total?
for the swings.
Yeah. What's the 6? Add the number to the 6.
That is it.
Oh.
No.
That's the total. It's a 3 and a 6.
Wait, do either of those a 1? Oh, wait.
No. it's
Adam,
a
do you
2.
know it's not a -5 total to the roll. It's a -5 to your attack bonus.
Yeah, I know. My attack bonus is +6.
You
So
only have a
minus-
+6 to hit with your greatsword? It should be your strength
Yeah.
plus your proficiency bonus.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean our proficiency is only +3 right now,
Oh my
and then
goodness.
strength is only
I
a
have
+3.
a-
I'm not
I
used to
have
not
three
playing with
strength.
overpowered players. This is great. Okay, yeah,
I
both
balance
miss.
my characters, bud.
Yeah, okay.
Then
Then it's gonna be the assassin vine's turn. It's
Solid.
I
going
hate that.
it's going to reach up and it's gonna Groot arm, its hand extending and growing back. Yeah, what's up?
for a bonus action, can I echo?
Make your echo? Absolutely.
Yeah.
It's going to, by the way, I'm not going to count this for healing, but in terms of regaining abilities, I didn't mention it then. If you would like to take the time that you spent in the Thousand Leaves District as a short rest, I will allow you to do that in terms of regaining abilities.
Gotcha.
Thank you.
Okay.
I'm not gonna heal.
I'm just
Fine.
mentioning that for everyone else. The arm extend, these barbed, thorny claws reaching out to slam into you. That's going to be to hit. This is going to roll 2d6 on the fumble table. That's going to be...
Please open yourself for another attack.
That's going to be... It goes to slam at you, but it overdoes it and just falls to the ground immediately, proning itself. As it fails the acrobatic/athletics check. It uses its movement to get up because it hasn't used its movement yet, and it'll make its second attack at you because it has 2.
Go for it.
But this one will not be the slam. Oh no, it can do 2 slams. Okay, it'll try and slam you a second time. That one is only going to be a 17 to hit.
17 does not hit.
Okay, it does not hit. Yeah, second arm comes up to go at you. What's your passive perception's 10?
Yeah.
Okay, 10's enough. 10 is enough. If you had negative wisdom, you wouldn't be able to see this. You see, there's a light green glow slowly traveling down its esophagus.
I can save.
Let's see here. So that is its turn. Next person up is, I believe, Patch.
I think so.
Yeah,
Okay.
Patch.
So where I've turned back trying to stare at the like ravine that's cracked out over there,
Mhm.
distracted to this
Yeah.
battle.
You then hear an awful like noise, and then Threek screaming gross and screeching back at it, and it screeches back at Threek, and there's like a yelling contest happening as it's fighting Kane. And it's now standing properly. You can see it now.
Okay.
How
I'm gonna
big
turn
is it?
around
About
and
as
just
tall as
kind
you.
of. Ooh. Okay.
6 foot. Jesus.
Okay. I'm gonna turn around, go, ah, Kane, what? And kind of sidestep a bit, and then try to fire. I'll do Hunter's Mark as a bonus action,
Okay.
and then immediately followed with 2 arrows.
It is injured, so you do get Colossus Slayer.
Fantastic. Let's see. I will do. I have sharpshooter, and so I'll do that in case it's got like bush tree cover.
You're
I don't
doing
know
the full
if it does.
frittata attack. You're doing everything.
Yeet.
All right, go for it.
Why not? Okay, so that is even with the sharpshooter. That's going to be a 22 to hit.
Definitely hits. Roll your damage.
Colossus and Hunter's Mark. Not super great. 4 plus 2, 6 plus 3, 9 plus 6, 15 plus 10, 25.
Holy shit! It's still 25 points of damage. Your arrow flies through, and Kane, you have this awful moment where you see the arrow pierce through the chest of this creature, and you're like, "Oh no, it killed it." And then you see that the glow is just stopped, and it's probably just sitting on the arrow in the esophagus.
Fuck yeah.
Go ahead and take your second attack, Patch.
Okay.
Love that.
Same thing minus Colossus. That might not hit. That is a 13 to hit with sharpshooter.
Exactly what you needed.
Ha! Okay.
Dang it.
That's an 8 on the D8 and a 3 from Hunter's Mark. 11 plus 6, 17 plus 10 for sharpshooter. 27 points of damage.
So we went into initiative for no reason because we just have to open the one-woman artillery that is into Patch as this creature just and then just collapses into a bundle of rotting vines and branches.
I'm sorry.
I'm gonna take out one of my hand axes and just kind of chop away around the glow spot and pull the little dude out.
You pull the little dude out. At this point, he is you open it up and he just looks up at you, and then he takes the arrowhead from the arrow and sits it on his head like a hat and just keeps staring at you.
This is I think there's a problem here too.
Can we keep it?
I don't know.
Can we speak to it?
It just nodded at us.
Oh,
So
goodness. Can you talk back? Can you show us what's wrong with this forest? We're trying to fix it. Okay.
It's gonna hop off of the body of this blighted creature and gonna walk a little ways into the park. And it's still like the touchings of dusk, so you can still see things kind of around you. The rest of you with dark vision can see fine. Kane, you still have it's dim light at this point. It begins to walk forward, and you immediately notice that just past the tree line that is visible to everyone outside of this park, there is wilderness overgrowing every section of this park, and not a healthy wilderness. You see blighted vines and branches snaking their way across the ground. You see that trees are beginning to die, and they have this gross yellow ichor beginning to pour out of them. There's one tree itself where the bark has just slawed off of one side, and it's got a sickly yellow look to it. And he's just very casually walking around, pointing at different things.
Yeah, that looks wrong.
Yeah.
Do you know what caused this? Can you show us that?
Okay. It's gonna walk over, and you see as it's walking, it leads you back to the front of the park, where something you didn't notice upon your initial entry to the park is underneath the wall. There's this grated area where it looks like water would have come in at some point, but it is a dry riverbed.
There's no water? The water's not coming in.
Do you know why?
It's gonna point at the wall.
I was gonna say, I'm sure we could follow this dry riverbed and find out.
Yeah, where can we kind of see a little bit ahead to where it's like heading? Is it?
Same
Is there
direction
like
as everything else in the city. It's heading toward the Thousand
God
Leaves
bless.
district.
Great.
when he points towards the wall, like which wall is he pointing at?
He's just pointing generally past it, as if to say, like, people.
Oh,
It's
okay.
like stuff
That makes
outside
sense.
the wall.
Yeah.
I think we have to go back into Thousand Leaves
Kane,
now.
he is going to walk up to you. He's going to put one
Yeah.
hand up like this. He's going to wave it a little.
Do you want me to carry you or high five you? Okay, so I reach down and I give him a high five.
Okay, your
even though-
little finger, like, on his
Yeah.
tiny hand, you just boop. And as it does so, the rest of you see that Kane's entire visage for just a moment glows green.
What the fuck?
And give me just a moment. I gotta put something in the Aomori chat.
Kane's got too
That's
much
the
winga.
D6. That's
Here,
the
Everybody
D6.
prints
That
to the
is-
chat.
That is
Did I
not
just
the D6.
become-
Oh,
What the Aaron? You can't. do this
It
to
is
me.
not the
This is
D6.
literal torture now. You're like,
Aaron
where
just
is it?
did this to mess with you. The D6 is.
I swear to
moving.
God, if we get out of this game and Aaron just sent me this and he's like, you know what, Adam? You actually never had
Kane,
a D6.
it has blessed you with a charm of animal friendship.
What?
I
Hell
love
yeah.
that.
Hell yeah.
And then it's gonna. It doesn't have fingers, but it's gonna give the equivalent to like a, and then just walk away. By the
did you wanna
way,
use the
Adam,
candy?
I mentioned earlier today that there was a creature that uses my favorite stat block in all of
Got
DZ. Is in fact a chewinga, is what they use for the kodamas.
Yes.
And
As he's walking away, Cinder's like, wait, do you want a piece of candy?
it's gonna say no and point at Threek. It's gonna like shake
Okay.
its head.
It knows way too much about us this quickly. It's
Drops
just
candy in Threek's hand. There you go.
Ah. It just shrugs its shoulders like sad because you obviously didn't get the point.
Oh, sorry, little friend.
Did you want to go visit Threek in the air?
It's gonna look around. It's gonna walk over to that little like root bowl at the front of the park, and it's gonna pick up the empty paper container, and then throw it back
and-
down on the ground.
And then I pull from my bag my chips.
Yeah, there you go.
Oh,
it takes
and-
one. It takes one, and then just waddles off into the woods.
Cinder's overjoyed. The look on her face is just. She eats with herself. I love them.
I love them.
Okay. Okay.
So funny.
Yeah.
Oh
Cinder's
my gosh.
entire being like, it's just the pure joy of. Okay, that's all I wanted.
So, what are you guys doing at this point? You have been randomly blessed by this kodama. What are you doing?
How do you feel?
How do I feel?
Yeah.
You feel totally normal. You feel like, you know that spirit that's in you?
Yeah.
You feel a slight presence next to it that's warm and the exact opposite of the feeling of this spirit. And you feel this like 3 charges of magic in your chest.
I like the specifics of that. It's pretty great.
It's the exact opposite of the thing that is in your body.
3, exactly.
There's
Exactly.
exactly
Exactly
3
3.
times I can call on this thing. I feel that. No.
Yes.
I feel.
Here, you guys RP real quick. I have to unfortunately run and use Clue again. I'll be right back.
I'm good.
Okay.
I feel the same, but also different in a sense. Like more of a spirit's in me now, which I don't particularly love, but that little guy was cool.
The little guy was so cool.
I want one.
Do you want
Can't keep
to-
spirits.
I know.
If we had a bonsai tree, I bet we could.
I feel
Can we get a bonsai tree?
Yes.
Okay.
you see Kane at this point just doing like the why do I adventure with
Cinder
you?
looks very excited. She's like,
Right.
Yeah. Dodge is doing the same thing.
As the idea of getting a bonsai tree, Cinder's excited. She's like, yes.
Okay. Is this all we need from this park? Should we head back to Thousand Leaves?
Well, it
and try to
wasn't
figure out-
poachers.
No.
Mm.
Something is here. Something is disrupting. Obviously, the Thousand Leaves has been built on top of sacred space, and like
Like
I
a
said
river.
earlier, I don't know how to fix it. How do we can't just destroy cobblestones and knock down buildings.
Want to
Hey,
bet?
hey, Aaron.
Yeah.
For context, what's on the other side of the 1,000 leaves? Like, if
Mount
we get rid of,
Divergence.
so it just goes straight into the mountain.
It goes
on the
straight
other
into the
side?
side of the mountain, yeah. The tunnel lets out into the Thousand Leaves district.
Gotcha.
They have built this city as far into the mountain as they possibly can. What's up?
Even though the city itself, like all the people, are kind of like frozen or slowed down.
Oh, they're frozen and slowed
Oh,
down.
we
That's
lost
as
That
far as
timing
I
was
got.
so good.
Dang it!
Are frozen and slowed down is as far as we got.
Okay,
Uh-huh.
even though it's frozen and slowed down the people, does it look like the plant life has also frozen and slowed down, or has it still?
From the checks you've given me earlier and your base knowledge, you would have no way to tell. You that is not your area of expertise, and unfortunately, even though the rest of your party seems to be in some way proficient in plants, there's no way to bridge that gap or know the exact details.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because like the rot, like the water of the thing that dried up.
Mm-hmm.
Because it's only been like days, right, for these people? It hasn't even been that long? I'm sorry, how long ago did they say they fought the boar?
7-ish years ago.
Years.
So for 7-ish years.
Basically, what it seems like, this is outside of game personally, it seems like every 10 years is 1 year to them.
Whoa.
Or something close to that.
Based off of your knowledge, not really, Kane. In terms of the based off of the amount of thinking that you as a player have done, I'll give you a little bit of in-game knowledge here.
Yeah.
That there doesn't seem to be an exact time scale. Your only your only reference point for time outside of this place has been the death of what is her name? The main
Mariko.
person, Mariko. That is your only point of reference. If you had more points of reference, it might be a little easier to see, but maybe it's not an exact time scale in terms of how long it's been.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, I guess the only thing to do now is go get the water running again.
Okay.
Maybe that'll help.
Possibly.
Although, listen, usually I don't freak out. I'm pretty logical about stuff, but that thing had 1,000 galaxies inside of it, and it was 40 feet tall. I'm really scared to go over there.
I do want to be honest with you. We've been traveling for a long time. You freak out almost constantly. You're doing it right.
It's normally for a reason though. You're very logical about your freak outs.
Freak out.
I'll accept that.
Mm-hmm.
Fine.
But I can say this. You're also one of the most gifted wizards I've ever seen. So,
Thank you.
if you saw something with 1,000 galaxies in it, should be nothing for you, right?
Yeah.
You're doing the freak out thing again.
No.
Yep, there it is.
I am not freaking out. Actually, I'm very excited. And we can go there right now.
Make a deception check.
Let's go.
Say, why is your voice doing that?
Doing what?
Passive
Leaving now.
deceptions versus passive insights, very much freaking out. So because no one here has a negative wisdom, right? Yeah, and you have a neutral charisma 3. Oh, she's frozen again. This is wonderful.
I have 0 wisdom and 0 charisma.
Therefore, passive deceptions versus passive insights, freaking out.
Anyway, this is not about me. This is about the city. Shall we go?
Yep.
Yes.
Let's go.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I was just getting the music back working again because it died on us
Is
again.
the city like lit up? Are there like lights?
There are
in the
lights all
city?
among the city. Nightlife seems to be a thing here, but there is still clouds of smoke coming from the mountain. It looks like whatever. As you get closer, I'm gonna say you guys take the hour to return, so it's about 6, 7 at night at this point. As you get closer to the mountain itself, it's easy to see that whatever struck the mountain did not just affect directly above the city, there are large ravines and cracks across the mountain. There are clouds of smokes from other directions that aren't just the tunnel. There is a lot of movement on the mountain currently from those of you with dark vision, what you can make out across the night sky at this point.
Okay. I suggest we check out what happened with this new ravine and the cracks in the earth and potentially follow the dry riverbed? I'm not sure.
I think that would be a good idea. I think we should also maybe hurry.
You would
Yeah.
actually
Like the
reach the
river
end
flows.
of the dry river before you would hit the Thousand Leaves. As you hit the edge of the Thousand Leaves and the streets become cobble, it just kind of leads into the side of a hill,
Ah.
implying that it was indeed built over in the Thousand Leaves district.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Great. Great.
I hate these people. I just want to be 100 outside of game. They're like,
I
they
mean,
deserve everything they're getting right now.
do they?
Yes.
The leadership
living.
does.
Hmm. I'm
The
gonna say
leadership that
they all
decided this.
All right.
I think they just became thoughtless about nature and decided not to integrate them into their plans of living anymore.
Yeah.
Okay.
So,
Question.
Yes.
This cracked earth,
Yeah.
is there any symbology relating to what's her name's house
No.
and the ravine?
No.
Okay.
That was a good question, though.
It's a decent question, but no, unfortunately not.
can
Okay.
we can? So we're close to the smoke now, right?
Yeah, you're getting close. You're seeing now as you're traveling more into the Thousand Leaves district, the tunnel that you entered the city with has fully collapsed. There is a massive cracked ravine that has broken the side of the mountain down. There are buildings that have been crushed. You see near you, hiking up the side of the mountain, you see small regiments of soldiers that are heading up. You see there are outposts on the mountain that have also been collapsed. Cinder, with your perception, you would notice, and also actually, Patch, the two of you would notice as you're getting closer that the clouds of smoke form a line that is not necessarily straight. It is wandering and changing direction, but it is a consistent line as though something is traveling around the mountain. You don't see any glances of what that thing might be.
I was gonna point out. Do you guys see that? Kind of
Yeah.
pointing.
Well, now I do.
I don't like it, but I don't think we'll be able to figure anything else out from here.
Nope.
Follow the smoke?
Yep.
Yep.
Okay,
Right.
are any of you, before you go up, are any of you going to take any time in Thousand Leaves, or are you going to go straight towards the mountain?
Threet is going to. Is anybody out on the street?
There are
That's also
tons
what
of
I was
people on the streets. Most people seem to be awake, having heard this noise, are trying to do whatever they can to help injured people, to clear debris, to lead missions into buildings that are still on the verge of collapse. This is a major calamity in this city.
Got it. Is there anybody official looking like a soldier that would remind me of Kane?
Of Kane? Roll me an investigation check.
Stop.
Oh, wow. Well, I rolled a 19 and my investigation is +4.
You would hear someone barking orders a decent way away. You don't see them currently, but you hear someone barking orders close to the mountainside.
I think I hear somebody that might know what's going on that way.
Okay.
I'll
Let's
follow
go.
you.
Okay.
You run towards the side of the mountain, and this is a little bit off the side of where the tunnel's collapsed. You can actually see the collapsed tunnel from here. Actually, this is an important point. If you can see the tunnel real quick, you have a passive of 17, correct, Cinder?
Yeah, I think Cinder does.
Okay, Cinder, as you guys are running
Sorry, I
past-
was muted. Yes.
as you are running past the collapsed tunnel, you do see a slight crack in the side of the mountain that leads further in. Actually,
into
it's
the
DC
mountain.
15, so Patch, you would also see this.
Oh. I'm just gonna be like,
Okay.
hey, Patch. Okay, like running, like almost like tracing in the air, like the line that I'm seeing.
Yeah, I see it too. Does it look like it would be wide enough for people to walk through?
It would probably take a solid 20-30 minutes of digging through the dirt to get it to be wide enough. You just see a very thin crack. You can follow this lead, or you can keep going the direction. Threek, you would hear that voice is starting to depart, so if you're going to speak, you need to speak to them now.
Yeah, three is literally just like flying like low, but she's like just flying straight for that person.
All right, I guess we'll follow, but I'm
You can
really
always shout
keeping
at
an
me.
eye
You
on
can
the
always shout at me.
back.
Okay. Kane, which were you following Threek, or were you stopped with Patch and Cinder?
I don't think they stopped
Okay. Okay,
me.
so
Yeah,
So
we
I
just saw
just
it.
kept
Okay.
following.
Threek, as you're flying forward, you would see there is an older man, probably mid-40s, human, large scar across one side of his face, hair done up once with a red leather strap, red layered armor with iron barbs on each side, like the little rounded metal ones. Looks very official. And he is barking orders to different groups of soldiers, and it seems like he's leading a regiment up the side of the mountain himself. What are you doing?
She's gonna land close to him. Excuse me, I'm sorry to interrupt. What's happening?
I don't. You need to answer. Someone needs to answer that question for me as well.
What do you know?
There was a spirit spotted on the mountain. It's wrecking havoc. We estimate
1,000
anywhere
galaxies, right?
between something like that. We estimate anywhere between 4 to 5 hours before it reaches the city. I'm about to lead several regiments up to outposts to see if I can save anyone who's up there. If you cannot help, please step aside.
We're trying to help, but we don't have any information. Did anything happen recently?
The mountain collapsed. And he's gonna start walking, leading orders. Now, if you'd like to continue this conversation, please come with me. I am heading up the mountain. That's up to you guys.
Three turns and looks at her friends.
At this point, you would have caught most of that conversation as the rest of you run up.
Okay. I don't know what the right decision to do is here.
Do we go for the crack or do we go with the dude?
Did
who's
you guys
a
tell
little
us
bit
about the crack, by the way?
I don't think they did. I think they mentioned it to each other.
Oh, well, this is the only option I see.
Okay. Well, me and Patch did see a crack, and I kind of will gesture to it, like very much pointing it out now
It
for
looks
the rest.
like potentially it leads somewhere, but I don't think it's big enough to travel through at the moment. It would need some digging and whatnot. If the mountain's collapsing, I worry about that causing more problems, but I don't know.
I think it's. So you don't think we could travel through it, or is it?
No, it would require some digging.
Yeah.
And Aaron, just for clarification,
Mhm.
this crack, is it going? Because we know that like the way that we went through the tunnel is gone.
It does not look like it's heading the same direction as the tunnel. It's off at a
Okay.
different angle.
Okay, gotcha.
It looks like if the tunnel that you would come through was still open, this crack would possibly lead to an off chamber or another tunnel off of the main tunnel.
Maybe the spirits from there. We could find out information.
Maybe. I worry about this army going up the mountain to fight this spirit.
How many hours did they say?
5.
5.
5. We
5
could
at
check-
maximum is what they said.
Yeah.
Well, we could check the tunnel.
Also, that's the D6. That's how many hours.
Oh,
You gave this town maximum time.
Gotcha.
gotcha.
Okay.
Dope.
Cool.
Thank you for
You're
clarifying.
welcome.
Cool.
Well, that
Alright.
gives us a while before it shows up.
Yeah.
We could possibly search that tunnel, and if nothing comes of it, we can always get back to them.
Okay. That's fine.
Okay.
So you're headed to the tunnel?
So the smoke is coming from much farther up the mountain where we can't really see.
The
but we
smoke
assume that's
isn't
spirit.
fire smoke, it's dust and debris in the air, so it's kind of coming from everywhere that the mountain has collapsed or ravines have opened.
Okay.
At this point where you're at, it's kind of an ambient thing, and I would actually consider this area lightly obscured
Okay.
from the amount of dust in the air. People are walking around, shirts held up over their mouths, different scarves. You see somebody with like even a tea filter because that's all they could grab, just holding that over their face. But yeah, you guys are heading into the mountain? Into the mountain and not up the mountain?
I think
Into
so.
the mountain.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm worried it'll collapse on top of us, but
Yeah, that's also a concern.
Okay.
I've got mold earth. It won't move much, but
mountains are one of my favored terrains.
Yep.
So hopefully that'll help.
Okay.
I
I
have
would
nothing.
say with Kane's strength, you can roll an athletics check if you want to make this variable. If you want to just take your passive, it'll take you 20 minutes to get into the tunnel. If you would like to roll and possibly make it quicker or possibly make it slower, you may.
You guys want me to roll for it?
Can I help?
You can help
Yeah.
him.
I would like to try and help. Can I use Mage Hand?
Mage Hand only moves 10 pounds worth of rubble at a time.
I am
still dig.
proficient
Okay.
in athletics checks.
Okay. So
I would
if you would like to help him, he can roll with advantage. I'm just letting you know that that's a possibility.
Kenna, I love you so much.
Ken is the best. No, Ivy's best. No,
I
Kay's best.
fucking
No, Adam's
just
best. You're all the
the
best. You're all
one-liner.
just
You're-
great.
The
Aaron, you're also
one-liner
the best.
I'm all right.
I want to use Mage
Yeah.
Hand. It only lifts 10 pounds. It still digs.
Still digs.
I've got mold earth, but so I can
Oh,
use that.
Mold Earth? Mold
Yeah.
Earth, you can do this in literally a minute.
Oh, bet.
Mold Earth moves 5 feet of cubic earth in
that's
6
all it is,
seconds. Yeah.
Yeah, if that's all this, I'll do it.
100% in less than a
Bet
minute.
done.
Kane, you get up there ready to start digging at the tunnel and just the path opens.
Yeah, just boop.
Okay.
I'm not strong, but I can move earth.
I will say in there is
Good
utter
job.
darkness. Kane will be blind unless you light a light source going in.
I'll light a torch.
Okay.
Oh, okay.
Cool.
Can
The
I
one
ask-
time the mold
can
earth
I-
comes and clutch
Can I
me.
ask something?
What's
and
up?
this is just because I know Kay will love this. Are you holding the torch by your tail?
Yes.
Yeah.
I wasn't, but now I am.
That's amazing.
So cute.
What's up?
Oh well, no. If we have, well, I was going to ask you guys. I think I can see the furthest in the dark. I was wondering if you guys wanted me to take point on this one or no, because I would like to be in the back, but I can see the furthest.
I don't know how much a few extra feet of sight is going to really help down here. It might if you want to take point. I'm more familiar with mountain environments, so that could help too, but I don't know.
Can I go together with you?
Is it wide enough for 2 people? I don't know.
The tunnel, as you currently see it, is only maybe 4 to 5 feet wide.
One of you in front, one of you directly behind.
I can see 90 feet in the dark.
If you want
you
to
see
take
further than
point,
me.
go ahead. I'm not going to fight you for it.
I don't
Okay.
want to fight.
You take
I want to see. And she's gonna start waddling in.
Okay, you waddle in. What's nice about the size that you are, you can just walk. Everyone else, you are gonna have to bring your head down to not bump your head on the stone roof. Eve, especially Kane, you're gonna have to like this.
Dude, this is just real life experience.
I know,
so.
dude. I
Yeah.
feel that on an emotional and spiritual level. I feel that.
Cinder's ducking down, keeping her hair from touching the roof, but it's doing so anyways.
Oh, the puffy hair is just like dragging on the dirt occasionally.
Yeah, it's fine. She's used to it.
So, you lead them down the path. Can you go ahead and just roll me a perception or survival check, your choice? Threek.
Yep. Oh, great. Okay. 11.
11. Okay. You lead them. It takes probably about 20 minutes worth of walking. And you eventually hit a T-shaped intersection where you have this small tunnel leads to a much larger tunnel that's about 10 feet wide, 10 feet tall. One side goes up the incline, one side goes down.
Hey, Patch.
Yep.
You can lead now.
Okay. So I'm gonna step forward. We have this thing here. My two favorite terrains are forest and mountain.
Mhm.
I don't know how much help here, but I get like boosts when making checks related to that.
Had
Um,
had it only
we
been one of those, I would have not given it to you because this would be closer to Underdark. Because it's both. This is a forest mountain tunnel. I'll let you have it here.
Okay. It technically, I don't know, because the tunnel's weird, but like difficult terrain doesn't slow us
Yeah.
when it's my favorite
That's why I'll
terrain.
give it to you because this is both a forest and a mountain
Okay.
And a
Um,
tunnel.
and a tunnel, mostly tunnel.
and I
My
get to
favorite
learn
terrain is
about
tunnel.
Tunnel
like tracking
snakes.
and stuff. Is there any like footprints or anything?
Roll a survival check with advantage because you're in your favorite terrain.
Okay. Normally it says I get to double my proficiency bonus.
Oh
when
shit!
in
Well then,
my
yeah,
favorite
do that. That's dope. Do
instead
that.
of advantage.
Go for that. Yeah.
Okay, so that's
I think
gonna
you do a
end up as a
+6.
+8.
+8. Okay.
That's cocked. Oh, that's a 19 plus 8, 27.
27.
Yeah.
There is no tracks. This tunnel has not been used in minimum years.
Mhm.
I will say with that survival check, you do feel a light breeze coming from the upper tunnel that you do not feel coming from the lower tunnel. This lower tunnel must stay subterranean, whereas it's far away, but the top tunnel lets out somewhere. And as you
Okay.
actually look at the floor, there is... This tunnel was not dug. This tunnel looks like a natural underwater reservoir flow. This was some sort of underground river of some kind.
God damn it. Okay. I will relay that information to the group. I'm having two thoughts here, and maybe Patch would know more than I do. But part of me thinks that the natural area that I'm feeling the breeze from may be where they're more seeing the spirit up the mountain and that sort of stuff, since that goes up. But I'm also wondering if there could be anything that's down deeper, hiding under the mountain that could be useful. And I'm not sure which direction feels more useful.
I think we should go down.
Yeah,
It's probably a mountain spring, right?
that's what I'm thinking.
So maybe we find the source of the water, we fix it all?
Maybe.
Maybe.
Also,
Okay.
how far can you shoot your bow? I forget.
Really far.
Very, very far.
I think like 600 feet, right? Because the longbow.
600 feet.
Yeah.
Oh my
Because
God.
I don't have problem at long range because
Nope.
of sharpshooter.
Because the sharpshooter. Yep.
You fire an
600
arrow that's on fire.
Yeah, you guys would have done
down the
that.
tunnel.
It is. I will
Down
warn you.
the-
It is not a straight tunnel. It winds and turns and bends.
I feel like I also wouldn't want to accidentally hit something down there and spook it and have it charge down the tunnel at us.
Solid point.
We'll be okay.
Aaron, at this T junction, does it get wider?
It's about 10 feet wide and 10 feet tall. I mentioned earlier.
Okay.
You can just walk
up?
both directions. This is a
Okay.
larger singular tunnel that this little tunnel leads into.
That's what I was making sure of.
Yeah,
Because I wanted to make sure that it went it was still wide. So I feel like since we've adventured for a while, they've seen Kane do this trick and they know to help him. I'm going to create my echo and use my echo avatar.
Okay.
Okay.
Which I go blind and deaf, but I can see and hear through my echo.
Okay.
And I can now control the echo that can go 1,000 feet away from me without being destroyed.
1,000 feet?
familiar.
Yeah.
Okay.
It
Which way are you
basically
sending it?
becomes down. I'm gonna have it follow the path down, but I'm gonna hold on to one of them so that if
Okay.
they want to start walking, they can. But I just need to hold on to one of them because I'm like
How...
completely senseless.
Those of you who are not blind and deaf, how long are you going to give Kane of looking with the echo?
Would we know how fast the echo
It
travels?
moves at his speed. If it was sprinting, it can move at 60 feet round.
Okay, we can
He
give it
just
like
made it for 10 minutes total.
we can give it like a couple minutes.
Do you want to give it the full 10?
If I feel like he needs to take the full 10. We
Okay.
know that we've got like some 5 hours or something, so 10 minutes isn't that
Okay.
much in the grand scheme of things, right? Unless people disagree with me.
I don't really disagree, I guess.
Yeah, I'm fine with that.
Okay. Kane, roll me a survival check using your stats because you're just seeing through your echo.
Okay. I will say, Aaron.
Yeah.
Still, it's using my stats, so he does
Yeah.
not have dark vision.
The echo can hold objects, right?
No.
You know, it's like
No.
torch.
If
No.
you were holding a torch when you summoned the echo, I would let the echo have an echo torch.
Okay, then I would have been holding the torch and
Okay.
the echo. So now
I will
have
let
echo.
the echo have an echo torch.
Merciful
Cool.
DM, thank
I
you
love you
for
very
us
much.
today.
You're welcome. You're welcome. You can have
I
an
mean, if
echo
you get
torch.
to have an echo sword, it makes
Yeah,
sense that you could have an
as
echo
this
torch.
thing exists, it's this
Definitely the
weird,
echo is the
ghostly,
object.
pale shadow, white, almost like reverse light that's coming off of this torch. It's enough for the echo to see by, though.
Okay.
Make me a survival check. Not at
survival
disadvantage because you have light.
Okay. I was just trying to be 100 with you, you know.
No, you know what? I really appreciate that. I really
I
do.
rolled real bad for that.
No.
This is a 5
Okay.
survival.
You walk for the first 6 minutes of your 10 minutes before you hit anything. And about a few hundred feet down, you can feel that the cavern gets wider. And you can see because the walls start to disappear as it emerges. But you're going by very dim light.
Mm-hmm.
And you can see that you're in a massive underground complex. Easily
I'm
100 feet
voicing
across.
this to all of them. Just
Easily
so you know.
100 feet across. You see that the ceiling goes very high, and there's some sort of like pillar structures across the floor of whatever this is. They don't go all the way to the ceiling. They're maybe anywhere between 4 to 6 feet tall. One or two of them are like 7 or 8 feet tall. And you have a moment where you hear something here, rustling near you.
Something has a deep voice. Aaron,
How many hit
Can
points
I-
does your echo have?
1, but it also has an AC of 17.
Your echo vanishes. You are no longer looking through your echo.
I know that it got hit though, right?
You know that it got hit. Something heavy and something large moved, and you did not have the time to look around with your very poor survival skill to see what it was.
Very solid. Something just destroyed the echo. All I heard was a deep, like, type of a noise. I didn't get to see it, but it hit my echo, which is nearly as hard to say as me.
I suggest that we go down there
Yep.
quietly, stealthily, and I can cast some magic to help us with that.
Solid.
So you guys are going to go down?
Magic.
Okay.
Yeah.
I hate that when you ask that, it makes me second guess every
I
decision.
know, right? Same.
So you
It's the
guys,
DM voice.
Wait, I cast
Do we
Pass
have
Without a
to?
Trace.
you guys
No, cool.
cast
When
Pass Without a Trace. Can I get a
gonna
group stealth
cast-
check, please?
I was gonna say I cast invisibility on myself.
Okay, yours will be at advantage specifically when you
I
make the
can
group stealth check.
only cast it on me. I'm sorry.
No, you're fine. Stealth check?
Yeah.
I have a +8.
We also have
Everyone
plus
get an
10 from
extra
the
plus
Pass Without
10.
a Trace.
Yeah.
So whatever your
So-
roll is, add 10 to it as well.
Okay, let's see. So 32.
All right, Threek, what'd you get?
Oh, natural 20.
So what's your stealth bonus?
+5.
Okay, so it's a 35. Let's see here. Kane, what'd you get?
Natural 20.
What'd you get total?
+10 +2, 32.
Okay. Cinder, what'd you get?
35.
All right, and then Patch, what'd you get?
34.
Dope,
I
dope,
rolled a
dope, dope.
natural
So-
17.
So
plus
even without the
shit
Pass Without a Trace, you guys would have been near impossible to see. You guys vanish from this plane of existence. You wake up in the Shadowfell.
we go to the Shadowfell, instantly becomes gods of the Shadowfell for how sneaky we are. Come back.
ton. God.
Okay. You begin to trek down this long cavern, following the curves At times it gets thinner and you have to squeeze one by one. It's quiet down here. As soon as I said that, the noise kicked back in. Wonderful. It's quiet down here. It is near silent. Every movement has an echo. Every step leaves a satisfying crunch underneath from the rocks and shells and petrified bits of plant underneath your feet.
I'm petrified.
And you begin to step lower and lower and lower under the earth. The tunnel into Aomori was not claustrophobic. This one, it is. And eventually you do feel the tunnel begin to widen. There is no clear entrance to a room. It just gets larger. And you find yourself in the room that Kane described. Your torch, the only thing lighting around you. But those of you with dark vision can see out. Patch and Cinder, as often is, you were the first two to notice things. First thing you notice is that what Kane described as pillars are not pillars. These are people that are stone. And as that thought crosses your mind, you hear behind you. Human. Please roll initiative.
It saw us still. We
saw
were in the shadow.
You
have a torch!
You have a torch! That's one of those things of if you want to see, you have to be seen.
Hey, real quick.
Yeah, it did not hear you approaching and does not get a surprise round.
Aaron,
Yeah? Yeah?
This is just mean to humans. That's all I can say.
I, first of all, did not design this adventure. It was well designed. I didn't design it.
Oh, it's great. It's great.
But also, 5e in general is kind of fucked up with the amount of races that get dark vision. All right, I think way less races should get dark vision. Like, why do elves have dark vision? Why?
That makes sense to me though.
I mean,
'Cause I got
Everyone roll high.
yeah.
Oh,
I gotta roll high for this thing.
Did we see what this
No.
thing is?
What was that?
In that, we
No.
see what the thing is?
You heard it. You're turning around is going to be the beginning of initiative.
Why is it behind us? We came down a tunnel.
You did.
Because it's up above the tunnel.
You're a fucking. You had not Nobel Prize. What is the prize for smart people? Is that
Cookies.
That prize? Adam gets that prize. Adam's a very smart person.
I figured it out when I walked in the room and got hit because I was like, nothing stepped out in front of him. There's something up above him.
I gotta find this thing's
sitting
name real
above
quick.
the engine.
I hate this.
You
This is
should.
dope.
You
This
should.
is so dope.
Yeah. Oh, it doesn't have a name. Okay, that's fine. All right. I thought it was gonna have a
It
name.
doesn't
Murder
have a
it.
name. It's unnamed. Shit.
That's more stressful. That's unnamed.
Yeah, but just writing some things down real quick. Don't worry about me.
Because I think I found the big bad of this one shot.
Hey, can I go ahead and get Patch's initiative?
Yep. 21.
Okay.
Holy shit.
Me too.
17 plus 4.
Can I go ahead and get Cinder's initiative?
8.
Okay.
Me too.
Oh, who has a higher dex mod?
Let's see.
Yeah.
My dex is +2.
Also same.
Can both of you reroll just so I know who goes first?
Yeah.
Out of 5.
I got a 12.
Okay, so Cinder will go first, then Kane will be last in initiative, and we said that Threek got 21 as well.
Yeah.
So that's gonna go after Patch. All right.
Yeah.
It's gonna. Let's see here. Give me just a
Fine
moment.
with this. This
Let's see if
actually
I can get.
works out.
Let's see if I can get the music working again, because it's been so laggy, and I don't know
It's
why.
banned.
It's banned.
I'm sorry. Who's going first between Kane and Cinder?
Cinder will be going first.
I'm last in initiative.
By the way, I forgot to mention earlier the song I wanted to play earlier. While we were, because of the name, while you guys were in the house, was Orphan Maker.
That's funny. That's funny.
So, because it's the opposite of an orphan, because it's a parent who lost their child. Anyway, starting
Oh my
initiative out in
God.
this dark tunnel. Patch, you're up first. Actually, technically, Threek is
Fantastic.
on this initiative at the same time.
Okay.
You turn around. I'll let you do that as a free action, and because
Yeah,
you
what
have
do I
dark vision,
see?
sitting in a small, and not a small, a very, very, very large stone alcove, because this tunnel lets out and it seems like it ramps up and there is a flat area of stone above it. There is a easily 17-foot tall, 20-foot wide, prickly, spiny boar with a white mustache and black beady eyes looking down at you.
Great.
It looks like it's about ready to attack you. What are you doing?
Yeah. Okay. What? Not like to take too much time, but in all of that, do I see miraculously an arrow sticking out of it?
Give me just a moment. You can. At the current moment, you have dark vision. It's kind of hard to see any particular thing on it right now,
Okay.
unless you wanted to take your full action to look for it.
I'm good.
Okay.
Is it in melee range?
No, not currently. Not of your melee range, at the very least.
The floor in front of us is like flat ground, like there's no cliff drop or anything like that. Like I can move away.
The only cliff drop would be going up to it, and that's the mouth of the tunnel. But besides that, it's basically flat tunnel outwards from there.
Okay. Then I would like to back up my full movement.
Okay.
To get away from it and.
Okay, that's 30 feet, correct? Or is that 30?
Yeah.
Okay,
that's 30 feet.
Yep. Okay.
I will cast Hunter's Mark on it.
Okay.
That's my last first level spell slot. Do I want to do? No, not yet. Okay, then I'm just gonna. It's about to attack us. I'm gonna shoot it.
Okay. So, you can go ahead and fire both your attacks at it.
Okay. I've got my Hunter's Mark up. It's not been injured yet, huh? Nope.
No, not even close.
Yeah. Didn't think so. Yeah, its AC is probably pretty high. Do I don't do the thing. I don't do the thing. All right. I will not use sharpshooter right now because I want to actually hit. That's a natural 20 plus 11.
Hey! All right. And the music came back for that. That was great. That was awesome. Okay. Yeah, go ahead and roll your damage. I normally do double the damage die. I know some people do.
I didn't roll great on the damage. I rolled a 6 on the D8 and a 1 for the Hunter's Mark D6. So that's 7 doubled is 14, and I get plus 6 on the damage. So that's 20
with the first hit. Nice. Okay. What's the second attack roll?
Second attack roll is probably not going to hit. That's a 13 to hit.
13 does not hit. So you fire the first arrow as you're backing up away from this creature, immediately taking defensive stance. You fire an arrow, and and you see this moment of it. And as it does so, Threek, you see something across your feet. It seems that when Patch hit it, you see now the hair on its body is not hair. They are large, like calcified quills that a shard of one of these has now landed at the bottom of your feet, just to give you an idea of what's on its body. It's hard to make out in the darkness with just seeing black and white, but it being this close to you, you'd be able to see, because I rolled to see who it hit by. So that's information you have. You missed with your second attack. You bonus action Hunter's Marked it. That's going to be your turn. 3, you're up. What are you doing? Oh, also, it's on deck, and then Cinder, you're after it.
I'm scared. It looks. I don't wanna fight it. It's scary.
Actually, 3, can you roll me a d4, please?
Oh no.
Can you roll me a d4? Just let me know.
No. Let me grab.
We're all within like 5 feet of each other, right?
Yes. Except for Patch, who is backed up by 30 feet.
I'm gonna take this one. 2.
2? Okay, good to know. Thank you.
I will say, if you don't move, I've got you for the attack. You would know this, then I can protect other people. They're getting attacked.
What are you doing, 3? It's your turn.
I'm gonna fly. How high is it?
It is about 15 feet above you guys right now.
Like directly above us?
15 feet and then forward.
I'm gonna...
If you were to fly up, you'd probably be in its melee.
Nope, I don't want to do that. Can I walk 15 feet forward and fly 15 feet up?
You can walk 15 feet away from it and fly 15 feet up.
Yeah.
Okay, you can do that, yes. Yeah,
Okay.
you can do so. And then what are you doing with your action / bonus action?
Can I hold a spell?
You can hold your action with a spell. However, if you don't cast that spell by the beginning of your next turn, you will just lose that spell slot.
Okay. I'm gonna hold... I'm gonna hold momentary stasis.
Okay.
And I'm gonna say, hey, we know you're hurt and humans suck. I know she just shot you, but we don't technically want to hurt you. Can we talk about this?
Okay. That's you definitely say that.
Yep, that's it.
Okay. That's what you do with your turn. You're holding momentary stasis. Next up is it. You look up at it, and there's that moment where you know it's not listening to you because its crazed eyes are looking around, and seemingly at random, they look down at Kane, and it narrows for the kill. It's going to back up 10 feet and then just throw itself off of the cliff. Kane, easily 15 tons of boar are about to come down on your ass.
Mhm.
If you want to drop your spell here, you can.
I would love to.
Okay, go ahead. It needs to make a what save? A con save?
Yeah.
That's a 19.
I'm gonna chronal shift. Please roll it again.
That holding your spell means you need to use your reaction to cast it.
Ah, damn it. Okay, then it fails.
Yep. So, let's see here. It gets to make how many attacks?
No!
Okay. So, Kane, it's gonna be making all 5 of its attacks against you. The first ones are tusk attacks. So, actually, technically, it's a charge on this one. So, the first tusk attack, that's a natural 20. Let's see here.
It's a fun game to play, guys.
I'm sorry this is happening.
No,
Oh,
you're not.
Wait, out.
I do find
Don't
it funny
lie.
that I haven't rolled a nat 20 all game, and the first attack that had an extra d8 added to it. Or, sorry, d6, not d8. That's good, because that was a full 8. Okay, that's much less. Okay, 8 times 2 is 16. Plus 5 is going to be 21 points of bludgeoning damage on the first hit, as it full belly flops onto you. As it hits you, you feel this awful stench come over you, and your face is like, it didn't prone you, it just slammed into you, and you knocked back fully. Your face is just a few feet from its front leg, where you see there a massively large arrow sticking out of its shoulder joint.
Like a massively large arrow?
Like this is like, you wouldn't use this to hunt a deer. This was obviously very clearly made to hunt a massive boar, probably by a poacher of some kind. But that's its first attack, and that was the nat 20. So second attack is not going to hit, because that's only a 12 to hit you. That's a cocked die. Let's see here. That is a 15 to hit.
Nope.
Oh, really? Damn. Okay,
My
that
armor class
is a
18.
14. And
I
that...
wasn't nervous about this.
What'd you say?
I said my armor class is an 18. That's why I wasn't too
Okay.
nervous.
That's a 23. That's obviously going to hit.
No, it doesn't hit.
Okay.
I
That's
chose,
fine.
but it didn't hit. Oh,
That's going to be 11 points of bludgeoning damage.
Fine.
And then its final attack is, as it's just full
That was five.
running, it's... What'd you say? Was that all 5?
I think that was all 5.
Okay, well then this one, I apologize. I did the wrong damage for that one, because the last one is supposed to be a bite. So I apologize if you want to take back that damage.
No, it's fine.
Okay. Let's see
You
here.
can do it, right?
I mean, to hit, that one is going to be 14 plus 9 to 23.
That hits.
That's going to be... Where's my d10? As it goes for its final attack, which is the bite attack, it's going to deal 10 points of piercing damage and 1 point of cold damage to you. As it opens its maw and chops its flat teeth down on your shoulder, and as it does so, you feel this cold breath just breathe over you as you feel your wound already beginning to numb. But that's its whole turn.
I'm gonna not lie to you guys and say I went from 64 to 21.
Oh my god.
So that's that now. Next person up is going to be Cinder. Cinder, this thing is next to you and on
What
top
do
of
you-
Kane, and it has just
Yep.
beat the shit out of Kane.
Yep.
You
Do I
lost
see
2/3
an arrow?
health. Fight me. You see the arrow. You're within 5 feet of it at this point. Basically, the
Okay.
box text is you see the arrow once you're within 5 feet of the creature.
How big is it?
Huge size.
Okay, because I am 5 feet. That's why I'm like,
It towers over you,
how big is the arrow?
like 3 to 4 feet.
Okay, so like big enough where I could try to pull it out if I really wanted to, but I'm not strong.
You can always try.
Do it.
I have 8 to a -1 strength.
Do it.
Okay.
Actually, Cinder, because it's your turn, and that's actually Patch, you would have noticed this. You actually went in the direction of it, so Patch, you would also notice this. There is more to this cavern. These petrified people, a lot of them are around this. There's a central structure that seems to go down in the cavern that the rest of you can't really see into, but you know there is something else in this cavern that goes down.
Okay.
Okay, good to know. Interesting. Is it an action or a bonus action to try to remove this arrow?
It'll be full action.
Just like, okay, I just wanted clarification before I attempted anything.
Mhm.
All right. I am going to try it. I think since I see that Kane is below it and it's pissed, I want to see if I can, at least while it's distracted, try to remove this arrow then.
Okay, roll an athletics check. I'll let you do with advantage because Kane is getting the shit kicked out of him and it's not
Okay.
focusing on you.
Yeah. Yeah.
I mean, but he is
Okay.
though.
Okay, that was actually a 19 -1, so 18. Then you said advantage. Well, that's the first one. Okay, the first one, or the second one would be a 15.
Easily
So-
enough with an 18, you pull it out, and there is this awful, rotting, corrupted stench as it's kind of like unplugging a hole of just,
Mhm.
you now see this black-brown ichor begin to pour out of the shoulder wound, sludging across the floor.
Ew.
But it doesn't seem to have changed anything. You now have this large arrow in your hands.
Cool. Interesting.
Let me roll
Yeah,
something
I
real
was
quick.
gonna say. I just continues stab. I was
With
like,
that, as you remove the arrow, the fury it was focusing on Kane turns to you.
Oh
Yeah.
shit.
Yeah, I kind of figured it
I
would.
got you.
I kind of figured it would. All right, cool. I want to back up my full rest of my movement if I have any, because I know it was right next to me, so I want to take my movement back and
Okay.
back up and be like, okay, guys, I removed the arrow. Did it do
If
anything?
you move, you'll get an attack of opportunity.
Okay, then I won't move.
Okay.
I'll be like.
I mean,
but
you
I'm
can
still gonna
take it if
call
you'd
out.
like. I'm just warning
Do
you.
you have
No,
bonus
I'm
action
still-
disengage?
Yeah, can't you bonus action?
Oh,
just
yeah.
Oh, you do? You can bonus action disengage as a
I
rogue.
do. Okay.
Thank
I
you,
would do
other
that.
players, for keeping track. I do appreciate
Thank
that.
you guys. Thank you for reminding me too, because
Like, legitimately, I do thank you guys for
So
pointing
yeah,
that
I'll
out.
bonus action, disengage, back up, take my movement.
Good.
Guys, I removed the arrow. It didn't do anything.
Yeah, you can back up all the way to Patch if you'd like.
Okay, I'll back up. But yeah, I'm still calling out to the rest of guys.
By the way, that structure is about another 20 feet behind you. Just letting you
Okay.
know.
Got the arrows and got that one arrow in hand, guys.
Yeah,
like,
it
that
smells
blade.
rank as shit.
Oh yeah, it's like I'm holding it
Okay.
out. It's like I'm not next to my face, but
Just hate it.
guys,
Kane,
did it do anything?
it doesn't really seem to be focusing on you anymore, but it's there. It's in front of you. It's
Okay.
your turn. What are you
It's
doing?
my turn, right?
Yeah.
Aaron, this is me as a player asking.
Yeah.
Is like, because we know this is a spirit.
Yep.
Would this be considered a beast? Or is this, like, a
No.
face?
The being up close with it, you would know that its body is formed of earth and petrified things. It's the meat of its body doesn't seem to be natural boar meat. If
Okay.
you had to classify this, I would classify it as an elemental.
So, like, animal friendship will not work on this.
Animal friendship would not work on this.
Very good to know.
Wait, it's an elemental?
Technically speaking, yes.
That's one of my favorite enemies. I didn't realize that.
I
How-
didn't know that either. Is
Yeah.
there damage that we need to back up for this?
I don't know. I didn't think I was actually gonna encounter any elementals, so I wasn't thinking about it.
I actually didn't read the byline until he asked about it. I just assumed Fae, but it's like, oh no, they have it listed as elemental.
Yeah, my two are fiends and elementals.
That's very interesting to know. Is there anything we need to back up for that real quick?
Advantage on survival checks to track them.
Okay, you weren't doing any of that.
Intelligence checks to recall any information, and
Okay.
languages spoken by the favored enemy. So I have primordial to speak to it. I would know if it was speaking.
Okay,
also
it
have
threw out a word of common earlier. If on your next turn, if you would like to use your bonus action to properly listen to all of the jumbled mess that's coming out of its mouth while it's breathing, I will let you do that.
Okay.
Also, I'm gonna assume my invisibility is gone. Just throwing that out there. This is the thing fucking...
I
Yeah,
am
make
going to
me
be
feel
100% honest.
Yeah.
I forgot you were invisible.
It's totally fine. I totally forgot I was invisible.
Yeah,
too.
I apologize.
So-
You know what?
don't
I will
apologize.
give you back your use of invisibility for the day if you'd like.
Okay, cool. That's dope.
Because that is my fault. I forgot you were invisible.
Dude, I also forgot, or I would have said it.
Yeah.
But so yeah, I you guys see as Kane like definitely is gonna do it, and then realizes this isn't a animal because he was gonna use the
Animal friendship.
and then was like, oh, and you guys see he's gonna draw he's gonna draw the sword, and I'm gonna do some big swings with some great weapon master on this
Okay,
thing's fucking
clarify,
face.
is your sword magical?
No,
Good to know.
I know it
Damn
sucks.
it.
Make your attack rolls. Because I remember the bow is.
Hate you too, boo.
I
So
didn't
this
design
is
this thing.
Great weapon master for both of these.
Okay. Do you want? You can wait to declare the second one for Great Weapon Master. If you,
Okay,
If you,
I'll roll the first attack.
yeah, you might just want to.
I
you
get
might-
what you're about to do.
Yeah.
Which is gonna suck for us.
No, I'm just letting you know it's got a high AC. I don't know if you want a Great Weapon Master everything. That's up to you.
Well, I got a dirty 20.
Dirty
for the
20, dirty 20 will hit it. Go ahead and roll your second
That's
one. You can
with
just
the
do,
Great
yeah,
Weapon Master.
yeah. Go ahead and whatever you want to do. You're fine. You're
Like,
fine.
I
I'm not gonna
figured
tell.
I
I'm not
rolled a
gonna tell you how to play your character. You're doing great. Keep doing it.
Well, I rolled a 19 plus 1, so that's what I was like.
Oh, that's
I got-
hilarious.
Like you were like, it's a high AC, and I was like, well, I got a dirty 20. So
Yeah,
like, we're good.
that counts. That counts. Go for it.
So I'm gonna swing the second one also as a Great Weapon Master.
Go for it, and then we'll have you count up all the damage. Yeah.
Kane's a dumb in his head and is like, I've got this. Great Weapon Master.
Is that a
Roll
nat
natural
20?
20.
Is that a nat
I rolled-
20?
I rolled another 19.
Okay.
Oh,
Okay. Can you
So
count up
funny.
all of the damage for me, please? It's gonna take a hot second.
Yeah,
Before you count up all your damage, do you have anything else you're gonna want to do on your turn?
I was gonna accent surge and do it again.
Go ahead and roll those now. Go roll those now. You're gonna need them. Just keep a running total of all the damage for me, and then we'll just because it's all one damage type.
So this first one is going to be Great Weapon. That does not hit. It's a 4 plus 1, so 5.
Mm-hmm.
And you know what? Let's throw that little spice in there again. You guys think I should do Great Weapon or just normal swing for this last?
it's up to you. I've been doing sharpshooter for everything.
Oh, Great Weapon Master. Why not? That's a 10 plus 1. That's an 11.
That's not
Definitely
gonna hit.
How does it not hit? It's a giant board that's on top of me.
It's because its body is made of fucking chrysalis, petrified quills.
I get it. I just wasted my fucking action surge.
That wasn't
It's
a waste.
fine.
That wasn't a
It
waste.
was a little bit of a
It was
waste.
a little bit of a
I'm
waste, but
fine
it
with
wasn't that big of a waste.
Um,
Why are you no work? Music. I just want you to work.
cool. And then the only last thing I was gonna do on my turn before I do the damage was at the end or at my bonus action I was gonna second wind myself.
Go
I
for
could-
it. So yeah, go ahead and count up all of your damage for me.
Okay.
Just so I can tell you how much it's reduced by.
Yeah. Because I figured that one out already. That's good. Ooh, I just maxed damage on one of them. That's
Oh
fine.
shit! Really? That's awesome.
Yeah.
trying to get El Musico to work, but it's been very non-functional.
It's a total of 38.
38? Holy shit!
Oh my
Reduced
God.
to 19. That's still... I just spit everywhere. That's still a lot of damage.
And then yeah, I'm gonna second wind, and I'm not. I can't disengage from this thing, so I'm going to stay in its face.
That is valid, especially because it is not focused on you currently.
Yep. I'm going to use my second wind. Is that cocked? I can't. Oh, that was cocked. God dang it! I hate. Oh, cool. 16 back.
16 back. That's actually a decent amount of hit points back. Okay. After Kane, we're back up to top of initiative. Patch.
You said I could use my bonus action to try and listen into what it's saying.
Yep. If you would like to use your bonus action to do so, I'll give you some information off of what it's saying, because it's coming out as garbled, awful words in Terran, a dialect of Primordial that you would recognize.
Yeah.
I do also have Primordial.
Do you also have Primordial as a language?
I do too.
What the fuck is this party? I swear to God, Cinder, if you say you have Primordial.
It's a natural language.
Oh my God. Fuck it.
Natural language.
I'm not gonna make you.
Elemental.
Okay, because your whole party has, I'm not gonna make you use your bonus action on it. You all, as it's rummaging and it's almost nonsensically muttering. Fuck, both are all four of you. All
Okay,
right.
that's a natural. Okay, I'll be 100. I took Primordial because I was like, oh, well, we have a Ganassi on our team. They know Primordial.
That's why I took it, and that's why I did Elementals as my favorite.
I took Primordial because I was like, oh yeah, like I based it off of a Sprite. Like they seem to like be able to know that. Like that makes sense for this
I can
character.
summon elementals.
Under its
took
breath, it's
Primordial.
going.
Humans, betrayers, drowned out the well. No water, no life.
Okay.
That's something that. Are you still muted, Adam? Okay, cool.
I was
what
talking to myself.
Dope.
I was theorizing with myself.
Dope. Patch, it is your turn. You did not have to use a bonus action for that because I wanted to impart that information to everyone. What are you doing?
Okay.
You're 30 feet from it, 20 feet from the structure that's behind you. By the way, you look around. That tunnel that you came in is the only exit. So while you formulate a plan, the DM is going to switch out the battery on his headphones because the headphones are dying. If you want a quick talk without the DM hearing you, start in 3, 2, 1, go.
Okay, so we definitely have to kill this thing because Aaron's about to switch his headphones.
Also,
Yeah,
he's
I
doing
mean,
a
you're
great job.
Should I look down the well or
There
should
we
I
go.
kill it?
Uh-huh.
I'm back.
I don't know.
It's up to you.
Okay. Can I instead like move closer and use my bonus action to like look down this cavern,
Okay.
or would that be an action?
Because you have dark vision, I'm going to say it's not a proper perception check, just because you're good. You run up, and this structure that goes down is this... Here, I think I have a photo of it somewhere in my notes. Let me grab it. Is this... It almost looks like a tree stump that the center is hollowed out, and there's been a stone wall sort of inside of it. It's maybe 10 feet wide. And as you approach, you realize there's a faint glowing blueness to arcane lines that are around the inside of the well. I don't know if you can see that. It looks like that.
Oh, kind of, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So, you can do that with your information. You've used 20 feet of movement.
Okay.
What are you wanting to do? Also, you still have the torch. So, Kane, you're currently in dim light.
It's
That's
in my
fine.
tail. That's
Yeah.
fine. Okay. 3 magic in the well was your thing.
Okay,
And then
there's a bell.
you see where I am? I have the torch.
I see you now.
Well, Threek,
Oh,
you
yeah,
look
sorry.
to look over at Patch, and you're looking up at like this petrified satyr that's just next to you. Looks terrified.
Yep, same.
Yeah.
All right.
All the way around.
I will. Since Kane's not looking as injured, instead of healing, I will continue to fire
Okay.
my bow
Go for it.
as best I can. I'll heal you next turn.
Go for it.
Do I sharpshooter? Do I sharpshooter?
That's up to you. Make the choice. It's your turn. What are you doing? You had like 30 seconds to plan.
I do. I'm sorry. Okay, I will sharpshooter.
By the way,
And
Kane, Threek, you're on deck. Just letting you know.
And
Okay,
it's
sharpshooter.
injured. So
Yep, you get the Colossus Slayer. If you hit
Okay.
it.
If
I
I
was
hit it,
terrified when you said my name. I was like, what?
+6.
Yeah, Kane, I need you to
19
make a
plus
wisdom
6
save.
is
Okay.
25. Because normally I get
25.
+11, so
Dope.
it's +6 instead.
Roll your damage. And luckily, this
Uh,
isn't reduced because it's magical damage.
8, 12, 18, 28 points of damage on the first arrow.
Nice. Okay.
The Colossus Slayer.
I mean,
And
this is
then
literally
second
what you're
shot-
trained to do, which is take down singular large enemies. That's the whole point.
Exactly. Shot, also sharpshooter, since that went well. That's not as well. That's a 15 to hit with sharpshooter. Great.
It bounces off. Kane and Threek, can you each make me an int check? Just intelligence plus a d20.
Dirty 20.
Okay. 2. 3. As the arrow kind of bursts off of the side of this boar, knowing that it's speaking primordial, having that knowledge of watching it hit, you would notice that its quills are very brittle, and something of a vibrational damage of some kind might do a lot of damage to this thing. That's just something that you know. Is there anything else you want to do on your turn, Patch? You good? So that, speaking of that, Threek, it's your turn.
I can't believe you said that. Why would you say that?
Why would I say what?
Because now I have to make a choice.
That's up to you. I'm just letting you know that.
How do you know that I even have that?
I assume most wizards have something along that, or you guys could try and make something happen like that. I don't know what abilities you all have. I looked at your character sheets, but also I didn't design this. I'm just letting you know that you know it.
Okay. I'm going to. How far away is the well?
From you, about 20 feet. No, wait, you went 50 feet, so about 25 feet.
Okay, I'm gonna fly over to the well. What do I see?
Looking down, it goes deep, 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 deep down, past your dark vision, deep.
And what is the blue glowing?
All along the outer edge of the well, along the wall, there's a light blue arcane glow that if you want to take your turn, you can make a full Arcana check to try to decipher. But that's up to you. It's up to you.
You do this.
Can I shout something to the group and then take my turn to do that?
Sure. You get 2 sentences. What are you going to say to the group?
Hey, its spikes are pretty brittle. If you have any thunder stuff, I think maybe that would be good. But if you don't, it's fine. I'm gonna look at this.
Okay. You want to roll me an Arcana check then? Is your turn?
Okay. Not bad. 16 plus 7.
Okay. 16 plus 7. That's a 23.
Mm-hmm.
Immediately, you're a chronologist. You recognize that this doesn't have to do with time, but the magic of this well has a lot with vitality and youthfulness and keeping things young and bountiful. It is magic that if it were to have the proper supply of water that it normally has, would imbue the surrounding land with youth and productivity and vitality.
Can you repeat that last part?
Okay. What I was saying was this well, if it had water in it, would be able to imbue the nearby land and anything that really touched it with youth, vitality, strength, things like that.
Okay. But it doesn't have any water in it.
It is
whatsoever.
bone fucking dry.
Would I, thinking about that, would I be able to reason that if we dug deeper that we would hit water, or do I not?
With your reasoning, you would know the water normally seems like it comes from a spring higher up in the mountain because you were in a river tunnel earlier that would lead into this chamber. That's information you would have.
Okay. How do we get water in there?
I have ideas.
Okay.
Okay. That was your turn.
Okay.
And now it's its turn. Because so many of you grouped so closely at the well,
Oh, God damn it.
it's going
God.
to, you see this moment where it kind of rolls back its eyes and shakes its body and then brings both of its front legs up and slams down. And as it does so, its quills change direction and shoot outwards in a 30-foot cone. Each of you please make me a Constitution saving throw.
Oh.
Do I need to make that too? Or am I
Yes,
front?
you are directly in front of it.
cone
So you would
actually
be in the
isn't bad.
cone.
That was a 16 for Cinder.
16?
That was an
Mhm.
8.
Okay.
I rolled a 7.
Okay.
It was 24.
24. Kane.
Wait.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, what's
Wait.
up?
Wait.
I'm gonna use it.
Yeah, Patch, I'm gonna use my chronal shift and I'm gonna have you re-roll that.
You should have you do that.
I rolled a 17.
Oh, 17. I had 7. My
I
bad.
also
no,
heard
no.
7.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry,
I
did too.
17.
Yeah.
17.
Okay.
Okay.
I also
Okay,
heard
I was like,
7.
what are you doing?
Everyone heard
Did
7.
not come
Okay,
through
Patch,
at the
re-roll it.
7. We just heard the 7.
I am. That was less.
Okay. So, each of you are bombarded with these quills. And while they don't do damage, they do cut across your skin, pierce pieces of you. You don't take any damage from it. But Patch and Cinder, the two of you look down at the wounds these quills are causing you, and you see your skin beginning to stone over slowly. That is its turn. Actually, you know what? No, it's going to use its movement to start running towards you guys. It has a movement speed of... Oh! No! It's going to go straight down as it turns,
cut it.
and you see it full take its tusks and begin to burrow down into the earth with its burrow speed of 40.
Can I cut it
You
still?
can cut it on its way out.
Cutting that mug.
Yeah,
on
make it an
its
attack
way
of
out.
opportunity.
And you know what?
You gonna great
I'm
weapon
gonna make
master?
I'm gonna make it great.
That will make it great.
Make weapon master great again.
Make it great. That's 13. Does that hit?
That's not it.
That's just rude. That's
That
what
does
that
not
is.
hit. You're so surprised by the fact this massive creature just began to burrow into the earth. It doesn't leave a tunnel behind it as the earth fills in behind it. It goes underground.
I'm not gonna lie, I would have hopped in.
I know you would have. That's why I was letting you know.
Happy you told me that.
So, next person up is going to be Cinder. It has just disappeared. Give me just a moment. So, you, Cinder, are currently considered restrained.
Okay, cool.
Just letting you know from the stone that is beginning to spread across your body. And as part of the restrained condition, you have a speed of 0. Your attack rolls against you are at advantage, and your attack rolls are at disadvantage, and you have disadvantage on dex saves.
Okay, the deck save is a major one because oof.
So,
Okay.
what are you doing on your turn?
This is a very good question. I can still speak, so let's see. Patches and Threek are still close to me, correct?
Yes.
Yeah.
By the well. So where are we supposed to get the water from? As I'm like rubbing like kind of like touching the stone. Use it up,
Probably up the tunnel.
far up.
The way we came.
I don't
You guys came
Okay,
hundreds
cool.
of feet previously.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure.
Do you have anything you're going to try and prepare or do on your turn?
That's what I was looking at. Cool. I have shield as a reaction, so like if I get hit, I can still shield. I think. I don't think there's anything else I can really do.
So that's the end of your turn?
I
May you please
believe
make me another
so.
Constitution saving throw.
Yes, absolutely. Constitution. We're rolling on D&D Beyond. Please don't screw me over. That's an 18. 15 plus 3.
You manage to fight off the petrification as you spend your whole turn just scratching off sections of stone. Even at one point, taking off your glove and just using a nail to start just digging out pieces of
trying
stone.
to burn it off.
Good to know.
Is it bad that my mind immediately just saw Cinder just doing this, and you just see soot on stone?
Yeah,
and like
no,
the
that's
stone
100%
falls
like
off
what it is, because she just puts ash on everything.
Kane, it
Just-
is your turn.
Would I notice that they're starting to stone up?
The torch is over with them, so yeah, you'd probably see it. Especially because Patch is one of the ones who's starting to stone up, and they're the whole
I
group.
am running towards Patch at
Okay.
this point.
You would be able to get there with your movement.
And I'm going to make sure that I am within 5 feet of Patch. And I don't have anything to stop it, but I'm going to just kind of I guess I'll take, I don't know. Can I take like that? Can I give them help maybe in a way?
You can't really help action with this.
Okay.
You can prepare an attack for if it comes back.
I don't want to do that because I don't want to waste my reaction.
Okay.
Can I just take the dodge action?
You can take the dodge action.
Anything.
Can I remind you that you have a healing potion?
You do. Each of you has one. You have 2.
That's a good point. Is that an action?
It's an action to feed it to someone else, bonus action to take yourself.
Okay, because that's different in everybody's game. That's
I know.
why I was asking.
Yeah.
So I'll take the dodge action, and then I'll chug my...
Okay. Sounds good. 2d4
potion.
plus 2.
2d4 plus 2?
Yep.
Thank you.
Next up, Patch.
Yeah.
What are you doing?
This magic. Does it seem like lesser restoration would help it?
Let me pull up Lesser Restoration. Because it has an example spell on here, but I wanted to check something.
I wasn't sure how this
It would
exact
not. It would not affect it.
Okay.
A more powerful version of a restoration spell might help.
Yeah.
It's great.
We don't have a cleric. Okay. So I can't move, right? I'm
You're
restrained.
restrained.
It didn't hit Kane for much, right? You're okay?
Kane,
Those spikes didn't hit me.
Yeah.
Okay.
And the spikes also didn't do damage.
That's right. Okay.
I'm good, man. Fix yourself.
I would like to. There's not much I can do. I'm not really hurt. I guess I would just like to ready to shoot if it comes near, and just try to see if I can will off this petrification. There's
Okay.
not much else I can really do.
So you'll hold the action to fire at it. Go ahead and make me a Constitution saving throw.
Okay. 13.
So you turn, getting your bow ready to fire, and the rest of you watch as crystallized to stone. Fully petrified. After Patch's turn, Threek, you're up. Patch is a full statue at this current moment. What are you doing? You're muted.
You're muted.
That's okay. I'm cussing anyway. Do I think that
You would not have magic able to transform this back.
not
Actually,
this
do you have-
spell magic?
I will make a non-traditional ruling that a dispel magic of 5th level or higher would be able to dispel it. But the way that dispel magic works is if you are casting it at a level lower than you would be able to, you still get to make a roll. You can try. I'm saying there's a chance. If you want to expend a spell slot to cast dispel magic on Patch.
Can I? Okay. If I cast it, the highest spell level I have is 4th level.
4th will make no difference to 3rd. You should save your 4th level slots.
Okay.
You're just gonna roll a
then I'm-
d20 and just add your int, and you have to hit a 15 or higher.
Okay.
Okay.
God. Okay.
It's a non-traditional DM ruling, but this is a form of magic, and if it can be cured by other magic, I'm gonna allow it.
Peace. Nope.
What is it?
It is 5 plus 4. It's a 9.
9. This, you know that this can work if you can get your head in the game. This
Okay,
can work.
I am. She's stone, right?
She's full stone.
I am on her shoulder.
Okay.
No, I'm like 3 feet tall. I'm on her shoulder, but I'm very light. I'm a bird. I'm on her shoulder, and I am just, my wings are like enwrapping her head, and I'm just trying to dispel magic
Okay.
for like the rest of my life.
Okay, sounds good. Next up is its turn. It's going to. You guys feel the rumbling in the ground. And after a moment, you see it crest out of the ground. It is going to go ahead and it is going to make. Let's see here. It's covered in dirt. I'm gonna see if I can actually tell which of you it actually is mad at. It can't, so it's gonna swing wildly across the 3 of you who are not petrified. Let's see here. So the one at Threek, that's gonna be an 11 to hit.
Nope.
Okay, second one at Threek. That's a 24 to hit.
Yeah.
That's gonna be 7 points of.
No, it's not.
Are you
I'm gonna
intercepting?
use my reaction, intercept it.
Okay. How much does that add to the AC? What is
That's
interception
why
do?
I saved my reaction.
Okay.
So the way it works is, when a target is within 5 feet of you, other than you, is attacked, you can use your reaction to reduce the damage by 1d10 plus 3.
Okay.
Roll
Roll the d10.
Yeah. Where's the d10? Where the fuck did it go? God dang it! Really, that sucks. So 4. I reduced
You
it by
reduced it
4.
by 4.
Literally
means-
went 9 and rolled over to the.
That means you'll only be taking
like,
3 points of bludgeoning damage from the tusk.
Okay.
Okay. The
And
2
I
attacks at
imagine-
Kane.
I imagine that thing like the tusk swinging at you and Kane just slamming it with the sword, like, because he's pissed. He's
Kane.
like,
The 2 remaining tusk attacks both hit you. They are both above a 20.
Go for it.
That's going to be a total of 19 points of bludgeoning damage between the 2 of them. And then the
Perfectly
bite
fine.
attack is going at Cinder. I did not roll
No.
that. Okay, Cinder, that's going to be a 26 to hit you.
No, you miss. Yes, you hit.
Let's see here.
Wait,
And that-
shield. Can't you shield?
26?
I shield, but even then, it would still be
Oh,
an
shit.
18 to
That's
hit
going to
me.
be
so I'm
8
not
points
gonna-
of piercing damage and 7 points of cold damage.
So 15.
It's going to be 15 total damage to you. But that's its turn.
Okay, that
I
wasn't as
took a
bad as I
level.
thought it was going to be, honestly.
Yeah.
I almost multi-classed into a barbarian, and I kind of regret not doing that.
Always go Barb.
Always go
I was
barbarian.
gonna do both.
But that's its
This would be
turn.
the perfect
Cinder,
rage
you're
moment.
up.
I am?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. I just want to make sure. But I can see it now. How far away is it from me?
It is in your melee. It is in your face. It bit you. It just came out of the ground. Tusk, bite.
I want to try to burning hands it.
Go
I
for
would like
it.
a dex save of 14, please.
Oh, good. This is one of its worst stats.
Okay, good. That's
a
fine.
12.
It's... Okay, cool. He fails. So let me get the damage for you.
Oh,
So-
I forgot to ask. Adam, can you roll me a d6?
Why do you do this to me?
I'm gonna
It
do
is-
it with someone else next. You were the
You
first person
say
I thought
that, but I've done it twice.
of. This is a different d6. This is to see. As a 5, it does not get its quill shot back yet.
I hate.
That is going
I'll
to
ask
be
someone else to do it next round.
15 points of damage.
15
as Cinder
points
reaches out
of
and...
fire damage.
No!
You-
She rips her gloves up. No!
Full on force out this burning hand, and its mouth is at you, and there's this terrifying moment where you look at it, and the steam that is coming out of its mouth, that cold steam, interacts with the fire, and it just looks like massive waves of fire coming out of its mouth, but its eyes go wide as it's suddenly breathing in fire. It was not intended to do that, so that's going to do a decent amount of damage to it.
Oh no!
Okay, anything else in your turn?
There's nothing I can do to help Patches as I've looked. So do you got this, or like do you got Patches?
Dispel.
Okay, cool.
Okay, Kane, you're
She's
up.
like, come on.
You all have seen Kane angry, but you see as Kane turns and his eyes have gone completely black at this point. He slams his hand on the side of this thing, and I'm gonna cast Inflict Wounds on
Dope.
this motherfucker.
Is
so
that's a spell attack roll, right?
Yeah, I have to do a spell attack.
Okay.
I'm praying to God I hit this spell attack, or I'm gonna
You
be
got
so
AC
angry.
17. I'll tell you right now.
AC 17.
You know what you're aiming for.
Is that? I think that was cocked.
I mean, if you think it, then it wasn't clear, and that's fine. I trust y'all. We go on the honor system in this house.
And I rolled a 6 on the flub table, whatever the thing is.
Oh no!
Yeah, I rolled a nat 1.
Oh no! I'm so sorry, buddy.
I was a 6.
Oh, so
It's 2d6s.
you
right?
roll a 6?
Did I do that right? I get to
You
do it
rolled
again.
my favorite thing. Yeah, it's 2d6s. Oh no! I need the player's handbook for this.
Oh my god.
Can you roll me a d100?
Oh
my
fuck
God.
me.
You rolled my favorite thing.
Fuck me sideways right now.
Oh
Like,
my god! I'm so happy.
I'm not.
There's magic in this world, is what this is. Please roll a 7 or an 8. What'd you roll?
I rolled a 66.
66?
I went full demon on this shit.
As you try to inflict... Roll me 40-10.
Okay.
Rescue me.
Roll me 40-10.
This Gumi?
I'm scared.
Same, because this could, if this is damage to me, I'm dead.
I don't ever want to hear that from the fighter. I don't want that. That's
I
bad.
rolled super high
Okay.
on the 4d10. 27.
So as you try and grasp this inflict wounds, this little bit of shadow magic from the spirit inside of you, you feel this moment where you lose control of that spell and it fucks it up hard.
Yep.
But it goes in your favor because you feel the little nature spirits inside of you alter the magic ever so slightly. And you see Kane's eyes light up blue as lightning strikes out of his palm, shocking across the outside of this elemental board, dealing 27 points of lightning damage to it. You rolled a 66, which is up to 3 creatures you choose within 30 feet of you take 40-10 lightning damage. That's one of the things that can happen on the Magic Compact critical failure table. So that's 27 lightning damage?
Yeah.
Oh, damn. Fuck, that's good. I'll tell you right now, y'all, it's definitely below half at this point.
Well, shit.
Yeah, that was dope.
Also at this point, you see as Kane, like, his eyes kind of come back, and he's confused as fuck because he's never had that happen.
I will say, you feel in your chest those little, like, diodes of magical nature power. One of those charges was eaten by this effect. You were down to 2.
Fine.
Yeah.
Cinder
also
looks hella confused. Like,
Yeah.
for my
just...
bonus, I'm going to summon my echo. Because I can do it within 15 feet of myself, so I'm going to put it on I don't know, probably on the other side of him.
Okay, that's totally fine. Yeah, with a yes, you can make that work. 100%. It can appear on the opposite side of the creature. Is there anything else on your turn?
That's it.
That was the best recovery that could have, because my favorite thing is you rolled a 6 on the table, which is your magic has a catastrophic failure and warps inward on itself. Roll on the wild magic surge table in the PHB, and then you happen to roll a really good outcome. That's dope.
Dang.
Yeah. I was like, because you're like roll 46, and I was like, I either am about to like just destroy myself
Yep.
because I have 26 hit points left. So I was like, I could literally blast myself into nothingness on this one.
Yup. That could have been really bad for you. I mean, if you'd rolled like a 7 or an 8, you could have fireballed the whole party. Let's see here.
At least we all go together.
Patch, unfortunately, that is your turn. You cannot make another save. You are unfortunately petrified this turn. 3! You gonna try that Dispel Magic again?
Dispel!
Roll a d20 plus your int. DC 15.
Okay. Oh my god, I rolled a 17.
You feel this moment where you dispel, and you feel under your feathers a cracking as underneath stone panels just begin to fall off of Patch. Patch, you are in the same combat. You were aware of everything that happened while you were a statue.
Does my held action go off?
Yes, actually it would, because it's suspended. Take your 2 attacks.
Yes.
Kevin just like,
You still have the owl. You still have Threek sitting on your shoulder as you're firing, your tail having dropped the torch at this point, just handing you arrows full
Is
on.
it in melee with me? Am I at disadvantage?
Technically, no, because you were on the back end of the well, and it was in melee with Threek and everything. So I'll say at this point, no, it is currently not.
Okay.
Okay.
I'll take my 2 attacks.
You guys are having some good recoveries right now, because this
Oh
could
my
have
god,
gone
I can't believe
very,
this.
very poorly.
So good.
It's AC 17, huh? I got a 16.
Yeah, it's not gonna hit. I'm sorry.
First one, the second one.
Whew.
That's a dirty 20. That's a dirty 20.
That'll hit. Do damage. You get your Colossus Slayer on it. You get your Hunter's Mark. Actually,
Okay.
no. Can you roll me concentration check DC 10 just to see if you could hold on to your
yeah.
spell while petrified?
Yeah.
Because it says most things are suspended, but being petrified is
I
like
got
one
a
of those
13.
things. Okay,
I
you
got
can
a
keep it. You can keep
Okay.
it.
Damage.
Oh,
7.
fuck that. Your guys'
15,
swing in this combat just did
19,
that.
29 points of damage.
Yeah, that'll do it. That's a lot of damage. Yeah, there's this moment, Threek, we're going, dispel. The stone begins to crack, and without missing a beat, one eye unveils before the other one does, and Threek, you have this moment where you're looking at the eye, and it turns as the head is turning. Full motion releases the arrow. First one misses as the arm is unpetrifying. You fix the bow. Second one, right up the nostril, with the giant boar, and it begins to shake its head wildly, as you've hit it very, very hard. Okay.
Okay.
That's Threek's turn. Next up is it. It doesn't like this thing that it unpet. Oh, first, Kenna, can you roll me a d6
No.
to see if it comes back? I gotta see if it gets its quills back.
We know 5 was good. Roll a 5.
Don't tell me that. 3.
Does not get its quills back this round. So it's going to take its full multi-attack at Patch, though. It doesn't like that the spell
I don't
is
care.
broken.
Come at me. I've got all my hit points.
Okay, I'm just gonna roll 5d20, and I will. By the way,
My
Kane, you've
AC
taken your turn, so you get your reaction back.
Oh, I know. I'm
My
waiting
AC
for which.
is 15.
Okay.
Do with that what you will.
So it
Whatever
has a
hits.
+9 to all of these.
Oh shit!
I will say the first one is a fumble. The first one is a fumble.
Hell yeah!
So let's see here. 7 on the fumble table, which is going to give us. This one does not affect it because it is not wielding a weapon.
Okay.
Let's see here. So it just misses that attack. Let's see here. Of those, you said AC 15.
Yeah, so it has
2
to get a
tusks
6
and a
or
bite
higher.
will hit. 2
Okay.
tusks and a bite will hit. I'm assuming. By the way, do you have to roll that before or after damage? Kane.
For my reaction.
Yeah, for your reaction. Does it just say when it would hit? What does it say?
That's what I'm double checking.
Yeah.
Really
I'll roll
quick.
my 3 concentration checks.
Yeah, go. None of these are going to be over 20 damage, so just roll DC 10.
It just says
First one drops.
when a creature you see is
Oh,
hit.
damn. Sorry.
When a creature you see
Is hit, so you roll it
Hits.
before damage.
hits a target other than you.
So, do you want to
Yeah.
reduce one of the tusks or the bite?
I'll reduce a tusk.
Oh, okay. The tusk. The first tusk, you reduce it to 0 damage. I don't know what you're gonna roll, regardless of what it was. If you don't roll 1, you reduce it to 0 damage.
I have a D10 plus 3.
D10 plus 3, yeah.
I rolled a 2.
Yeah, you reduce it to 0 damage. First tusk, you interpose and block it. Second tusk, he's gonna deal 7 points of damage.
He's still fucking angry.
And then the bite is going to deal. That's gonna be 14 total points of damage. 4 of that is cold.
Okay, so 21 between the two, 7
Between
and
the two
14.
that hit you, yeah.
I'm fine.
Okay, good to know.
Yay.
That's its turn. Next up is going to be Cinder. You're still in melee with it. Your friend is not stone anymore.
No, which is lovely. I very much like that. I'm still in melee.
You are still in melee with it. Yes.
Okay, cool. I want to pull out my flame tongue short sword this time.
Okay, dope. Yeah, you can do that.
Cool. I do that.
You would get sneak attack with how it currently is.
Did you say I can or cannot?
You would.
Oh, okay. I thought you said because I was like, oh, okay, cool. No biggie.
So if
All
you
right,
hit, you get
cool.
sneak attack.
Okay, cool. So I'm gonna roll to hit it.
Okay, go
I got
for it.
+5, so as long as I don't roll too low. So that's a 14, so 19.
Definitely hits. Go ahead and roll the d6 from the short sword, the 2d6 from the flame tongue, and however many sneak attack die you get.
4. So, okay.
And it's
so
a magical weapon, so it's not resistant to it.
Correct. So I get the 1. So 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. And then 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28 damage.
28 points of damage. How would you like to kill this massive boar? It had I would here, I'll take a snap of it. It has exactly 28 hit points left.
Oh my god!
I'll take a snap and send it to all of you who I have on Snapchat. Let's see here.
Okay, cool. So Cinder seeing Patches and Threek right next to them as they take the shot finally. Sees this boar still right in front of them that's not gone down yet. Is just gonna pull the hilt of it from her side and like and just jump up, like almost a little uncertain at first, and then totally certain when she realizes, oh no, this is a clear shot. As she
killed it, Kay.
Swipe. Yeah, I killed it. As she just swipe literally across its mouth and let it sear backwards through it.
Oh. Yeah, there's this moment where Cinder takes one step forward, sticking the dagger into the side of it and pushing with all of her weight forward, and it just takes this thing from the side of its jaw through one tusk, unhinging it, cutting all the way down one side of it, and just in one solid move searing it, killing it. We're
Good job!
gonna go ahead and
Cinder,
exit initiative.
In an unusual show of affection, I'm gonna take Threek from off of my shoulders and bring you into a big hug.
Cinder's like,
Oh,
I
yeah.
killed it! I killed it!
Good job, Cinder. I think at this point also, Kane just immediately whips around and is just hugging, but more or less just holding like Patch, like just at this point, just like, and it's just he doesn't show emotion ever, but he's just holding her, like.
I like how it's Patches holding Threek and then Kane holding Patches.
Do you want in on this? It seems like a group time. I don't know.
Yeah. As she just puts her hilt back and then runs over and just throws her arms around Kane's legs because she is small.
How hurt is Kane right now?
27 out of 71.
Yeah.
If I had to put it in numbers.
Yeah, I'm gonna.
Oh, he's cut up.
In the midst of this group hug, just kind of like whisper and casually cast Cure Wounds on Kane.
And I appreciate it. I had a plan for this round. If we had gotten to this round, I had a plan. There's a reason I threw the echo on the other side of him.
Oh no!
You get 10 hit
Spooky.
points back, which is not great, but
10?
it's
No,
something.
that's fine.
It's something.
I'm great.
What are you guys gonna do now?
Step away
did
from the
you-
hug.
Threek, did you figure out what's going on with the well? I saw you were looking at it.
I forgot. Wait, no, I didn't. I remember now. Sorry. Yeah, it's like there's. How do I explain this? Simply.
What's happening right now?
It's a fountain of youth with no water.
I think that's the most simple way you've ever
Okay.
explained
It's actually
anything.
really nuanced. I was trying to avoid using the term "simple fountain of youth" when I was describing it, and you just got right to the point.
Okay.
Yeah. We got to put water in it.
Tunnel, dry riverbed,
Yes.
outside,
Yeah.
water?
I
Aaron-
think maybe the reason the spirit's cracking the hell out of the mountain. I cursed. I think maybe why the spirit's cracking the hell out of the mountain is because it's trying to get the water out. Like a coconut.
Did you say hell is a curse?
What's a coconut?
I read about them
There's
one time.
too much going on in this
Oh,
conversation.
find them on
Also-
islands.
Aaron, can I do like a perception check or like an investigation or something in this room to see if there's like a path for old water? Like, you know what I mean? Like how
So,
it'll like degrade
Looking
areas and like erode
around,
them.
I'm not gonna
Yeah.
make you roll for this because you guys have ample time to look around. This chamber has no other exits, but you see like sections of wall where water once seeped through. It seems like this is where the water would fall into the well, and from there it would disperse itself in the natural landscape, collecting in other rivers and pools within the mountain before releasing out to the sea. So there isn't a direct path from, like, say here to Dear Child Point,
Mhm.
but you assume that if enough volume of water were to be put into this well again, it would naturally bleed into the landscape.
What I'm specifically asking is like, is there areas of the cavern that we're in that look like it was eroded by water?
The entire
passing through?
cavern.
So like, but like does the path we went down, does that look eroded?
That water came from up there down
Okay.
here.
That's
Yeah.
what I was asking. Cool. So we got to go back up that path.
I think we know what we need to do.
Yep.
I
Let's
know
go.
what I need to do, but I don't
Unfortunately-
know if I have the strength to do it.
These
God
people who are
damn it.
statues here, they're still statues. Do you think they'll come back when the water comes down?
Can I walk up to a statue and see how long it's been a statue?
Make me a history check.
I'm actually good at those. I'm pretty good at those. History?
Mhm.
History has a +7. I rolled a 14.
The satyr that you walked up to earlier easily looks like it's been a statue for, take some dust, 40 years.
In conventional time or in this time?
In conventional time.
Okay.
Time works
Fuck.
differently in this chamber than it seems to look like in the rest of the
magic to bring it back.
Oh, sorry, you lagged out.
Oh, I'm sorry. You
You-
go ahead and talk.
You can try and use your magic to bring it back the same way you did with Cinder. You think maybe with it being older, it might, or sorry, with Patch, it might be a little harder because it's been petrified for so much longer.
Because we had realized too that there was like these were like basically foundations for this cavern, right?
No. These pillars
Oh,
are
okay.
other people who tried to defeat this board.
Right. Well, right. But I thought you said mentioned.
I said it
foundations.
does not touch the ceiling.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
All right. That's what I
that's
wanted
what
to
I
make sure. I
meant.
was like, are we about to bring in the entire cavern on ourselves? Okay.
I
that was all
can't
wanted to
cast
verify.
Dispel Magic anymore.
Yeah.
What if we go get the water, and if it doesn't work, then we can come back later and help them?
That might be a good idea.
Okay. Are you guys gonna continue up the tunnel?
I'm almost
Do you
out
think
of
this
my
place
magic
has
too.
healers? This is city.
I'm
You
out.
think they have healers?
They should, right?
Yeah, but we have to remember that giant spirit is about to come to that city, so we need to get the water in.
We gotta go.
Let's go.
Yeah. Oh yeah, that
Kane.
1,000 galaxy thing.
Kane,
Okay.
100%, you just see is standing next to you guys, and all of a sudden just appears across the chamber and is already walking towards the exit.
What the
And his echo is just moving along with you guys.
You guys.
You don't have
Hey.
the fire.
Adding a little
shit.
bit just for expediency's sake, because there's not a whole lot of failure here for rolls or anything like that because you have time. Walking up the tunnel, you would eventually go for about a quarter of a mile. You guys are bypassing basically hiking on the outside of the mountain by hiking inside of the mountain.
Nice.
You eventually reach the end of this cavern, which leads to an open clearing at the very top of the mountain, where you see there is a natural spring. There is a line of trees. There is a section of grass that seems to be flattened and unnaturally bent. And there is what looks like a massive porous stone on one end of the well. Or on one end of the spring.
Do you mean like blocking one end of
Not
the
blocking
spring, or-
anything, it's just on one end of it. It's not necessarily the direction that your tunnel goes. It just is a feature that is here.
Is that weird grass area in the direction of the tunnel?
No, that is a little bit off to the side as well. Nothing seems to directly be leading towards your tunnel.
I'm gonna go look at the stone.
Okay.
Yeah,
You walk up
investigate.
to it. Go ahead and just roll me a general intelligence check.
11 plus 4, 15.
15. Looking at this stone, it's taller than you. It's easily 5 to 10 feet in places. And you're looking at the pool around this spring. This is a meteorite. This is a massive meteorite. It's old. It's been here a long time. Probably longer than the city's been around. And looking around as well, looking at the water itself, the water has a semi-magical property to it. If you were to drink it, that would probably be beneficial.
How big is this rock?
Do you
The
tell
water
us
is
Easily.
that?
sitting in a
Did you
pool.
say any of this?
Easily
Did you tell
5
us
to
that?
10 feet wide in places. What's up, Kens?
Is the water just sitting in a pool? Is it?
It's sitting in a
going
pool, but there is a natural spring, and it seems to be, it's only coming up with enough force to evaporate or slowly let out at other rivulets. There's no, like, massive release of water anywhere here.
Did you tell us about the magical property?
Not yet. I'm distracted.
I'm making sure. I'm sorry.
Does it look like at one time it was really big, like the pool, or has it always been this size?
Yeah, it's always been this size.
Well, it looks like this is magic stuff, and if you drink it, might be good for you.
Can
Right.
I,
Can I drink
in
it?
any way, try to figure out what kind of good for you the water will
Roll me
do?
a
Can I
nature
drink it?
check, but Kane, go ahead. Kane, you reach your hands into the water, and it's oddly warm to your touch. It's you pick it up, and as you drink it, it becomes sour in your mouth, and you take 2 points of poison damage. And as you drink it, there's this weird flash that goes through your mind that thinks back to the corpse of the boar laying in the bottom cavern. There's almost a sentience to the magic here, and it views you as an enemy because you seem to have disrupted the balance of nature when you killed a massive elemental spirit.
I didn't kill it.
You all killed it. You all took part in this.
I did, but I didn't kill it.
You via the Arcana, you have done it.
No, I know. I'm messing with you, Aaron.
Yeah.
I rolled
I
a
know.
17 nature.
As you take a moment, because you're in your favorite terrain, you have an almost mystical connection to the land. This is a restorative spring of magic that acts in a balance of nature, and you have the feeling that creatures that have upset the balance of nature in any way are not welcome in this spring, and its waters will do them harm. Normally it'd be beneficial to most things, but you have all taken part in the killing of a very powerful nature spirit.
So I have a question. As
Yes.
like Cinder walks over, this large meteor, now established meteor, it seems to be blocking.
It's not blocking anything. This is
Okay.
in the spring itself.
Okay, I want to make sure it wasn't like blocking
It's
the
not
flow
blocking
of
the flow of water.
anything. Okay, cool. That's all I wanted to make sure.
It would be, if you wanted to, it would be easy enough to dig a small trench leading from this spring to the tunnel.
I was gonna do.
That's why I was asking, because mold earth.
In mold earth, you can do it in minutes.
I'm gonna look at it and be like, do I? Okay. And then just seeing Kane's nodding as he seems to understand exactly
Before
what she's
you
trying to.
do,
Uh-huh.
I think this is the right thing to do, but I think it's my duty to talk to you guys about the greater implications of this. If this water views anyone who's been destructive of nature as bad, there's a very good chance that letting this water back out and into the city could harm everyone in the city.
I will mention to you that as you're saying that, you realize that the kind of harm it's talking about is more direct rather than indirect. You guys actively killed a nature spirit. These people happen to live on the land and ignoring nature. One of those things is a much greater sin than the others in terms of this spring.
Okay.
So I will let you know that much.
Never
It
mind.
probably will not be very harmful to the townsfolk, if that's what you were believing the implication to be. But I do like that insight there.
Never mind.
It's a good thing to keep in mind, though.
We should go patch that hole down the tunnel before we make the trench. Like the one that we came through.
Oh.
Oh yeah,
Says
we can
if
do
you can-
that.
So that it doesn't split off and start going down there. You know what I'm
Yeah.
saying?
If you remember correctly, the hole didn't exactly line up with the floors. There was a solid 2-foot cliff.
Okay.
The flow of
So-
water would be fine. You don't have to worry about
Okay.
that.
Okay.
Cool, then yeah,
So you're just gonna look. So go ahead.
Yeah.
And I'll
Okay.
cast
You
mold earth.
mold earth. And if you'll allow me to take a little bit of narration, because there's going to be
Absolutely.
a few things. This is going to be probably covering the next couple hours of content.
Absolutely.
Just to let you know, because this action will be the end of the one shot.
Mhm.
Okay.
What?
I kind of
So,
figured.
You open up the springs back towards this tunnel that leads down towards the well. It takes a few moments, but you feel a deep rumbling in the mountain. And as you do so, there is this revitalization of life. Those of you with clear sight would be able to see, even here, the peninsula of Dear Child Point. Sections of it that were blackened and dying, rejuvenating and becoming green. You would be able to return to the cavern eventually. Those adventurers who were statues are by the well restored to themselves. They are confused, but they are brought to the city. You are able to make the city aware of what has transpired. There is a great sorrow at the actual death of the boar spirit, because as you go down to the cavern, you see that where it lays in the water, its dead body has been restored to its previous beautiful form. And as such, when you later visit the forests of Dear Child Point, things like that, the arcane bindings that were here of nature magic have left. You do not see any Kodama as you return to the forest. You do not see any mystical creatures. But life has returned to the city. And given a day of experimentation, time has seemingly returned to normal here. No one here has aged magically, no time has accelerated, but they seem to have rejoined the rest of the world. With doing your research, taking time, you find the main problem here was roughly 100 years ago, this city began to build over large sections of the forest that was here. And the reason that the boar spirit attacked was because the Good Luck Wellspring, this well at the bottom of this cavern, was built over, and by cutting that off from the rest of nature, the humanity here robbed the landscape of its natural magic. And when that happened, the magics were thrown haywire. That's one of the reasons why every day here for the last 80 years has been repeated on a loop over and over again. The spirit that was attacking the city was, in fact, the Forest Wayfinder, a massive celestial spirit that lives here on the mountain and cares for the forest. The spring that you found is its home. That's why there was a disturbed area of grass where it normally slept. It was unable to find its way home and began attacking things because of the light pollution of the city. Though the captain of the guard, who you did not meet, Kenzo, or you met very briefly but did not take time with, was able to lead it back home. After you made the city aware of what had happened, you are gifted with some gifts from the mayor, who you did not have the chance to meet during the adventure. Let me find the page for it. I apologize.
I just want a lifetime supply of the chips.
You have a decent amount of chips, but the two main gifts that you are given is you are given a small wood-carved mask in the form of a boar's face. That is a mask of the beast, and you are given a jade boar figurine, which is a figurine of wondrous power to summon a boar made of jade. But overall, you will eventually leave Aomori having completed your jobs, having altered the flow of time for this city back to its normality. But unfortunately, with the killing of this beast having failed the natural spirits of this world, and the arcane connection to the nature here forever severed, it's now down to humanity to keep this place healthy and not the spirits of the world. But that is going to conclude our adventure today. As the Aomori adventurers go on their way, none of you died, which is nice. I am sad, now that we're kind of in this talking section of the game, you guys missed out on my two favorite parts of this module, which makes me a little
did
sad.
we?
The Forest Wayfinder. You guys remember the main spirit in Princess Mononoke, the one who became a large celestial? He had two forms that you could have met. Also, you did not make it through a full day here in Aomori. Had you reached sunrise, you would have reset to outside Aomori, time pushing you back to the normal flow of time. You with all of your memories, but everything you'd done having been reset. But because you restored the well before sunrise hit, that is the permanent timeline. So had you guys said, we'll come back tomorrow and fix the well, you would have reset everything, but the boar would probably still be alive. That's not something you could have foreseen. It was one of those things where if it happened, it happened. You guys just were very efficient when dealing with things. So
what if we would have killed the boar, ran up there, and sun was rising right then?
Then it would have reset. Because the boar was not the thing keeping time where it was. It was the lack of water and the wellspring of good luck.
Interesting.
That was such a cool module.
It's very cool.
So
I'm going to go ahead and flash the Eyes Unclouded resource on the screen again. For anyone who wants to run this, go ahead and do your own reading. I apologize to anyone who wrote this if there were any disservices I did to the module. It is beautifully written. One more thing is it'll show up for you guys in a few moments, but I'm going to also throw a photo of the boar up on screen. That is the art from the book itself. And you know what? I'll go ahead and drop the link to purchase Eyes Unclouded, the module anthology that this module is from, on there. But I think we just have to... Is there anything the players wanted to mention that you wanted to wrap up from this one-shot?
Like character-wise stuff?
Yeah, anything you guys character-wise want to wrap up or anything? Anything you felt needed to be said, or are you happy with where that ended?
I mean, I feel like at this point, from this point on, Kane would start studying nature spirits and trying to convert his shadow spirit to a nature one.
That is something that Kane could possibly do, given lots of time. And honestly, if Kane wanted to take time to go speak to the forest wayfarer, the mastiff celestial spirit, that is probably something he could accomplish with a couple of years of study.
It's probably what he would do over that time after this. He would still travel with you guys, though. But
well, I mean, I feel like I don't know. I feel like her interest in time would also coincide with nature, and she'd be much more interested in how they interact and intertwine, and how nature affects time. She'd start studying that.
Okay. Patch, Cinder, do either of you have anything?
I feel like Patch is just leaving this kind of conflicted
Mhm.
because she would normally want to preserve the nature spirits as much as possible, but the way that all of that went down, she was stuck in a very like self-defense position, and she would now feel very conflicted about everything that happened, and I'm not sure where she would go from there.
And Cinder?
I think Cinder would probably stick along with the rest of them and work on probably just learning more. Try to pick up things because she's like, I don't understand time. I don't understand a lot of this. I think she just put towards a lot of effort of trying to understand what the rest of her party members actually do.
If you wanted, the way that the hero of the town received her very expensive home was the town donated it to her after her great deed. Would you all be interested in owning a home in Aomori?
I think we would use it as like if we want to come back, it's there, but I
Yeah.
don't know if we'd
Okay.
stay.
Okay.
I
We
don't
wouldn't- I
think
don't
it's
think we
something
would.
Patch would want,
Okay.
but if the rest wanted it, she would visit.
I
Okay.
think we'd visit, but I don't think we'd stay.
I definitely feel like from here on out, it would be Kane. Kane would just be following Patch just to be like, you understand this stuff.
Okay.
And we almost lost you. I'm paying
Yeah.
attention to everything you say.
So
I think that
with that,
Cinder would work
oh,
on that too.
yeah.
No, I was just saying, I think that Cinder would work on trying to understand more types of magic, as hers is very limited to flames.
That's valid.
Especially after watching Patches get frozen and not being able to do anything to fix the situation.
So with that, we're going to head to our shout out section of the episode, where we're going to first, I've already shouted out the Eyes Unclouded module anthology before, but again, they are the ones who created this module that we can run, so I cannot recommend them highly enough. It was a very good module. Also, something I did not mention at the top of the show is the module also acts as a cookbook. There are 11 recipes, one for each adventure in it, and I will be making one of those tonight.
Why didn't you tell me this?
They're really good, actually.
They're actually really
I
good. I
would've
can send
made
you that
the
document
recipe.
later. It's really good. But if anyone else wants access to it, they got to go
I think
buy it.
Kane
And the
was.
second thing is, once again, even though my dumb extra laptop wasn't allowing us to have music for most of the second half of that, most of the music we used today was provided to us by Arcane Anthems, also our friend Wes, who we love very much. So I'm going to go through each of the players, reverse
Hey,
Discord
Aaron,
order.
I think Kay has something.
I was going to say reverse Discord order. That would let you guys shout out. So Kay, go first.
I was just trying to point at the someone. I don't know what you guys do in the chat, but someone wanted Kenna to do something, and then someone wanted Aaron to.
Apparently,
I already did it.
apparently, Birdie, my curse upon my life, has put wink in as an option for us to do for channel points. So now we have to wink when they pay us points.
Gotcha. I just was
You
trying
better
to point that out.
freaking
I'm
wink,
sorry.
Aaron.
I did.
They
I did it like
redeemed it
4
for you.
times.
So, like, Kenna doesn't also have one.
I already did it.
I'm just saying.
But Kay, go. Why didn't you do your shoutouts first? We'll go reverse Discord order this time.
Hi, I go by Coffee Kisses of some form or another on most social medias. I now stream twice a week. That's a new thing. It's been really fun. I stream on Wednesday nights on Fae Fiends and Friends, the Twitch channel, and I stream on Friday afternoons and evenings on twitch.tv/VikingBoyo. And they're both really fun campaigns. And if you come find me on TikTok, I've got a link tree to all the things.
Sounds good. Ivy, what about you?
Yeah, I'm Ivy. I'm Gamer the Girl on everything that you could possibly find me on. Mondays, I'm over on Dice Cream. Every other Wednesday, I'm on Lark Network. Every Friday, I'm on my own channel. And occasionally you can find me random places like this lovely channel. But currently I DM my own campaign over on my channel, which is The Rectification, which is an all-female cast, completely homebrewed 5e that I've put together. So that is where I am most Fridays, or every other Friday.
Adam, you're up.
Hey, I'm Adam, or Mr. Adam. I actually have a voice now, so my voice isn't super
Hell
deep.
yeah.
But you can usually find me Saturdays around this time over on the Welcome Inn. I'm in one of the casts for Conundrum Company, which is a running campaign that we've done for about a year now. But you can find me all over the internet under the title of Mr. Adup. And actually tomorrow on the Welcome Inn, we are doing a crossover episodes of the two main campaigns. So definitely check that out. It'll be really fun and crazy and funny.
Okay, Ken's, you're up.
I don't have anything because I'm just here.
Are you not going to shout out the show that's normally here that you play on?
Oh, well, yeah, but I kind of just figured. Anyway, you can find me on the Soradin Chronicles playing Audra, the Water Genasi barbarian who really kicks ass all the time. Yeah, so that's here. Also, I usually shout out one of our other really, really great friends on there for their D&D streetwear apparel. It is Saf Arcane Apparel. I have a ton of her shirts. If you go back to some of our streams, you can see me wearing them. Obviously, I wore them all this week, so now they're in the dirty laundry. But really great, stylish nerd streetwear. So go ahead and check out her page.
Okay. And then outside of that, we've got this show, which I've just been informed by the other people in charge, that as of 10 minutes ago, we have a Ko-fi and a Redbubble.
Hey!
That's news to me.
We have a Redbubble?
Yeah. Oh, I mean, for the logo and stuff.
Can we get stickers?
Oh my God, we can get stickers.
I want a sticker.
I'm going to spend my own money in a second. But also, if I wanted to shout myself personally out, hi, I'm Aaron, Obsidian Olive. You guys know me. I exist on this channel a lot. But I also exist on other places on the internet. Like every Wednesday, also related to the one on Fridays, I run a Percy Jackson-inspired Dungeons & Dragons game, where I homebrew all the content. In fact, if you wanted to see the content, you can go to patreon.com/obsidianolive, where currently there's a poll up to see what godly parent class I put out this month. Last month was voted to be Child of Dionysus, and that was pretty dope. So, if you guys want to go check that out, that's also there. We have stickers and notebooks and mugs at the Redbubble. I want to go look at this now after this. But I don't think we have anything else. So let's see here. The cast has provided me with a list. Okay, so we have currently up for options. We have Somewhere Bound, Level Up TV, and Art Plebe. Do we have any other things before I roll to see who we are going to raid?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
That's all.
So 1 or 2 is Somewhere Bound, 3 or 4 is Level Up _TTV, and 5 or 6 is Art Plebe. That is going to be a 1, so we are going to go raid Somewhere Bound, and that's the proper username in there?
It is.
Ivy?
They are currently playing D&D. They're doing the Brutal Brotherhood.
Okay.
Let's go!
Somewhere Bound. Let me double check I've got the spelling on that right.
Let's raid!
It's got
Raid.
really cool cast.
Raid Shadow Legends.
Raid Shadow Legends.
Oh my god.
All right, so we're going to go ahead and hit the raid button. Okay, we're going to go in 9, 8, 7, 6, 5,
Let's go!
4,
We love you!
3,
Have a good
dos,
weekend!
Have a good
un.
weekend.
Bye, everybody! Wait for it. Wait for it.